What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Automatic pickup is not turned off, wild food is wild. The hot air flowed through his throat, causing Li Xiao's lungs to feel a slight sting. Feeling the high temperature environment around him, Li Xiao had to circulate the mana in his body and temporarily convert it into ice mana to continuously cool his body. He continued to walk in this dangerous factory area, constantly clearing the ruins, transporting materials, building temporary fortifications, blocking the leakage of toxic substances, and assisting in the repair of the spiritual path and formation. Although Li Xiao was extremely careful, an accidental explosion still left a large area of burns on his body. And after constantly breathing in the toxic substances remaining in the air, his internal organs also ached slightly, and his limbs gradually felt slightly numb. Even so, although the work in front of him was dangerous and hard, when he thought of the five-fold salary, Li Xiao felt a little motivation in his originally tired body. After I finish this period of time, the next time Yingzhen and the others ask me to practice together, I won't have to refuse. Don't worry about the interest on this month's loan. Just as Li Xiao sped up and transported a batch of spiritual guidance materials, he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance at the tip of his nose. The next moment, Li Xiao felt dizzy, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He struggled to get up, but found that his limbs, which were usually very strong, were now sore and weak. After twisting for a while, he still fell to the ground. At the same time, the sweet smell in the air became stronger and stronger, making his consciousness more and more blurred. Not good, it's the toxic leak. Li Xiao bit his tongue hard, trying to make himself a little more awake, but the poison came so fast that he felt the strength in his body was rapidly draining away, and gradually he could no longer feel the strength of his hands and feet. No, if this goes on, the poison will get deeper and deeper. A trace of fear appeared in Li Xiao's eyes, and he struggled to open his eyes wide to fight against the increasingly heavy sleepiness in his mind. He was really afraid that he would open and close his eyes, and when he woke up again, he would appear in the depths of the spirit world. Then he found that in order to pay for the medical expenses for treating his physical injuries, his body had been mortgaged, and his soul was waiting for a job to be assigned to repay the debt. Dead legs. Stand up. At this moment, Li Xiao's heart gradually surged with a trace of regret. I should have known not to take such a risk, earn less, spend less, so what? Just when Li Xiao was feeling scared and regretful, a pair of big hands grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a kitten. Then the sound of breaking air sounded all around, and the scene in front of Li Xiao changed. When he came to his senses, he found that he and several other workers had been thrown into the open space at the entrance of the factory with a bang. Breathing the normal air outside, Li Xiao felt relieved, looked up at Zhang Yu's back, and his eyes became complicated. Yingzhen, who was watching this scene, thought to herself, risking it to make money at the risk of bankruptcy, and still having time to save people, she shook her head, too lazy to look at the situation here, and left. At this time, several security guards came over, looked at Li Xiao and others and said, everyone, cooperate. We need to check, in case you accidentally bring out the dangerous materials in the factory. Li Xiao knew that this was to prevent them from secretly bringing things out of the factory. At this time, several packages of raw materials for medicines were found on a worker. The security guard said, Captain, the person who stole 2 tons of supplies has been found. The worker was shocked and said, I just stole these 2 packages, I didn't steal 2 tons. On the other side, Zhang Yu had already walked back into the billowing smoke and dust. Zhang Yu's body had been tempered and was far more powerful than his peers. And with the blessing of the civil body, his body had a terrifying defense against the various dangers in the factory area at this moment. The scorching heat swept across his skin like a warm breeze. The toxic and harmful substances in the air rushed into his mouth and nose, bringing waves of refreshing sweetness. As for the accidental explosion, the fragments shot out with the explosion, and the rolling toxic smoke and dust. It was difficult to hurt Zhang Yu at this moment. Even if his body was damaged at times, he would activate it with a Kenushi body and mind art to speed up the healing of the injury. Zhang Yu returned to the place where Li Xiao had just fallen, and thought to himself, no one is here now. He found the place where the toxic substance had just been leaked, and collected the alloy fragments that no one wanted around. After wiping the saliva from the corners of his mouth, Zhang Yu wanted to swallow the alloy, but he didn't do it. After all, the environment at the moment was dangerous, and he still needed the civil and wood holy body to ensure safety. If he didn't switch to the university holy body, without the super digestive power brought by the university holy body and the bonus of the effect of the practice, both the efficiency and effect of eating would be greatly reduced. So he planned to collect it first, and before leaving the factory after get off work, find a safer place, and then switch to the university holy body for tasting. So at this moment, Zhang Yu temporarily put the alloy fragments in his arms, and looked at another ruin, which was the wild polymer materials belonging to the pharmaceutical factory workshop. So in the following time, Zhang Yu worked in the factory while collecting some wild ingredients that no one wanted. Zhang Yu felt like a countryman who was eating seafood buffet for the first time. The biggest problem was that when faced with a dazzling array of dishes, he didn't know which one was more valuable and which one was more nourishing. He could only take a little of each and try them all. In addition to the materials that no one wanted, what Zhang Yu coveted most was the raw materials of various pharmaceutical factories. However, he didn't open the university holy body, so he didn't plan to eat them casually. He just collected them first, and after switching to the university holy body, he tasted them one by one with his powerful ability to take medicine. At the entrance of the factory, Li Xiao felt that he had recovered a lot. At least his limbs were no longer numb, his head was no longer dizzy, and the pain of the burns on his body became extremely clear. While Li Xiao was resting, he watched Zhang Yu carry the injured workers out of the factory several times and throw them on the ground around him. This made Li Xiao look at Zhang Yu with more and more complicated eyes. In his opinion, wasting his working time to help others was absolutely stupid. Feeling the increasingly painful burns on his body, Li Xiao knew that if he didn't cure the injury, his studies and practice would be affected. Fortunately, the area outside the venue was still connected to the spiritual world network. With a thought, he had already called for remote medical services. A moment later, a doctor's figure appeared in his eye shell and examined him. 5 minutes later, a medical student had rushed to Li Xiao's side. With a few mana blasts, a few silver needles fell, and the last dose of medicine was taken. Li Xiao felt much better. But a few minutes later, when he looked at the medical bill that emerged in his eye shell, he felt that he was seriously injured again. 0.78 spirit coins? How can it be so expensive? Although there is a medical insurance reimbursement part, Li Xiao knows that this will still be a huge burden for him, and his medical insurance next year will definitely soar. Before he could calm down, he found that his medical insurance application was not approved. Why don't you reimburse me? Just as Li Xiao was arguing with a medical insurance company, today's collection message arrived again. This month's loan interest has been overdue for 3 days. Li Xiao hesitated for a moment, and still found his uncle. Uncle, please send me your credit information and consumption list first, uncle. 30 spirit coins. You spent so much in just 5 months? Li Xiao, my classmates invited me to practice, I can't not go, otherwise how can I keep up with my grades? Li Xiao, and better eye bones are also necessary, otherwise my learning efficiency can't keep up. Looking at his uncle who no longer replies to his messages, Li Xiao sighed deeply. At this time, Tulishan sent a notice announcing that the rescue and maintenance work of the pharmaceutical factory would increase wages again, to 8 times the salary. Looking at the smoke-filled area not far away, Li Xiao gritted his teeth. Give it a try. As long as I can make this money, as long as I have 8 times the salary this time, as long as I am more careful, I will definitely make it through. Thinking of the various immortal services and products that he enjoyed with Yingxin and the others, thinking of the eye skeleton that he sold, thinking of his current ranking, Li Xiao couldn't accept these things leaving him. He deeply understood that in Kung Fu, you can have nothing but money. So he stood up again and rushed into the billowing smoke. Not only Li Xiao, as the salary increased, the workers who had already quit, been injured, and left gradually began to come back and once again rushed into the factory area with thick smoke. In the factory area, looking at the more workers around him, Zhang Yu frowned slightly, thinking that there were too many people and eyes, making it inconvenient for him to pick up things. Especially for a group of key refining guys, how much is it if the salary is doubled several times? Is it necessary to fight so hard? Zhang Yu shook his head. Fortunately, the poisonous smoke was his best cover, allowing him to continue his actions. As he collected more and more things, Zhang Yu simply hid them in several deeper ruins, and then he found out that something in one of them had been picked up. Damn. I knew I wasn't the only one picking things up. Before leaving get off work, Zhang Yu took out the remaining things and came to a safer place. After using the detection ritual to confirm that there were no cameras nearby, Zhang Yu opened the feather book and turned to the chapter on the chain method diagram. After dragging the skills one by one, he switched the civil and engineering sacred body to the university sacred body. Unlike the skills specialization, which requires a day of culling time before switching, the chain method diagram can be switched at any time, and it only takes a few seconds. Then he grabbed a few pieces of metal fragments and swallowed them into his stomach. The digestive power of the peak of the foundation building suddenly started, and under the blessing of the earth-eating magic skill, the alloys were crushed into powder one by one and refined into Zhang Yu's bones. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this alloy is so hard, it should be used to strengthen bones. This polymer material is both flexible and strong. Can it be used to refine into the skin? What is this colloid? Oh, I don't know enough. I have to go back and check. So Zhang Yu ate while writing down the characteristics, appearance, and taste of various materials. Wild ones are more fragrant, but Zhang Yu soon discovered that not everything could be digested by him. There were at least 3 materials that looked extraordinary at first glance. With his digestive power and the 20th level of the earth-eating magic skill, he couldn't digest them, and finally had to spit them out again. After this experience, Zhang Yu became more cautious about the raw materials leaked by the pharmaceutical factory. He was afraid of eating something that he couldn't bear. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I have to ask my sister to distinguish what they are. Zhang Yu felt the importance of knowledge and information more and more. Otherwise he would enter the buffet restaurant and not even know which one was good. Chapter 302 Model Worker Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu returned to the dormitory and expressed his thoughts, Zhang Pianpian asked him to wait and then handed him a document. Zhang Yu asked curiously, what is this? Zhang Pianpian said, the pharmaceutical factory where the explosion occurred this time is a pharmaceutical factory under the Mingxin Group. Theoretically, the Mingxin Group is a company affiliated with a Danding sect, one of the 10 major sects. Its main task on the second floor is to manufacture medicines and sell them to the upper level. What I sent you is a list of the pharmaceutical factory's equipment, building materials, and decoration materials, and the raw material procurement list of this pharmaceutical factory, Zhang Pianpian said, but just the name is not enough, you have to know the things yourself. Zhang Yu glanced at the list of materials and felt that with the textbooks of the civil engineering department, he should be able to recognize most of them. But the raw materials of this medicine, Zhang Yu suddenly thought of Li Mulan. So when school was over that day, Zhang Yu began to consult Li Mulan, asking her to help check the characteristics of some raw materials and how to identify them. After all, Li Mulan was a student of the Department of Pharmacology. Relying on her own knowledge framework and the textbooks in the library, she helped Zhang Yu identify most of the raw materials bit by bit. So in the following days, apart from work, Zhang Yu spent his days picking up, identifying, and eating. In order to have more time to do these things, he even asked for leave from the department. The civil engineering department approved Zhang Yu's leave very quickly. After all, what's wrong with students wanting to skip classes to make more money? What's more, it's the civil engineering department's own project. Inside the factory, I found food again. Zhang Yu picked up a few pieces of metal fragments and swallowed them in one gulp, thinking, third-class spiritual alloy, used to make valves in high-temperature and high-pressure environments, just right to strengthen my bones. As the earth-eating magic skill was running, Zhang Yu felt a slight heaviness in his hand bones, and there were slight changes in density and weight. After a moment, Zhang Yu grabbed a handful of black fragments and swallowed them. High polymers are used as buffer components in high-wear environments, which can just strengthen my joints. Erosion membrane marrow, a biological material refined by goo worms, is acid-resistant, alkali-resistant, high-temperature resistant, tough, and impact-resistant. It was originally a key material for drug filtration. Now it will be refined into my periosteum, because the maintenance work of the entire factory area will only last for 15 days at most, and considering that the time to restore networking and monitoring may be earlier, Zhang Yu has a clear plan for his eating plan. Instead of eating all kinds of random things, strengthening the body a little here and there, it is better to focus on collecting a few materials and give priority to improving bone strength. After determining the focus of eating, Zhang Yu was like a customer who rushed into a seafood buffet and stared at a single category and ate crazily. With the waves of eating, he felt that his bones became tougher and stronger, and his body became heavier than before. In addition to materials, drugs and drug raw materials, Zhang Yu did not give up. Especially after hearing what Zhang Pianpian said, that the drugs produced by this pharmaceutical factory are all to be sold to the people above, he became more interested. This is the extract of wuxia. Long-term use can make your ears sharp and eyes clear, and enhance your hearing and vision. This is the extract of zibai wenzi, which can enhance the fire nature of the magic power. This is jiangsu su, an extract of jiangsu grass, which is used to increase the body's acuity. After identifying and trying more and more raw materials, Zhang Yu felt disappointed. After all, it is a mass-produced pharmaceutical factory. I am afraid that if I only eat these raw materials, I will waste my time, so Zhang Yu finally turned his attention to the leaked semi-finished drugs. It's not that he didn't want to pick up the finished products, but the finished products were picked up by the pharmaceutical factory itself as early as the first wave of disaster relief. The biggest problem with semi-finished products is uncertainty. It is difficult to be sure whether they have any effect or what effect they have before taking them. But fortunately, through the list of drugs given by Zhang Pianpian and the help of Li Mulan, Zhang Yu can be sure that the products produced by this pharmaceutical factory should not exceed his tolerance under the university holy body. So Zhang Yu could only try them one by one, feeling like he was drawing a lottery every day. There was a kind of black paste. After Zhang Yu ate it, he gradually felt the spiritual roots in his sea of qi stirring, and his spiritual root fusion degree was actually slightly improved. There was also a yellow powder. After Zhang Yu ate it, he felt itchy under his skin all over his body, and several scales grew out. He was so scared that he stopped and pulled out the scales. There were also some semi-finished products that he felt a sense of lightness in his sea of consciousness after eating them, and the effect of the operation of the mind method was improved. There were also some semi-finished products that made him stretch his muscles and bones, expand his body size, and his normal height increased to 2.05 meters, so he had to actively shrink his body. In short, these semi-finished products have different appearances and effects, and Zhang Yu can hardly tell them apart. He can only eat and try them casually, feeling that his body is strengthened from time to time. But what impressed him most was a golden pill he picked up, which was also the only finished pill he picked up during the restoration project of the entire pharmaceutical factory. When Zhang Yu swallowed a golden pill, he felt full of energy and vitality. It was not until later that Zhang Pianpian and Li Mulan identified it and realized that it was a life-extending drug. The moment he swallowed the pill, his life would increase by about 1 year. Life-extending drug. After knowing this, Zhang Yu felt very strange. There is no life-extending drug in the list of drugs produced by this pharmaceutical factory, right? In this regard, Zhang Pianpian did not answer him in detail as usual, but just said lightly, life extension is a very special resource, which is of great importance. Don't ask too much, don't care too much, and don't think too much now. Zhang Yu could only suppress his doubts secretly, but just guessed in his mind whether the attack on the pharmaceutical factory this time was related to this life-extending drug. In a blink of an eye, 15 days passed. With the improvement of the network, the repair of the formation, and the restoration of monitoring, Zhang Yu gradually found no chance to eat and drink for free in the last few days. Yu Xing'an looked at Zhang Yu, who had returned to the dormitory, and couldn't help asking, "You work so hard every day, why do you feel a little fatter?" Zhang Yu said lightly, "Overwork." Yu Xing'an couldn't help asking again, "It seems to be a little taller." Zhang Yu said casually, "The exercises are well practiced, and I have secondary development. These days, relying on a lot of food, Zhang Yu's strength has made great progress again. In particular, the various high-strength materials have been refined into his bones, and the performance of all aspects has been greatly improved. The strength has far exceeded that of half a month ago." Zhang Yu thought in his heart, "With my current high-density and high-strength bones, if I match them with a civil engineering holy body, then the resistance is really amazing. In particular, this kind of bone strengthening will not change with Zhang Yu's switching of the chain method map suit, and can be matched with his civil engineering holy body, university holy body, martial arts holy fetus, and other suits. The comprehensive strengthening of the bones also makes Zhang Yu's physical strength continue to improve, and it has reached level 12.31 at this moment. In addition, the spiritual root fusion degree has also made a breakthrough after taking the semi-finished drug for many times, and has now reached 90% of the spiritual root fusion degree. His normal body size has reached 2.08 meters, and his weight has continued to increase with the changes in his height and bones, further improving his physical explosiveness. In addition, his basic data has also been improved. His Dao heart has reached level 12, 68.1%, and his mana has broken through to 401.1. Zhang Yu feels that after this wave, all kinds of materials and medicines, if he spends money to buy them, he may not be able to get at least 20 or 30 spirit coins. At this moment, he has only one sigh in his heart. It's a pity. I can't take it out. Forget it. How can you take it out when you eat at a buffet? I just don't know if my current level is good enough to rank in the top 3 in the class. After class tomorrow, I will update the data and see the updated ranking then. Since taking leave, Zhang Yu has been running around the construction side every day. He hasn't been to class for half a month. He relies on Yu Xinghong's notes to help him make up for the course content. At this moment, with the door of the dormitory opening, Li Milan walked in. Zhang Yu said quickly, "Come, I'll give you some more blood. You're going to take the foundation building exam in a few days, right?" Although he focused on work and eating these days, Zhang Yu didn't forget to give some blood to Li Milan. Especially since he ate so well these days, the effect of the blood was much stronger, so Li Milan also got some benefits. Yu Xinghan on the side said, "Brother, give me some too." Just as Zhang Yu was bleeding, a series of notices appeared in his eyes. A theft of materials occurred in the underground second-floor park of Minx and Pharmaceutical Factory, and more than 300 tons of materials were lost. After investigation by the security team, it was found that more than 10 workers including Zhang Hixin and Zhang Huayan were major suspects. After questioning, the suspects confessed to the matter. Zhang Yu looked at the notice and thought to himself, 300 tons? How dare they take this? No. How did they take it? Did these dozen workers really take it? At this moment, another notice appeared. Employee Zhang Yu, who dared to fight and take the lead in this restoration project, completed the cleaning of 1,200 tons of garbage by himself and was selected as a model worker. A special announcement was issued to encourage him. Zhang Yu thought that he cleaned up the garbage while picking up things, and transported it out again and again. Did he transport so much without realizing it? At the same time, the salary for the past 15 days has also been received, and Zhang Yu's balance has suddenly soared to 12.51 spirit coins. Just as Zhang Yu was looking at the number of spirit coins and was overwhelmed, a message from Tulishan also came. "Zhang Yu, your performance this time is very good. Director Gao is very optimistic about you. There will be a field project next month. The department plans to select a group of outstanding students from all grades to train. Are you interested?" After seeing Zhang Yu being selected as a model worker, Yingxin felt bad. After confirming through some channels that Zhang Yu replaced her and got the opportunity to participate in the field project, she felt even more indignant. Why? Gong Shujin's selection is a foregone conclusion, so that's fine. Why can this Zhang Yu replace me? When she expressed her doubts to Tulishan, Tulishan responded with a smile. This time, Director Gao wants to select some civil engineering talents with good talents, strong strength, and the ability to endure hardships and work hard for money. Student Ying, you are still a little lacking in this aspect, Tulishan thought to himself. You are only a 6th-generation civil engineer, and you want to get on the table, don't want to do dirty and tiring work, and want to wash off the earthy smell on your body? Does the civil engineering department still need people like you? What the director is looking for is a useful tool, not precious porcelain. If everyone is so good at slacking off and so unwilling to work hard, how can the department make money? He laughed in his heart. You practice with Gong Shujin every day, so you think you are also one of the top people? You don't know that university may be the closest time to you in this life. Yingxin on the other side still felt unconvinced, and said, I can also endure hardships, and I can work hard, and my strength is stronger than Zhang Yu. Should university look at strength and ranking, I want to fight Zhang Yu to see who wins. Tulishan smiled in his heart when he heard this and said, okay, then let's see who of you fights harder and who can endure more hardships. Chapter 303 Zhang Yu vs Yingxin. The night wind blew across the 666th floor of Wanfa University City, making several colorful flags flutter. Yingxin and Zhang Yu stood facing each other in the moonlight, under the gaze of many workers. As their eyes collided, it seemed that two martial arts ideas were confronting each other in the air, emitting a heavy pressure. Yu Xinghan stood in a corner not far away, looking at Yingxin, a woman with a sturdy figure and muscles like granite, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought to himself, this waist, this chest, this arm, And this leg? It's a body that has been tempered 1,000 times. It's probably no problem to pour hundreds of tons of cement in one night. It's worthy of being a sixth-generation civil engineer and a prodigy who grew up on a construction site. Big is strong, big can do more work, can make more money. And the more money you make, the more attractive you are. Yu Zhenghen has a deep understanding of this, and at this moment he also felt a kind of charm from Yingzhen. So the next moment, he had quietly turned on the camera function of the eye and started filming the scene in front of him. The camera occasionally swept over Yingzhen and Zhang Yu. At the same time, Yingzhen's sharp eyes swept over Zhang Yu in front of him, and she thought to herself, why does this guy feel more energetic than half a month ago? It seems that he knew he would fight with me, so he took medicine to conserve his energy and restore his physical strength in advance, but the thought in her mind was just a flash, and Yingzhen didn't care. After all, her ranking was already above Zhang Yu half a month ago. And in the past half month, she is still the same as in the past. Not only does she insist on daily hard training, but she dare not have the slightest thought of saving money. Whether in hard work or spending money, she dare not relax at all. On the other hand, Zhang Yu not only took a half-month leave from class, but also spent a lot of time on work every day, wearing out his body again and again. Yingzhen looked at Zhang Yu and thought to herself, I'm afraid the gap between you and me now is even greater than half a month ago. Li Xiao on the other side looked at Yingzhen and then at Zhang Yu. He only felt that one was a classmate who often studied and practiced with him, and the other was a fellow villager who had helped him. Especially Zhang Yu, who had helped him several times at the construction site before and threw him from the danger zone to the door. If it weren't for the other party, he might not have survived. Thinking of this, he also felt sorry for Zhang Yu. Li Xiao sighed in his heart, Zhang Yu is really. If he was like me and interacted more with Yingzhen and the others, there would be more room for easing the situation now, and it wouldn't be like this. After Zhang Yu loses, I will ask him to get to know Yingzhen again and ease the relationship. I have practiced with Yingzhen and the others for so long, she should still give me this face, right? At this moment, Tulishan, whose body was shining with golden light, walked over, looked at the two of them and said, Are you two ready? Yingzhen looked at Tulishan and said respectfully, Teacher 2, I can start at any time. I just don't know how to compete. Zhang Yu also looked at Tulishan curiously. After all, it was a battle between the geniuses of the civil engineering department, and there was a high technical threshold. It was impossible for them to fight like gang thugs. Tulishan smiled faintly, pointed to the construction waste on the ground not far away and said, Since Zhang Yu was selected as a model worker because of cleaning up the garbage, then you will use the transportation of construction waste as the competition item today. The limit is 5 hours. Let's see which of you can carry more construction waste. Zhang Yu's eyes condensed when he heard this, and he thought to himself, this guy. Isn't he trying to make us work for him for free in the name of competition? Tulishan continued, Don't underestimate the matter of carrying construction waste, he said solemnly. As your teacher, I can tell you that there is a great way in transportation. From the moment you stepped into the immortal way, the first thing you did was to carry spiritual energy. And when you keep climbing on the immortal way, what you do is nothing more than moving spiritual energy from one place to another, and moving mana from one place to another, even moving blood, moving water, moving heat, and then moving electric charges, moving spiritual coins. As the realm of the immortal way improves, you can move more and more things, and you can move things to farther and farther places. It can be said that the essence of the immortal way is transportation. Li Xiao on the other side listened with his eyes brightened, and he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. He thought to himself, yes, from the time I stepped into the immortal way to now practicing in college, everything I do every day is to transport spiritual inspiration, mana, blood, and building materials. The immortal way is transportation. Yu Zhenghen heard this and his eyes moved slightly. There is some truth. The stronger the immortal way, the more things can be transported. From transporting the mana and blood in one's body to transporting wind, rain, thunder and lightning from the outside world. Not only that, transcending the immortal way itself, transporting information from one place to another, transporting spirit coins from one place to another, and even transporting people from one place to another. This is the great way. Thinking of this, Yu Zhenghen had a vague understanding in his heart, and pointed the camera of the Dharma body at Yingzhen. I can't transport spirit coins and people yet. But if I move information, I don't know how effective it will be. Listening to Tulishan's words, Fuji couldn't help but sigh. Your teacher is so talented. He explained the mysteries of the immortal way in just a few words. It's a pity that you don't become an evil god, Tulishan went on to say. Back to this competition. As a foundation-building student in the civil engineering department, your transportation skills are naturally more immortal. If you want to defeat your opponent and want to move more and faster, you must pay attention to the flow of the Genki and apply the Genki fluid mechanics well. There are also problems with heat dissipation during long-term exercise, the coordination between the physical body and magic power, wind resistance under high-speed movement, and the use of force mechanics to control the transported objects from falling or tipping over. It can be said that the whole thing seems simple, but the details are full of the embodiment of immortal technology. The final winner must be the one who is more skilled in the application of immortal technology. In the civil engineering department, at the same time, a map projection appeared in front of everyone, showing a total of 21 kilometers from the construction waste dump on the 666th floor of Wanfa University City to the garbage treatment plant on the first underground floor. Tulishan said, your goal is to move the construction waste from here to the waste treatment plant within 5 hours. I have already contacted the treatment plant, and they will count the weight you two have moved separately. After the competition, whoever moves more weight will be the winner, and the winner will have the opportunity to participate in a field project internship next month. After that, Tulishan looked at the two and asked, do you two have any questions? Yingzhen said indifferently, I have no questions. Zhang Yu raised his hand and said, teacher, is there a salary for this competition? Tulishan said indifferently, you don't have to compete. Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, damn it. This guy must have made a fortune in transportation fees. Then Zhang Yu looked at Yingzhen again and asked, classmate, how about we make an agreement that the loser of this battle pays double the salary to the winner? It will be calculated according to the normal garbage cleaning charges. In Yingzhen's view, this was simply the other party giving her money on her own initiative, so she naturally agreed without hesitation. Tulishan said, since both sides have no problems, the game will officially begin in 3 minutes. With a loud bang, Yingzhen's body erupted with a sound, accompanied by waves of mana and muscle vibrations, and the whole person has begun to warm up. Zhang Yu twisted his body, and the spines behind him collided one by one, making a sound like a boulder bombardment. As the two warmed up, their muscles gradually expanded, and their bodies seemed to be inflated, gradually breaking through the 3-meter height and becoming two little giants. Obviously, in order to compete in the next game, both of them chose to stretch their muscles and bones in order to exert their strength more smoothly. 3 minutes later, with a countdown in the projection of the spirit world reaching 0, Yingzhen and Zhang Yu moved at the same time. Yingzhen slapped out with one palm, and the raging energy roared out like a long dragon, sweeping up the sky full of construction waste, and rushed towards the direction of the Yuan magnetic channel with her. Zhang Yu brought up the clouds in the sky, like driving a cloud dragon, and rushed out with a large piece of construction waste. In Yingzhen's eyes, all advertising projections have been blocked, leaving only the navigation route guidance, and the obstacles and pedestrians marked in red. Amid the rumbling sound, she was like a giant god who shook the wind and clouds, running all the way with the sky full of construction waste, getting faster and faster. Every trace of the operation of the energy, the flight trajectory of every piece of construction waste, every obstacle on the road, and the movement prediction of every passerby were all displayed in her eyes. Yingzhen was not sure whether Tulishan's long speech just now was to let them carry the garbage for free. But she understood that what the other party said was right. Carrying contains a lot of immortal techniques. Yingzhen, who grew up on a civil engineering site, has a deep understanding of this. For anything, once the scale becomes larger and the speed becomes faster, the difficulty will increase rapidly, and the required technology will also increase along the way. And now, I am carrying 25 tons of supplies and the speed is close to 200 meters per second. Every movement of mine, every movement of my muscles, every burst of my energy, is the result of my long-term hard work and countless funds, the crystallization of immortal technology. Boom! With a roar of the atmosphere, every bit of energy that Yingzhen mastered burst out in a way that best conforms to the martial arts mechanics and energy fluid mechanics according to the preview path of the eye skeleton. At the same time, the heat in the body was quickly discharged along with the flow of sweat, and evaporated in the energy. When Yingzhen stepped on the Yuan magnetic channel for the first time, the mana intention suddenly rose, and the transformation was completed in an instant, allowing her feet to be firmly attached to the channel. At the same time, her waist and abdomen twisted, feeling tons of power transmitted in her muscles, and the whole person seemed to be transformed into a high-intensity track, pulling the blazing energy and the sky full of construction waste into the Yuan magnetic channel. With a sound of bangs and bangs, Yingxin's every step in the Yuan magnetic channel created a wave of air. Her whole body continued to accelerate in this Yuan magnetic channel. The construction waste surrounded by the aura was like a meteor, following her all the way from the 666th floor to the first underground floor. Whether it was the burst of physical strength, the control of the aura fluid, the reduction of wind resistance, the change of the Yuan magnetic mana, the choice of movement trajectory. At this moment, Yingxin felt that she had done it perfectly. Zhang Yu, take a good look at the gap between you and me. The next moment, before Yingxin could finish thinking, she saw a white dragon with clouds in the sky, which had passed her body and accelerated downward. Looking at the front of the long dragon formed by the aura, there was a figure belonging to Zhang Yu. Feeling the terrifying heat wave coming from the other party, as well as the blue veins on Zhang Yu's body and the red skin, Yingxin's face changed slightly. Battle demon meteor life power, are you kidding me? Are you going to fight me to death? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. This is the body forged on the construction site. Zhang Yu did not feel that he was risking his life. After all, with the activation of his body brought by the Kenyushi mind and body art, the performance of the Zanmoyun Shogun was still within his tolerance. Moreover, he had just picked up a longevity pill a few days ago and took it, which increased his lifespan by 1 year. It didn't matter if he burned some of it. Fuji often told him that lifespan was a thing that had no interest, so it was better to burn it while there was profit. At worst, he could earn it back in the future. At this moment, Zhang Yu not only did not lose his lifespan, but with a violent explosion of his body and Genki, the remaining medicinal power in his body was stimulated. These days, he has taken a lot of semi-finished drugs in the pharmaceutical factory. Some of them took effect on the spot, and some turned into medicinal power and precipitated deep in his body and were slowly absorbed by him. But at this moment, with a violent circulation of ki, blood, and mana in his body, these medicinal powers were stirred out and absorbed faster, allowing Zhang Yu's physical strength to have another breakthrough. Physical strength plus 0.01 level in Yingxin's eyes, Zhang Yu's speed increased again, and in a blink of an eye, he was several steps away from her. At this moment, Yingxin suddenly remembered what her father said. Father, Yingxin, don't think about fighting with the people from the first floor. Yingxin remembered that she was very unconvinced at the time, saying that she was not afraid of death, and she would not be afraid of the people from the first floor if she really wanted to fight. Father, are you as poor as those people from the first floor? Do you have as many loans as they do? Do you have the kind of pressure they have? Father, you are not. Your life is more valuable than theirs. It is not worthwhile for you to fight with them, so you can't muster up the energy to fight with them. Father, but if you really want to fight, it will be useful. Why do you need money? Just spend money when you need to spend it. Thinking of this, Yingxin's eyes condensed, and a book of talismans had already appeared in her palm. 4 directions of raging wind, listen to my command. Move it for me. In an instant, as Yingxin activated the talisman, rays of divine light surged out, and gusts had been set off, helping her to hold up the construction waste and help her move it down together. But Yingxin had just surpassed Zhang Yu when she found that the other party's figure had expanded again and his speed was constantly increasing. Still fighting, Yingxin sneered in her heart, then don't blame me, I've completely made you desperate. While Zhang Yu and Yingxin were chasing each other, Talushan on the 666th floor was watching the competition between the two through the surveillance cameras along the way. Well, although Yingxin is unwilling to fight, it's good to be willing to spend money. As long as you are willing to pay for work and projects, who says you are not a genius in the civil engineering department? But soon seeing Zhang Yu speed up again, Talushan's eyes were full of admiration. Okay, one is risking his life, and the other is spending money. They are both geniuses in my civil engineering department, and they are all talents in my civil engineering department. Zhang Yu hit the ground with a bang. As he reached the underground floor, his muscles were buffered, and he had already pulled the sky full of building materials and flew towards the garbage disposal plant. At this moment, he had already started the explosive state of spring and autumn endless Zen, and the efficiency of the war demon meteorite life power began to consume his life slightly. Fortunately, I took a longevity pill. There's no interest in keeping this year's life, so it's no problem to cash it in. On the other side, Yingzhen brought up a gust of wind and was side by side with Zhang Yu. The two people who rushed forward all the way were like two giant dragons running side by side, except that one was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the other was shining with golden light. They kept accelerating with the roar of the atmosphere. Accelerate. Accelerate again. After the first wave of building materials was moved, the two of them shot out without stopping, carrying a long wave of air, and rushed to the 666th floor again. This time, without the weight of building materials, Zhang Yu's speed soared, pulling out long waves in the air, getting farther and farther away from Yingzhen. Watching this scene, Yingzhen cursed in his heart. 5 hours, let's see how much life you dare to risk. Just like this, back and forth, carrying up and down again and again, Yingzhen watched Zhang Yu sprint and burst again and again without stopping, without any intention of stopping. Yingzhen herself watched the consumption of spiritual coins for the talisman continue to rise, and finally had to grit her teeth and pause the talisman. In this way, Yingzhen was left further and further behind by Zhang Yu. When the 5-hour race was about to end. In these 5 hours of full-scale pursuit, Yingzhen's whole body continued to emit rolling heat waves, her skin was red, and her muscles seemed to melt. With every step she took, she felt her muscles weaken, and with every breath, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. At this moment, she was like a gun barrel that was continuously overloaded, and the metal fatigue had reached its limit. When she looked up, she saw Zhang Yu, who was red all over and constantly emitting bursts of white gas, whistled and continued to rush towards the garbage disposal site. Yingzhen couldn't help showing a trace of surprise in her heart. This guy, does he still have the strength to spare after fighting to this point? How much of his life has he consumed? No. It's impossible. This is not just the strength of risking his life. A trace of disbelief appeared in Yingzhen's eyes. Could it be that this guy is already stronger than me? Thinking of this, she clenched her fists unwillingly. How could this be? He is obviously wearing himself out at the construction site every day, and he definitely doesn't spend as much money as I do. At the same time, Talushan had slowly walked to Yingzhen's side and comforted her. Did you understand that you didn't lose? When Zhang Yu was working on the construction site on the 666th floor every day, I could see that he was practicing various bodybuilding exercises on the way. This is while his body is wearing out from work. He has given himself a more severe intensity. It can be said that every bit of his strength, every bit of his cultivation, is earned at the cost of his life. Yingzhen, do you feel the difference between the body you have cultivated in the training room and the body Zhang Yu has forged on the construction site? To you, this is just academics. Just an opportunity. But to him, it's work, life, and the hope for the future. Looking at Yingzhen, who was bowing her head and not saying anything, Talushan thought to himself, if you were rich enough to spend more money every day than he spends his life, you could suppress him, just like Gong Shujin and Ji Yuanshu. Unfortunately, you still don't have enough money. At this time, Li Xiao and Yu Xinghan also rushed over. Yingzhen frowned slightly. She always felt that Yu Xinghan was staring at her for too long. Yu Xinghan thought to himself, this video, I'll go back and edit it, add code, and upload it to see the effect. I don't know if the video of the beauty of the civil engineering department has traffic. You can't film my daily life at the civil engineering site. Who'll watch this? Li Xiao on the side thought that Yingzhen had won the competition. After all, in his opinion, Yingzhen's strength was definitely above Zhang Yu. He just comforted her. Yingzhen, we are all classmates, don't hurt the harmony, give me some face, you can talk later. Yingzhen glared at him coldly. What face do you have? Seeing Yingzhen turn around and leave without looking back, Li Xiao's face showed embarrassment. At this time, the class rankings were finally updated. When Yingzhen saw that Zhang Yu's 4th place in the class became 3rd place in the class, and her 3rd place in the class became 4th place in the class, a hint of understanding appeared on her face. Sure enough, Yingzhen smiled bitterly and murmured in her heart, he is already above me, I am the weak one in this battle. Li Xiao also noticed the changes in the rankings of Zhang Yu and Yingzhen, and remembered Yingzhen's performance just now. Li Xiao looked at Zhang Yu, who was walking towards him, and asked in surprise, You have defeated Yingzhen. Zhang Yu exhaled a breath of hot white air. It seems so. He looked at the back of Yingzhen limping away, and reminded, Don't forget to transfer money. Tulishan looked at Zhang Yu and smiled. Zhang Yu, you are very good. But you still have to rest well when you should. After the field project starts next month, you will be busy. After Tulishan left, Li Xiao couldn't help asking, how do you practice? Zhang Yu glanced at him and said casually, you can't learn my method. If you want to learn, you can learn from using Han. After that, Zhang Yu turned and left. After flashing several times, he soared into the sky like a sharp arrow and rushed all the way to the 666th floor along the Yuan magnetic channel. Li Xiao hurriedly sent a message and asked, where are you going? Zhang Yu, go back to work overtime. Li Xiao was shocked and said, you still have to work overtime like this? Using uncurled his lips and said, this guy is like this, he never stops, I haven't seen him rest. I suspect that he works overtime for himself, not because he wants to win, but because he wants to reward himself after winning the game. Li Xiao was at a loss at this moment. Isn't overtime a painful thing? Is this kind of pain that he needs to grit his teeth and endure silently a kind of happiness for Zhang Yu? Is the gap between people so big? Then the other party's way of practice, I really can't learn it. Li Xiao remembered Yu Xinghan mentioned by Zhang Yu, and asked, what are you going to do next? Yu Xinghan walked towards the Yuanxi channel and said casually, massage. Wanfa University City, 666th floor. Not long after Zhang Yu started working, he received a transfer of 0.121 spirit coins from Yingxin, which made his balance break through the level of 12.5. Looking at the numbers in the balance, Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Next, I can spend more money to continue to improve my grades. For Taoist services, I can add more a few times. Zhang Yu was thinking about how to spend the spiritual coins in the account balance next. At this time, Zhang Yu received another message from Tulishan. Tulishan, Zhang Yu, Director Gao is very satisfied with your performance today. Tulishan, he knows that you are short of money, so he made a special arrangement for you and asked you to meet with a teacher of the finance department tomorrow to apply for a low-interest student loan for you. Zhang Yu, thank you, teacher too. Please also thank Director Gao for me. Tulishan, it is the duty of teachers to help students. If you want to repay Director Gao, then do a good job in the field project next month. Next is a good time for me, a civil engineering student, to shine. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will be no shortage of opportunities. Zhang Yu asked, what exactly is this field project about? Tulishan did not answer him, but asked another question, how much do you know about the University War? Chapter 305 University War. Zhang Yu, how much do you know about the University War? Zhang Pianpian, although each university has its own areas of expertise and focus, and the main businesses of the top 10 are also different, there are inevitably some overlaps. Zhang Pianpian, when the competition between universities becomes fierce to a certain extent, it will evolve into armed conflict. Zhang Pianpian, however, under the mediation of the top 10, there is basically no full-scale war, and most of them are local conflicts. Zhang Pianpian, and one of the top 10 universities like Wanfa University will not personally participate in it. Generally, problems are solved through negotiations and consultations, or they compete in the top 10 leagues. Listening to Zhang Pianpian's story, Zhang Yu gradually had his own understanding of the University War. When he told Tulishan about his understanding, the other party replied, yes, it seems that you usually pay attention to information in this regard. Tulishan, although Wanfa University does not directly participate in the war, it will also provide support when some brother colleges encounter armed conflicts. Tulishan, this field project is to build a law corps production line for a brother college. This is an important project led by the Equipment Refining Department and jointly organized by our Civil Engineering Department and Architecture Department. It will take about 2 or 3 months. Tulishan, with the frequent university wars in recent years, there will be many such projects in the future. It is the era for our Civil Engineering Department to shine. If you work hard for a few years, it will not be a problem to stay there in the future. Looking at the message sent by Tulishan, Fuji laughed and said, just use other colleges as thugs, and sell magic weapons, production lines, and various materials. By the way, Zhang Yu nodded slightly after hearing this. It seems that the Civil Engineering Department can really make a lot of money. Zhang Yu thought of another question. Teacher, what about the class? Tulishan, don't worry, the construction site will set up a spiritual world network, and you will take online classes at that time. On the other side, after Tulishan finished chatting with Zhang Yu, He opened the information of Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin in his eyes. Zhang Yu is a very useful consumable talent. This is something that Tulishan can confirm when he saw him in the foundation building exam on the first floor. Tulishan thought to himself, according to the current arrangement of the department, the training of talents like Zhang Yu in each grade tends to be short-term investment, trying to squeeze out potential as much as possible, and strive to get benefits in the next few years. After all, according to the current situation, the university war is likely to expand in scale. At that time, a group of talents who don't need to be too high in realm, but dare to work hard and fight hard, will be needed to implement the project. In Tulishan's opinion, the more such talents, the better. In comparison, Gong Shujin is a long-term investment with higher training value. Tulishan knew that Director Gao had decided to take Gong Shujin as a long-term training target. It is estimated that Gong Shujin is the new successor of Yuan Kunlun's mountain-moving power. After all, Ji Yuanshu is going to transfer to the Department of Finance. The current situation does require early preparations to train students who have mastered military-level power. After the current batch of senior students graduate, Gong Shujin will be the signature figure of the civil engineering department in the next few years, and someone who will have the opportunity to participate in the top 10 leagues in the future. After flipping through the information of Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin, Tulishan continued to look at the candidates for other projects in each grade. Looking at the rows of names, it is obvious that there are many more students selected from other grades than the two freshmen. On the construction site on the 666th floor. At dawn, Zhang Yu finished his overtime work today and returned to the dormitory area on the 125th floor. The moment he entered the door, Zhang Yu felt a gust of wind blowing in his face, and a fist was already pressing towards him with airwaves. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, took the fist casually, and started practicing on the street with Yu Xinghan, who attacked him. Although he has been very busy in recent months, Zhang Yu still tries to take time to practice with Yu Xinghan, cooperate with each other in body training, and according to the teachings of Langai Gong, cooperate with Yu Xinghan to stimulate the fusion of spiritual roots. With the help of Zhang Yu, Yu Xinghan's spiritual root fusion has improved a lot. Especially in recent days, Zhang Yu has taken a lot of medicine, and some of the semi-finished medicines have the effect of improving the fusion of spiritual roots. So after taking Zhang Yu's blood, Yu Xinghan also felt that the fusion of spiritual roots has improved a lot, and gradually reached a level. After returning from the massage yesterday, Yu Xinghan felt that his spiritual roots were being stimulated more and more, and it seemed that it was time for a breakthrough. Yes, the reason why Yu Xinghan went for a massage every time after get off work was that in addition to the massage room being able to help him relieve the wear and tear of his body, he found that the technicians could also provide services to promote the fusion of spiritual roots. So after a period of brewing last night, he vaguely sensed something in his heart and sat cross-legged in the dormitory for a long time. Until Zhang Yu returned, he jumped up and felt a rhythm all over his body, as if something had penetrated his whole body. Then Yu Xinghan and Zhang Yu collided with fists and feet. Every bombardment of power and every vibration of the Genki made the feeling in his heart more and more obvious. Finally, Yu Xinghan let out a long roar, and felt that the third eye in his brain twisted and had grown to the position of the center of his eyebrows. This third eye is the spiritual root he has had since childhood, and it is also the spiritual root he uses to build his foundation. At the same time, a subtle scar appeared on the surface of Yu Xinghan's eyebrows, which looked like a closed eye from a distance. At this moment, Yu Xinghan finally raised the degree of spiritual root fusion to 90% with the help of Zhang Yu. With the blessing of this third eye, Yu Xinghan has always been able to, not only see the 360-degree perspective of the body, but also better recruit muscles all over the body, and quickly learn the movements of others. When the degree of spiritual root fusion reached 90%, Yu Xinghan could feel that this spiritual root seemed to be able to do more. He smiled slightly, looked at Zhang Yu confidently, and said, "Go on, but you be careful, I may be a little scary now." The next moment, the two figures collided again. And with every punch and palm of Zhang Yu, Yu Xinghan could perform the same without any difference, and collided with Zhang Yu with fist to fist and palm to palm, as if facing another self in the mirror. At this moment, Yu Xinghan found that he could almost perfectly copy Zhang Yu's every move. In the next attempt, Yu Xinghan found that he could see the strength of Zhang Yu's magic power and Genki, and sense the reality between the opponent's moves. In addition, the flow of spiritual energy around him was also clearly visible to him. Through this, he could sense the monks breathing spiritual energy on the street. He could also sense the spiritual energy surging in the surrounding buildings, which was flowing to all directions through the spiritual energy circuit. Haha, Yu Xinghen smiled in his heart. With this ability, I can copy moves and see through the real and fake. Then, in a battle of the same level, I will be invincible in the move competition, but what's the use of being able to fight? The next moment, Yu Xinghen thought in his heart, copying other people's moves should be used for learning and cultivation. After trying it for a while and understanding the progress of his spiritual roots, Yu Xinghen stopped and called Zhang Yu to go to class together. In Zhang Yu's sight, he witnessed a change of the Tao seed on the other party, from the original three-eyed magical power, spiritual root, to the three-eyed magical power, spiritual root, level 1. On the way to the classroom, Zhang Yu's eyes swept over the feather book that appeared beside him. As the feather book turned over the prologue in the first chapter, and came to the Dao seed chart of the second chapter, he saw the three-eye supernatural power, spiritual root, level 1 appeared on the originally blank Dao seed chart. After Zhang Yu activated this Dao seed, he could feel that there was a faint eye behind his eyebrows. With a blessing of this three-eye supernatural power, he immediately had a 360-degree vision, and could see the scene in front, behind, left, right, and all directions. Zhang Yu's heart moved. No wonder Yu Xinghen was so good at dodging before. It turns out that he can really see clearly behind himself. Then, when Zhang Yu looked at the other people around him, he felt that everyone's movements became clearer than ever before. He even felt that as long as he moved his mind, he could copy the movements of the people he saw. Recalling how Yu Xinghen imitated him just now, Zhang Yu thought to himself, so that's how it is, he can actually copy other people's movements. Then if combined with Yu Shu's expertise in martial arts, doesn't it mean I can learn any external martial arts moves just by taking a look? It's a pity that I can't see the flow of mana in other people's bodies, but I can distinguish the strength of the mana, and judge the real changes in the opponent's moves. Well, I can also see the flow of inspiration, feeling the various abilities brought by the three-eyed magical power. Zhang Yu smiled in his heart. Good talent, it's mine now, but the three-eyed magical power is only level 1 now, which means it can continue to upgrade. Zhang Yu looked at Yu Xinghen on the side, trying to sense the Tao seed in the other person. Yu Xinghen, who was standing by, was staring at him in a strange way. He was wondering if Zhang Yu was using the Dharma body to film him. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I feel it. If the three-eyed divine power is to continue to improve, Yu Xinghen needs to increase the degree of spiritual root fusion to 100%, and at the same time push the magic power to more than 500. Zhang Yu has begun to look forward to what abilities the three-eyed divine power will have after reaching level 2. In addition to the three-eyed divine power, he also thought of Li Mulan, who is preparing for the foundation building exam these days. I hope Li Mulan can successfully build the foundation. Zhang Yu was also looking forward to what abilities the other party's deep cold magic veins would have. After school that day, Zhang Yu followed Tulishan to the teaching floor of the finance department. Walking in the corridor of the finance department teaching building, Zhang Yu's first feeling was that it was tall. The height of the entire finance department teaching floor is an unprecedented 100 meters, and each floor of the teaching building has a height of at least 8 meters. This is a little bit unaccustomed to Zhang Yu, who has been accustomed to constricting his body and adapting to various low spaces in Wanfa University City. The second feeling that the finance department gave him was quietness, because all advertisements in the entire building were blocked, so Zhang Yu could no longer see any messy projections of the spirit world. Then, feeling the warm spiritual energy coming from the soles of his feet, he was even more surprised. Is this a spiritual stone on the ground? Although spiritual stones have been eliminated as currency, watching the finance department use spiritual stones as bricks still made Zhang Yu feel like seeing someone spread money on the ground as a carpet. At this moment, Zhang Yu had an urge to squat down and pick up spiritual stones. Tulishan said on the side, the teacher of the finance department I brought you to see this time is called Su Lingzi. He has also seen your performance in the foundation building exam before. This time he will help you apply for a low-interest loan. As they were talking, the two had already entered an office. Chapter 306 Bai Zhenzhen's Flying Sword. Su Lingzi is a giant and cultivator who is over 6 meters tall. His body is made of gold and jade, and his face always has a proud look. When Zhang Yu looked up at him, an application for a low-interest loan had already appeared in his vision. Su Lingzi said lightly, I have prepared the things a long time ago. In fact, you don't have to come here specially. It's the same to apply remotely. Tulishan laughed and said, I brought him here to get to know the door. I will trouble you to take care of him in the future." Su Lingzi nodded slightly, looked at Zhang Yu and said, "It seems that you are planning to train this student," Tulishan said on the side. "Zhang Yu, teacher Su Lingzi has been in charge of the loan business of our civil engineering department. When the construction funds of many projects have not been settled, your salary can be regarded as what he pays you." While Tulishan and Su Lingzi were talking, Zhang Yu had also completed the application for a low-interest loan. A total of 10 Lingbi loans, with an interest of 0.01 per month after the account is received, and the principal will be returned after 10 years. Looking at the 10 spirit coins that had been received and his deposit that had soared to 22.6 spirit coins, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. It's simply doing charity. After leaving the teaching floor of the Department of Finance, Tulishan asked Zhang Yu to take a good rest in the next half-month to recuperate and prepare for the engineering project next month. Zhang Yu felt the urging of the ritual in his body and planned to go to 666 to work overtime to relax. At the same time, feeling the amazing potential of 22.6 spirit coins, Zhang Yu has begun to calculate how to spend the spirit coins. So in the remaining half-month of November, Zhang Yu's spirit coins became more and more fierce, and his cultivation level also rose accordingly. The door of the dormitory was open with a bang. Li Mulan said excitedly, "Zhang Yu, I have completed the foundation building." Zhang Yu, who was taking medicine, raised his head and looked at the other party, and also became excited. Foundation building. Zhang Yu was not surprised that Li Mulan could pass the foundation building test. After all, they are all at the peak of key refining. From the perspective of Zhang Yu, a foundation building ancestor, there is actually not much difference between these key refining students in the university. Even in terms of spiritual roots, almost all of the students who can be in the top 10 have natural spiritual roots, and there is no difference between them. With the help of Zhang Yu in recent times, Li Mulan's ability to take drugs has greatly increased. In particular, through Zhang Yu's blood, she has enjoyed a large number of semi-finished drugs from pharmaceutical factories, and her physique has made further breakthroughs at the peak of key refining. In addition to the funding from her brother Li Jingzhen, Li Mulan also spent a lot of money. Of course, in Zhang Yu's view, there is another very critical point, that is, Wangfa University is one of the top 10 universities, and the number of qualification certificates for the foundation building exam is far more than that of ordinary universities. After passing the foundation building exam, Li Mulan took the time to break through the foundation building realm. After all, she had been hovering at the peak of key refining for a long time, just waiting for the qualification certificate to arrive so that she can break through. Zhang Yu excitedly pulled the other party to sit down, holding Li Mulan's hands with his left and right hands, and said with some expectation, "Since you have already established your foundation, we can continue to do what we agreed on before." Li Mulan looked at Zhang Yu's excitement, remembered what he had said before, and asked, "Do you want to do it?" Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Of course, it's agreed." He held Li Mulan's hands and injected a stream of mana into the other party's body, just to improve the quality of the other party's mana with his own high-quality mana. Li Mulan didn't have time to say anything, and was pulled by Zhang Yu to inject mana, thinking in his heart, but we haven't talked about the price yet." After a moment, Zhang Yu stopped and said, "Okay, let's stop here today, you digest it first." Li Mulan was slightly stunned, that's all. After listening to Xuanjie talking about the matter of dual cultivation, she also went to the school's big library to check it out. She remembered that there was a lot of content later. Zhang Yu said, "You have just established your foundation, don't be anxious, let's take it slow." Li Mulan thought to himself, "Okay, I don't have the money to pay him now. Although Zhang Yu may be willing to do it without money, I can't take advantage of him anymore." Recalling his expenses before and after the foundation building exam, Li Mulan thought to himself, "Although I don't have much money for the time being, but after the Li family on the second floor knew that I passed the foundation building qualification certificate, they agreed to lend me a sum of money. In addition to the upcoming pharmacology internship, I will come to Zhang Yu to continue when I have saved enough money." Zhang Yu looked at the Tao seat on Li Mulan's chest and thought to himself, "To copy this deep cold vein, the quality of mana needs to be increased to 150%. It seems that it cannot be done in a short time." On the construction side of the 666th floor, Zhang Yu's figure flashed, and the strong energy shot out like a dragon, and large pieces of steel mesh had been laid down. Using unsatisfied and said to the camera, "Hello everyone, I am Yu Xinghan who entered the Department of Civil Engineering this year. Well, I took this video just to record the real life on the construction site. I have been busy all night, and finally it's time to eat. Today we are eating number 92 cement. Li Xiao looked at Yu Zhenghen, who was eating cement, and asked, "Do you want to have a massage?" Yu Zhenghen waved his hand and said, "Can't you see I'm busy?" Li Xiao could only wait aside. Since he went to massage with Yu Zhenghen last time, he found that this thing is really useful. The next day after the massage, the muscles were no longer sore, and the bones no longer made strange noises. It seems that I am more energetic when working and practicing. Not far away, Yingxin passed by and looked at Li Xiao and snorted in her heart. Since Zhang Yu became the third in the class, she found that Li Xiao had changed. From originally revolving around them, he turned around Zhang Yu. Desperate. "I want to see how many years you can fight for." On the other side, Yu Zhenghen finished shooting the video, jumped up and said, "Let's go for a massage." He excitedly took Li Xiao to the massage room. And projections of Li Zulian kept popping up in his eyes, preparing for the choice during the massage. Although he was very interested in his senior sister, Yu Zhenghen could feel that Li Zulian had no interest in him. Yu Zhenghen was still a little unwilling in the past, but now he has come to terms with it. Anyway, in his eyes, his senior sister can't do what he wants. In the dormitory, Yu Zhenghen, Li Mulan, and Zhang Pianpian each fed the medicine they bought to Zhang Yu. Then they shared the blood dripping from Zhang Yu's fingertips. Feeling the 3 parts of the drug power contained in the blood, Zhang Pianpian was surprised. This drug metabolism ability. He is only in the early stage of foundation building, right? Recalling the other party's performance in the pharmaceutical factory before, Zhang Pianpian thought, "My younger brother has brought me more and more surprises. Maybe in a few years, he can help me a lot." Zhang Yu's heart moved, and he looked at Zhang Pianpian on the side, only to feel that the other party's Tao seed-taking talisman seemed to flash again just now. On the construction site, as Zhang Yu slapped out one palm after another, the templates formed by the aura were wrapping the concrete, accelerating the solidification of the concrete. At the same time, the third eye behind the eyebrows was examining Zhang Yu's every move, every style, and then perfectly copying and reproducing it. This made every move of Zhang Yu look extremely standard, as if it was measured by a ruler. Even in the process of copying, he could continue to accelerate, and his movements became faster and faster. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "These 3 eyes can be used for cultivation. It is quite useful to copy your own movements." He felt that this way, he could practice more easily, and he could speed up and maintain the effect of practicing without losing his form. In this way, it can meet the number of times required by the method, and each exercise can also have the effect of refining the body. At this moment, Zhang Yu saw the message from the Songyan group in his eyes. Liu Ben from Jianzhou College. Liu Ben was seriously injured in an explosion and temporarily passed away due to insufficient medical expenses. Before he died, he hoped that we would send a message for him. "Help. I only need 3.2 spirit coins to be resurrected. Please give me some money to resurrect me. I will definitely work to pay back the money when I am alive." Lan Ling from Shan University. Liar? Zhao Xiangxing from Fengdu University. Not a liar, the body is temporarily dead, but the consciousness is still alive. If there's enough money, it can indeed be saved. Looking at the chat records that were constantly being refreshed in the group, Zhang Yu thought to himself, explosion. He remembered the explosion in Wanfa University City before, and the university war that Zhang Pianpian and Tulishan talked about. Zhang Yu thought to himself, except for the top 10, other universities may be involved in the university war, and their safety is far less than the top 10. In the dormitory, Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhenzhen in the projection and said, "In a few days, I will go to the field construction site. It will take about 2 or 3 months to come back. I don't know if the network there is good. I may not be able to talk to you every day then." Bai Zhenzhen smiled and said, "I asked my mother. It's a good thing that the civil engineering department can go to the construction site. I'll wait for you to come back, but you may be going to the war zone now. Remember not to leave the construction site." And Bai Zhenzhen came in front of Zhang Yu and said, "Put out your hand." Zhang Yu stretched out his hand, and saw the other party handed a string of characters to Zhang Yu's hand. Zhang Yu was surprised and said, "What is this?" Bai Zhenzhen said, "The flying sword code, son. Mom can't give you money now, so I can only prepare a flying sword for you. It should arrive in 2 days. You enter this flying sword code and you can control the sword spirit." Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this, and quickly said, "Ah Zhen, you should keep the flying sword for yourself." "What do I, a civil engineer, need a flying sword for?" Bai Zhenzhen said, "Mom has plenty of flying swords, you can keep this one." Zhang Yu heard this and said curiously, "Didn't the god forbid you to give away things casually?" "This flying sword," Bai Zhenzhen smiled slightly, "this flying sword is a bit special, you will know when you receive it." Chapter 307 Field Construction Site. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye, and the days came to December unknowingly. During this half-month, Zhang Yu really spent a lot of spirit coins. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the dormitory, holding a white jade round bead in his hand, feeling a warm and calm mana flowing in it. This is the Zhuanzhao relic rented by Zhang Yu, which can store and retrieve mana. According to the manufacturer, the master of King Kong University can only produce 1 or 2 relics for each cremation. It can be said that each one is unique and obtained by the master's personal cremation. However, Zhang Yu later asked Zhang Pianpian and was told that these relics are all man-made goods in batches. A material engineer at King Kong University can produce hundreds of them a year. Although it is not as powerful as the advertisement says, it is enough for Zhang Yu. After all, a Zhuanzhao relic can hold 10,000 units of mana. Like the one in Zhang Yu's hand, it was already filled with 10,000 units when it was rented, and the mana quality is as high as 200% of the mana. Although some of the mana will be lost as the storage time increases, if Zhang Yu absorbs it every day to improve the quality of his mana, it will still be enough for 1 month. He spent 4.5 spirit coins to rent 3 such Zhuanzhao relics in one go, just so that after going to the field construction site, he can still absorb high-quality mana every day to improve the quality of his mana. Of course, after he comes back from the construction site, the Zhuanzhao relics with exhausted mana must be returned on time, otherwise the rent will increase. Fearing that he would forget to return it on time, Zhang Yu said to Fuji in his heart, "Fuji, remember to remind me to return this Zhuanzhao relic after I come back." To be on the safe side, Zhang Yu set several reminders to return it in his eye bones. This is a money-saving trick learned from using Han, such as returning the rental items at a certain time, canceling the service on the last day of the trial period, and canceling the continuous monthly subscription after taking advantage of the continuous monthly subscription discount. Multiple alarms must be set at different time periods to avoid omissions and losing spirit coins in vain. After checking that the 3 Zhuanzhao relics were full of mana and had no problems with quality, Zhang Yu picked up another jade box that had just arrived. When the jade box was opened, a green goo worm was curled up in a crystal. This was the Bailing goo that Zhang Yu rented for 3 months at a cost of 2.55 spirit coins. Although it looks like a worm, it is actually a magic weapon. According to Yunjing, this is a bionic magic weapon made by imitating the goo worm of Xianyao University. The original purpose of the research was to accompany the spirit roots and promote the evolution of the spirit roots, such as from the earth spirit roots to the heaven spirit roots, or even from the heaven spirit roots to the god spirit roots. However, so far, this research has not been successful. It is said that it will take another 100 years and tens of thousands of spirit coins to make a breakthrough. But although this Bailing goo cannot promote the evolution of spirit roots at present, it can be used to improve the fusion degree of spirit roots. Zhang Yu swallowed it into his stomach, and the crystal wrapped around the insect melted instantly. The Bailing goo in it was activated in the blink of an eye, and naturally drilled into Zhang Yu's danshan and climbed onto his key high spiritual root. As the key high spiritual root distributed a little bit of spiritual power to the Bailing goo, the goo fed back a little bit of vitality, forming a wonderful relationship with a key high spiritual root. Since Zhang Yu increased the degree of integration of the key high spiritual root to 90%, he felt that the spiritual root gradually fell into silence, and ordinary methods were of little use. Zhang Yu understood that this was because the last parts of the spiritual root to fuse and grow were all the details of the body, and the efficiency was naturally getting slower and slower. But at this moment, with the effect of the Bailing goo, he soon felt a burst of itching in many parts of his body, as if flesh and blood were growing in them. Zhang Yu knew that this was a sign that the key high spiritual root had grown again, integrating into those subtle parts. In this way, in about 2 or 3 months, my spiritual root fusion degree will reach 100%, and the sea of key spiritual root will be completely integrated with me, and there will be no difference between them. The dispatch of mana and the efficiency of gathering spiritual energy can also be improved by about 10%, even if there is no Taoist service available in the wild. His spiritual root fusion degree should be able to increase. Zhang Yu continued to calculate in his mind. In this way, after going to the construction site this time, the quality of mana and the fusion degree of spiritual roots will not fall behind. In terms of physical strength, the 9 prisons mountain belt is enough. In terms of Taoism, Zhang Yu looked at the spiritual world mask on the side. As long as there is a spiritual world network at the construction site, he can use the spiritual world service to assist in the tempering of Taoism. In addition, there are several boxes of regular medicines and 3 boxes of spiritual stones to be brought over to assist breathing, which consumes nearly 1.6 spiritual coins. Of course, in addition to these things prepared for the construction site in the past half-month, Zhang Yu has also spent a lot of spiritual coins on various Taoist services and spiritual world services, which has brought his strength to another surge. Now that Dao Heart has reached level 12, 90.6%, the mana is 425.5, the mana quality is 136%, and the physical strength is level 12.63. In addition, the purchase and practice of new skills have allowed Zhang Yu to upgrade the skills of the civil and wood holy body to 7, and he only needs one more skill to have a new effect. Feeling his strength improving step by step, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Spirit coins are really useful. Coupled with my peerless talent, if I continue to practice like this, I'm afraid that in 1 or 2 years at most, I can raise all the data to the peak level of foundation building. But looking at the 10.3 spirit coins left in his account, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, but spirit coins are really not worth spending, and just the day before departure, the flying sword sent by Bai Zhenzhen finally arrived. Early December. After taking leave, applying for online classes, preparing luggage, and saying goodbye to Yu Han, Li Mulan, and Zhang Pianpian one by one, Zhang Yu boarded the flying boat with many students and teachers from the Department of Civil Engineering, and set off for the field construction site. Starting this 3-month journey. Once on the flying boat, the students were divided into 2 groups, and went to different conference rooms on the flying boat for meetings. Tulishan came to the conference room where Zhang Yu was, looking at the poor guys in the audience, thinking that Director Gao should have been meeting with Gong Shujin and others. Alice, when can I be in charge of the rich class? No longer hanging out with this group of poor people all day long. Putting down the random thoughts in his mind, Tulishan looked at the people in the audience, smiled and said, "Dear students, you are all elites carefully selected by Director Gao from all grades. I am looking forward to your performance in the next 3 months. I will create a group first, and I will notify you in the group if there is anything in the next 3 months. Also, please receive the files sent to you. They contain the tasks assigned to you in the project and the training plan for the next 3 months." Looking at the training plan in the file, Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Tulishan continued, "Everyone, all departments in the university know that our civil engineering work is hard and tiring, but no one has ever said that we are poor. As long as everyone is willing to work hard and endure hardships, the department will definitely give everyone the opportunity to make money." The next moment, he said with a serious face, "I will tell the truth about this project. There are death quote as above." Tulishan looked at the students on the scene, and his eyes had already emerged with the debts and deposits behind each of them. Looking at these numbers, Tulishan seemed to see the extraordinary immortal potential in everyone. A senior student said, "Teacher 2, there is no need to say scary words. Apart from the suicide rate, the rate of demon possession, the rate of homicide, and the bankruptcy rate, our civil engineering department is ranked first in the sudden death rate. In our line of work, who is afraid of death?" Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Is this going to the construction site?" Zhang Yu turned his head to look at the student who was talking, and found that the other party had white hair and wrinkles on his face, looking like an old man over 100 years old. However, apart from this face, the rest of the other party's body is mostly made up of dharma bones, and the difference between old and young can't be seen. Tulishan smiled slightly and continued, "Student Che Yufei said it well. If you are afraid of death, why do civil engineering? Why practice immortality? As long as you have money, you can come back to life after death, you can regain your youth after old age, and you can prolong your life after your life ends. Spirit coins are everything. And you know your conditions yourself. If you want to earn spirit coins, you have to fight. Now the department gives you this opportunity. In order to adapt to the development of the times and to continue to compete in the future market, the department has decided to use the most effective, strict, immortal way, and the most potential way to improve everyone's professional skills and immortal cultivation in the next 3 months, and increase everyone's future income." As he spoke, the first meal after boarding the ship had been placed in front of everyone. Looking at these white pills, Zhang Yu could vaguely see that there seemed to be something drilling inside the pills. Tulishan said, For the next 3 months, your 6 meals a day will be covered by the department. Today's first meal is this 3 insects Yijin pill. After taking it, it will accelerate the consumption of your mana and blood, but as long as you can bear it, it will be like carrying a weight, which will constantly stimulate your potential and make your body stronger. Before Tulishan finished speaking, some students had already eaten it. Looking at the students around him who started to eat, Zhang Yu also ate a 3 insects Yijin pill. The next moment, he felt a cramp in his stomach, as if something was gnawing at his internal organs all the time. And he felt that his physical strength and mana were beginning to lose slightly. To fight this loss, he must work harder to breathe and tap his potential. And Zhang Yu felt the abnormality in his internal organs and thought to himself, after a long time, I will get sick, right? Sure enough, Tulishan said, after long-term use of the 3 insects Yijin pills, it will affect the endocrine, cardiovascular and spiritual root systems, causing arrhythmia and spiritual root overload problems. Everyone remember to stop taking the medicine in time if any problems occur. Zhang Yu tried hard to control his activated body and continued to heal the minor injuries to his internal organs. He felt that he could bear the damage caused by the 3 insects Yijin pills. Chapter 308, The Power to Move Mountains and the Flying Sword. Zhang Yu continued to listen and found that apart from the 3 insects Yijin pill, the 6 meals of medicines provided every day were almost all drugs that would increase strength at the cost of damaging health and consuming lifespan. The project also provided many choices of exercises, all of which were civil engineering exercises with severe side effects that could increase the strength of practitioners in a short period of time. Of course, what made Zhang Yu feel fortunate was that several of these exercises belonged to the civil engineering holy body. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it seems that I can learn the remaining 3 skills of my civil body for free. Fuji listened to Tulishan's introduction and sighed. They are training you completely as consumables. They stimulate your potential without regard for the consequences in a short period of time, and then let you help them with projects to make money. They have never considered your future in the long run, right? But this is indeed an opportunity for the poor. At least you can make money and have a chance to make up for the deficiencies in your body. If you can't make money, what's the use of living a longer life? Fuji sighed again. It's because there are too many college students. With so many geniuses recruited every year, Wangfa University can do this. After Tulishan talked about a lot of training content, he introduced several doctors on the side. These are the doctors accompanying the group. They will pay attention to your physical condition at any time and treat you. Of course, the cost will be paid by yourselves. After listening to Tulishan's words, the expressions of everyone present were condensed, as if they had seen something horrible. Zhang Yu listened to Tulishan's series of speeches and found that the training of the students in the Department of Civil Engineering, in short, was to use the most powerful drugs, the most cruel environment, and the most stressful work, so that they kept working overtime and squeezed out all their potential step by step. The doctors accompanying the group were like monsters following them closely, ready to swallow them up at any time when their bodies could not bear it, bursting into medical bills, and completely eliminated from this project. Tulishan looked at the many students in the conference room and sighed slightly in his heart. Although as individuals, they have no ability to regenerate, but the entire college students group is a renewable group. Some of them may not live to graduate from college, but the entire Department of Civil Engineering will inevitably become stronger year by year, especially in the next few years. As the scale of the war expands, the market for civil engineering will only grow larger and larger, and the resources invested in them will be doubled in no time. After Tulishan finished his work in the conference room, he ran to another conference room to take a look. A young man in a Taoist robe stood on the stage. On the robe were written the 4 characters build the world. He looked like he had traveled from the ancient world. However, Tulishan knew that it was okay to say that Director Gao was an ancient person. After all, he was more than 800 years old and was a real ancient person from 800 years ago. Because of this, Director Gao had some aesthetics from ancient times. Although the other party had more than 300 pieces of Dharma bones all over his body. They were all custom made with his own flesh and blood, making Director Gao look like he didn't have a single Dharma bone. Then Tulishan looked at the 6 students in the audience. Unlike the students on Zhang Yu's side, Tulishan knew that each of the 6 students, including Gong Shujin, had paid a registration fee of 10 spirit coins, and the specific training fees were higher than one another. They will receive hands-on training from Director Gao, eat the most expensive medicines, practice the most expensive exercises, and learn project management, control, and large-scale immortal construction technology. Tu Lishan knew that if Zhang Yu's future goal was to become an elite construction worker in the project after training, then the future goal of the 6 students here was to become project managers and masters of high-end immortal construction technology. Standing at the bow of the flying boat, as Zhang Yu walked along, he could see that students of all grades had already started practicing. Zhang Yu looked at the ground that was passing by quickly under his feet, then looked down at his right index finger, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. I saw that a black ring had appeared on his index finger at some point. But if you look closely, you can find that the ring is made up of strands of silk. This is the Kingxi flying sword that Bai Zhenzhen gave to Zhang Yu, a flying sword made from 7 strands of Bai Zhenzhen's hair. Each strand of hair contains a sword intent, which can temporarily erase an emotion of the opponent when the sword is drawn. This Kingxi flying sword does not require Zhang Yu to use his magic power. It collects the spirit and charges itself every day. Every day, each of the 7 strands of Kingxi can cut out a sword. In addition to such self-defense purposes, the greatest function of this Kingxi flying sword is to connect to the spiritual world network. It is said that Xianjian University has deployed a total of 84,000 patrol swords in the sky above the 2nd floor of Kungsu, and built a spiritual world network that can cover the entire 2nd floor of Kungsu. As long as the Kingxi flying sword is used, it can be connected to the spiritual world network at any time through the patrol sword. Zhang Yu thought to himself, Zhen is worried that I will encounter danger at the construction site in the wild, so he gave me this Kingxi flying sword that can both protect me and connect to the internet. After taking a look at the Kingxi flying sword wrapped around his index finger, Zhang Yu also hurried to practice. Not long after, as the flying boat gradually stopped, a ruin with billowing smoke appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Yu recalled the contents of the project file and thought to himself, this is the factory that was attacked at Shan University, right? Our next task is to clean up this ruin within 3 months, and then rebuild a law corpse factory. But what did this factory originally produce? I wonder if there are any good things left. Zhang Yu looked at the ruins below and felt like he was looking at a treasure. At this time, a senior student stepped out. With each step, his figure would grow taller as his mana filled him up. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height of 10 meters. This guy, is he the student in Gong Shujin's conference room? Zhang Yu thought to himself, the technique he is performing is the Mountain True Form chapter. The reason why Zhang Yu knew this technique was because it was also one of the techniques of the civil and wood holy body. Unlike the techniques of the key refining stage that temporarily stretch the tendons and bones, this Mountain True Form chapter temporarily expanded the body to a point far beyond the limit of the flesh by using the extraordinary transformation of the body. The senior student, who was more than 10 meters tall, laughed and said, some of you may know me, and some may not. I am Mo Engine from the 7th grade foundation building class. It is inconvenient for the flying boat to dock at the location below, so I will take you there. Under Zhang Yu's curious gaze, as Mo Engine opened his arms, an invisible wave swept in all directions with the other party's body as the center. The next moment, everyone's luggage floated into the sky one by one. Zhang Yu also felt his body lighten, and the whole person actually flew up. Just when he was surprised and didn't know what happened, Che Yufei on the side shouted, control the gravity of the earth. Is this the power of moving mountains of Kunlun? Mo Engine smiled and said, it is the power of moving mountains of Kunlun. Don't move, I will send you down first. The next moment, Zhang Yu felt that there seemed to be invisible forces in the air dragging him, and the whole person flew out. Not only him, but all the students present, as well as their luggage, were lifted into the air by Mo Engine's power of moving mountains of Kunlun, and fell to the ground with bursts of breaking air. Looking at the ruins on the ground, Mo Engine lightly lifted and controlled everyone to continue floating in the air. With his other palm, he grabbed a large piece of ruins that had already soared into the sky and was blasted 100 meters away by his palm. Zhang Yu was shocked when he saw this scene. Is this the foundation building stage? But he repeatedly confirmed the other party's information, and Mo Engine was indeed still in the foundation building stage. Che Yufei on the other side sighed in his heart, military grade skills, too abnormal. How many of my workloads can Mo Engine do? Gong Shujin looked at this scene, his eyes full of expectation and excitement. Tian Kunlun's power to move mountains, I must practice this skill, and I don't know how much I can earn just by moving mountains and changing spiritual veins in the future. As everyone landed on the cleared land, they immediately began to clean up the site according to the previously assigned tasks, and first built a simple camp. Zhang Yu's eyes showed the content of the skills of the Mountain True Form chapter, which was the skill he chose from the skills resources provided by the project. The main reason is naturally because this skill is also one of the civil and wooden sacred bodies, and another reason is of course that this skill can also be practiced while working. First, practice the Mountain True Form chapter to level 20, and then launch the second level of the civil engineering skill. Zhang Yu circulated his magic power around his body, and his entire body expanded slightly. But after he completed the entire skill, the slightly expanded body shrank back. His first practice of the Mountain True Form chapter ended in failure. But he has also learned the Mountain True Form chapter. Mountain True Form chapter level 1 with the second practice. Zhang Yu felt that his flesh and blood seemed to have changed its nature under the infusion of magic power, and turned into very elastic substance. As long as he exerted his strength vigorously, he could blow up his body several times like a balloon. But Zhang Yu naturally did not do so. He just maintained the operation of the Mountain True Form chapter while doing the odd jobs assigned to him. On the other side, Gong Shujin glanced at Zhang Yu who was digging the earth, and felt a little strange in his heart. Why is my friend hanging out with those short-lived ghosts? I heard that he has been addicted to working on the construction site, and now he doesn't even attend Director Gao's courses. Why would someone who can afford the time remnant demon eye be like this? In his opinion, no matter how much he does this kind of odd jobs, it will only train him to do odd jobs, which will not only wear out his body, but also improve his strength in a mediocre way. It is not as good as the effect of him spending more money on Taoist services. At this time, Director Gao's voice came from the side. Those odd jobs have nothing to do with you. Look here, the first step of construction is to find the base point of the formation, and the key to the base point of the formation is to find the right spiritual vein, complete the traction of the spiritual machine, and lay the first spiritual machine circuit pipe. Hearing Director Gao's words, Gong Shujin immediately looked over and listened attentively. Although he was curious about Zhang Yu's situation, Gong Shujin was most concerned about his own affairs after all. Being selected as a key training target by Director Gao this time also gave Gong Shujin a great boost of confidence. His next goal is to defeat Ji Yuanshu and become the first in the foundation building class when he returns in 3 months. Chapter 309 Mortality and Morbidity. A large area of ruins was cleared, the ground was leveled again, and then a series of simple houses were built with the help of many foundation building monks. Zhang Yu was assigned to a room for 6 people. As soon as he moved his luggage in, he saw the white-haired students named Che Yufei and a student of demon origin with a full face of mane. Seeing Zhang Yu's appearance, Che Yufei smiled. Freshman? I'm Che Yufei, a 6th-year student. He pointed to the demon origin student next to him and said, this is Shi Yangxiang, a senior. As he said that, Che Yufei stuffed a handful of Dao Heart Buffer capsules in front of Zhang Yu. Want some? Zhang Yu shook his head and smiled. This is too easy to form dependence. I don't eat this. Although he has an extremely strong tolerance for drugs, Zhang Yu never takes Dao Heart Buffering drugs. Che Yufei was slightly stunned and looked at Zhang Yu strangely. It seems that he didn't expect that college students, especially those in the Department of Civil Engineering, would not eat this. Shi Yangxiang, who was standing by, grabbed the buffer capsule from Che Yufei and swallowed it. He said in a tone of an experienced person, boy, when I was a freshman, I felt like you that I had suffered so much in high school, and I would not be afraid of anything in the future. Hey, he sneered, feeling the stimulation of the buffer capsule in his brain, and said comfortably, but when the project officially starts, you will understand that the hardships and tiredness in high school are nothing in college. If you don't take this stuff, you really can't stand it. Zhang Yu did not refute or argue. After all, Shi Yangxiang was also kindly suggesting it, but Zhang Yu really didn't like taking Dao Heart Buffering drugs. Seeing Zhang Yu's attitude, Che Yufei and Shi Yangxiang didn't say much. In their opinion, it wouldn't take a few days for the other party to be tossed to death, and by then he might have taken more Dao Heart Buffering drugs than them. Then the other students in the 6-person room arrived one by one. Zhang Yu observed and found that Che Yufei, a senior student, was already the oldest one. 4 of them were from the 2nd floor, and only Zhang Yu was from the 1st floor, and there was another student from the 3rd floor. After everyone introduced themselves to each other, there was no further communication. They were either studying, breathing, or practicing outside. After walking around outside, Zhang Yu asked with some doubt, is there no toilet here? Che Yufei smiled and looked at him. thinking that he was indeed a delicate freshman. You haven't been transformed? You haven't installed a Dharma body? But it doesn't matter, he pointed outside and said, aren't there toilets everywhere on the construction site? Find a place outside where no one is, and go wherever you want. After a rest, everyone welcomed the first dinner on the construction site. Zhang Yu looked at the rows of drug lists that emerged in his eyes. Each one had a detailed introduction to the effects and side effects, and the parts affected by the side effects appeared on the human model next to it. There is a heart-burning pill that increases the speed of blood and qi gathering and enhances the effect of muscle training, but the side effect is that the heart load increases. Long-term use can easily cause cardiovascular disease. A large area of red is also marked on the human model next to the heart. The Yinsha Fusudan increases the coldness of mana, but it will consume bones and erode the marrow. Long-term use can easily cause anemia, fever, and even leukemia. There is also the Shijin Ganmei Sen, which tears and reshapes the meridians and increases the flow of mana, but it will cause liver pressure and cause bacterial and viral infections in the body. Zhang Yu also found that with each drug he checked, the numbers under the person next to him would change. Probability of sudden death 0.06%, probability of leukemia 0.012%, sepsis 0.034%. Zhang Yu understood that this was based on the drugs he ordered, calculating the danger after he took the drugs. Every day that followed, as he took more drugs, the probability of various diseases and deaths would continue to increase. Fuji also saw the drug selection interface through Zhang Yu's body, and sighed, it's quite thoughtful. I want you not to focus on one part of your body, but to squeeze it as evenly as possible to live longer. The civil engineering department is still relatively humane. This service alone has greatly increased the life expectancy of students. After Zhang Yu chose a 5-drug set, he waited for a while and the medicine meal was delivered. Che Yufei, who was standing by, saw Zhang Yu eat so much at once and couldn't help but said, "Freshman, take it easy." Zhang Yu smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, I'm good at taking medicine." Che Yufei shook his head disapprovingly. How could a student who could be admitted to Wanfa University have a bad dose of medicine? He thought to himself that he would remember the lesson after Zhang Yu went to the infirmary once. Zhang Yu first switched the Lianfa to suit to the university holy body, and then swallowed the medicine. He felt a stream of hot medicine spreading from his lower abdomen and surging towards his limbs and bones, like a raging wave in a flood, impacting his internal organs, muscles and bones. Feeling his whole body burning, Zhang Yu felt like there was a fire in his chest about to burst out. He thought to himself, what a fierce drug, so Zhang Yu immediately walked out of the room and began to practice spring and autumn endless Zen to digest the drug. At the same time, he also found that many students in the poor class began to practice after taking the medicine. Along with the practice of spring and autumn endless Zen, Zhang Yu felt the drug power surging back and forth in his body. Under the catalysis of this drug power, the muscles and bones of his body showed signs of growth and development. At the same time, Zhang Yu could also feel his heart beating violently, and his internal organs had slight damage in different parts. He immediately ran the Kanyushi mind and body Ju in his mind with all his strength, constantly healing himself with the activation of his body to fight against the side effects of the drug. Just when Zhang Yu and Che Yufei were trying to digest dinner, Guangshu Jin on the other side was also having his first dinner at the construction site. It was just different from the various drugs that Zhang Yu and others took that forced their potential and had huge side effects. At this moment, the medicines that Gong Shujin and the seniors took were not only filtered by many people, with very low side effects, but also tailored according to their physical conditions and cultivation methods. It was like protecting their bodies like a treasure, accumulating their potential. Just for the sake of accumulating strength. Of course, this one-on-one medicine service is also very expensive. Gong Shujin looked at Zhang Yu and others who were practicing outside the window, as if he saw a bottle that was obviously not full of water, but was being squeezed by people, trying to squeeze out some water. It's because of insufficient potential that it needs such stimulation, and trying every means to squeeze out a little bit, feeling that his body was naturally strengthened under the effect of the medicine. Gong Shujin thought to himself, the potential is sufficient, even if you do nothing, the potential will slowly overflow. After finishing the dinner, a wave of divine power mixed with spiritual energy swept across the entire construction site. Fuji's heart moved and said, the spiritual world network has been set up. Zhang Yu's eyes flashed, and he received a network connection notification sent by Tulishan. Then everyone started today's online class according to the work and rest schedule of the construction site. With a connection of the spiritual world network, Zhang Yu was delighted, thinking that the construction site could still be connected to the internet. But the next moment, seeing the tenfold network billing, he cursed in his heart. Isn't this too expensive? Zhang Yu hurriedly sent a message to Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Pianpian to report that he was safe, then asked Yu Xinghan for class notes and online course materials, and finally closed the spiritual world network directly. The so-called online course materials are actually the course videos of today's daytime. Zhang Yu and others were required to watch the whole day's course at 10 times the speed, so that they could seize the time to continue their practice and work at the construction site. Watching the teacher's rapid speech speed and the figures flashing at high speed in the video, Zhang Yu absorbed the knowledge while learning, thinking to himself, this seems to be pretty good, it can save me a lot of class time, but did Yu Xinghan send me the wrong video? Is this the class video he recorded himself? Looking at the class video recorded by Yu Xinghan with Fa Hai, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse, this guy, why does he always record Yingxin? I want to watch the teacher. Yu Xinghan was watching the changes in the number of views of his short video, thinking to himself, is it always the video of Yingxin that has the highest number of views? He analyzed, why not take a massage and explore the shop next time? Just when Zhang Yu, Che Yufei and others quickly finished the online class and were ready to start work, Gong Shujin's course had just begun. Because the daily workload was not as much as Zhang Yu and others, Gong Shujin and others had more time to use for class. At this moment, Gong Shujin's consciousness had already come to the depths of the spirit world to accept the guidance of the teachers. After paying more, he could not only receive one-on-one instruction from teachers, but the spiritual world classroom in front of him reached a degree of simulation of more than 99%, making Gong Shujin feel like he was receiving instruction from teachers face-to-face in reality. As Gong Shujin continued to pay more, the operation of the entire teaching space began to accelerate, first by 2 times, then by 4 times, and finally by 10 times after Gong Shujin's consciousness gradually adapted to the operation. This means that in this spiritual world of consciousness, he can have 10 times more time to study than in the material world. Gong Shujin was accustomed to this. As long as he had money, time could be accelerated and time could be bought. On the ruins, the students in the poor class had already started their first night's work, continuing to clean up the ruins. According to the plan, they had to clear the entire factory ruins within half a month to prepare for the subsequent construction of the new factory. Tu Lishan's reminder emerged in Zhang Yu's eyes. This was a puppet factory built by Shanghai University. After being attacked by several criminals in the Jiandin realm, all production lines were destroyed. Tu Lishan, although some time has passed, there may still be Jiandin realm mana remaining in the field. Tu Lishan, in addition, the puppet factory's own protective array and feng shui array may still be partially effective. Tu Lishan, in the process of making puppets, some heavily polluted materials will be used, and they need to be handled with extreme caution. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and the mana in his body circulated for a week. He had already performed the Mountain True Form chapter, which made his body swell slightly. He walked carefully in the ruins, encouraged the Gangqi, smashed the pieces of broken walls, and then cleaned them out. Chapter 310 Zhang Yu cheats. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from not far away. Zhang Yu turned his head and saw a cold air rising into the sky, freezing half of a senior student's body. But the next moment, the senior student shouted loudly, and his body was flashing with fire, suppressing the cold air. He took a breath and said, fortunately, it has been a long time, and the remaining mana of the golden elixir has greatly reduced its power, otherwise the previous blow. Seeing this scene, everyone became more cautious. Zhang Yu also used the 3-eye magical power to keep a 360-degree view at any time, alert to any disturbance. Just as Zhang Yu rolled up the key and took away another piece of broken wall, he suddenly felt a cold breath coming towards him. Under the broken wall, a section of steel wrapped in layers of flesh and blood was rising and falling, as if breathing. At the same time, even Zhang Yu's strong resentment, which could be seen with one naked eye, was constantly pouring out of the steel and rushing in all directions. Zhang Yu, grudge, Fuji commented, be careful, if such heavy resentment rushes into the body, at least you will be seriously ill for a few days, and in serious cases, you may suffer a mental shock and your Taoism will regress. At this time, several senior students around also rushed over. Che Yufei said, it's the resentment alloy used to make puppets. Zhang Yu asked, should we ask teacher 2 how to deal with it? Che Yufei patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said excitedly, Why, asked the teacher. I'll ask the scrap collector what the current price is tonight. The other old rules, the teacher will still take 50%, and we will split the remaining 50%. Looking at the old students around him who were accustomed to it, Zhang Yu suddenly had a deeper understanding of the civil engineering department. Not long after, another loud noise came, and a giant metal palm soared into the sky, slapping a foundation building student and sending him flying, causing bleeding from all 7 orifices and multiple fractures. Zhang Yu later learned that the other party had dug up a half-produced puppet arm, and the arm suddenly activated, blowing the man away. When Zhang Yu grabbed the beam, his 3-eye supernatural power noticed the abnormal surge of spiritual power around him. He instantly activated the time destruction demon eye, feeling that the whole world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Then he could see the ground under his feet slowly rising, as if the soil had turned into a big mouth and swallowed him. The War Demon Meteorite life power was activated with a bang, and the full 1.0 level of physical bonus burst out. With the exertion of Zhang Yu's own strength, he rushed out with a whoosh. The place where he was originally standing had been swallowed up by a small mound of earth. Zhang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is it a factory protection formation? Then he looked at the half-beam in his hand and was delighted. This material was not ordinary at first glance. However, Zhang Yu thought about it, and looked up at the huge factory ruins in front of him. In the end, he did not deal with this thing without authorization, but ran to find Che Yufei. When Che Yufei saw the beams and columns that Zhang Yu had handed over, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said, "You know the rules very well. I will pay you as soon as the recycling fee is received." Zhang Yu asked, "What is the material of this beam and column?" Che Yufei introduced it familiarly. "Oh, this. The third-class special alloy steel can withstand relatively high load requirements and is often used as beams and columns. In this way, in this dangerous ruin full of the residual mana of the Jinden realm, high-risk materials for making puppets, and the remaining factory protection formations." Zhang Yu practiced his skills while cleaning up the ruins, collecting various materials, and constantly identifying and learning the characteristics of various materials through Che Yufei. Although there were many dangers, relying on the sensing ability of the 3-eyed supernatural power, coupled with the time residual ability of the time residual magic pupil, and the strong resistance brought by the earth and wood holy body, Zhang Yu was still able to complete various tasks relatively safely. Just when Zhang Yu and others were busy all night and started to take the third meal of medicine, Guang Shujin and others finally finished their online classes and started their work and practice. "Everyone, I'll start first." Mo Enjin waved to everyone, and then nodded to Gong Shujin. "Gongshu Jr., you should do your best too." Mo Enjin knew that Gong Shujin was a student that Director Gao intended to focus on training and cultivate the Tian Kunlun Mountain, moving divine power. Since they met, he had repeatedly shown his goodwill to this junior whose name had the same character as his. In Gong Shujin's yearning eyes, Mo Enjin's figure floated in the air, and then as he formed seals with his palms, the Tian Kunlun Mountain moving divine power had already erupted, uprooting the surrounding trees and moving layers of rocks. Guang Shujin understood that Mo Enjin was using the Tian Kunlun Mountain moving divine power to adjust the mountain terrain bit by bit in order to achieve the purpose of pulling the spiritual veins. If the spiritual veins are like long rivers, then adjusting the terrain of the mountains is like changing the river course. It can sort out the spiritual veins and lay the foundation for the layout of the formation. Then Guang Shujin looked at the other seniors. Some of them were like giant dragons, opening up passages on the ground, digging tunnels, and opening up a road leading to the underground transportation channel. Others put their palms together, and a high-temperature force field suddenly covered the space of 100 meters in radius, refining large pieces of collected and concentrated metal materials, and transforming them into brand new building materials one by one. Guang Shujin thought to himself, it goes without saying that Tian Kunlun has the power to move mountains. The Civil Engineering Department of Wanfa University has a military-grade martial arts that is feared by the world. There are also Xingxia Chongmei Dafa and Shihuozuanai in divine art. They are all very expensive. They require expensive elixirs and dharma bones to practice. They are very time-consuming and require a lot of accumulation of immortality. Of course, after practicing, you can earn spirit coins quickly, and the risk of work and the wear and tear on the body are not great. Gong Shujin understood that it was not that the teachers of the Civil Engineering Department were unwilling to train those poor people to learn these, but that even if the poor wanted to learn, they could not afford to learn or practice. So they could only learn those martial arts that hurt their bodies and force their potential. Those poor people's martial arts could barely catch up with them at the beginning, but soon they would be far behind them because of the insufficient upper limit. By then, the daily income on the construction site could be 10 or 100 times different. At this moment, watching the seniors showing their magical powers, Gong Shujin was also excited. With full fighting spirit, he turned around and walked towards his job. He spread his hands, and 2 violent cyclones were born on the newly implanted hand skeleton, and began to cooperate with his newly cultivated skill, 9 Earth Netherworld power. In a blink of an eye, the cement, sand, mineral powder, spirit stone, etc. prepared around were drawn into it, turning into a gray tornado that soared into the sky. Director Gao walked to his side, looked at this scene and nodded slightly. Remember, the mixing of concrete must be adjusted according to the construction environment on site, the needs of the formation, and the type of spirit veins. When Gong Shujin and others started working, the huge movement also attracted Zhang Yu's attention. Looking at the tornado that soared into the sky, the countless mud, sand, earth and rocks flying into the air, and the violent vibrations from the earth, Zhang Yu felt a little emotional. Compared with these guys, we are just like the most ordinary construction workers. No, should we say that these guys are like giant engineering equipment? Shaking his head, Zhang Yu still focused on his work. Another day passed, and the students had an hour's break. Zhang Yu first switched the Lianfita suit to the university holy body and took medicine, then returned to the room and switched to the martial arts holy embryo to accelerate self-healing. He thought to himself, as my cultivation level increases, the blessing effect of the martial arts holy embryo is getting weaker and weaker. Sure enough, the suit of the key refining period can't be used forever. Opening the spiritual world network, Zhang Yu looked at the messages he received and replied one by one. At this time, Che Yufei and others walked in. Che Yufei looked at Zhang Yu and said, "What are you doing here? People can't work overtime and practice all day. They also need to relax appropriately. The masseuse who accompanied the group has set up the massage room. There are discounts for today's activities. Let's go." Faced with Che Yufei's invitation, Zhang Yu, who was constantly recovering from the wear and tear of his body under the dual effects of the martial arts holy embryo and body activation, naturally shook his head and refused. He didn't want to waste money. Che Yufei said, "If there is no massage at the construction site, how can you live longer? How can you make more money? Hurry up, Shi Yangxiang has already walked out, I'll go choose first." Seeing Zhang Yu's repeated refusal, Che Yufei also shook his head, too lazy to persuade him, and left first. At this moment, Zhang Yu's eyes popped up Bai Zhenzhen's message, "Yuzi, are you done with work?" Zhang Yu, "Well, I'll breathe for a while, and then I'm going to work overtime directly. The internet fee is expensive, so I'd better turn it off when the time comes." Bai Zhenzhen, "I heard that you civil engineering department have massage after get off work to eliminate body wear and tear. Don't you want to go?" Zhang Yu, "My colleagues did go, but I didn't go. There's no need." Bai Zhenzhen, "Are you sure? You still have to go. Don't wear out your body." Zhang Yu, "Forget it. Don't waste the money." Bai Zhenzhen, "Oh, mom is useless. She can't even send money to her son for a massage." Zhang Yu, "Practice well and do your best to be filial. You can do it next time you see your father." After chatting with Bai Zhenzhen for a few words, Zhang Yu also ended his active breathing. Feeling his almost recovered body, he went to the ruins alone again. In the next few days, Zhang Yu continued to take medicine, practice, and work overtime. In a dangerous environment, he destroyed himself and repaired himself. At the same time, he became more and more familiar with the various materials in the ruins. Every day, while his classmates went for massage, he began to look for opportunities to collect materials and finish eating. The first digestive material he chose was the number 20 spiritual secret steel, originally used by the puppet factory to make protective armor for the core parts of the puppets. This secret steel can be explosion-proof and impact-proof, and can also evenly absorb martial arts strength. It has a strength comparable to that of a peak body refiner in the foundation building period. Once he could use the peak digestion power brought by the university holy body, plus the 20th level of the earth-eating magic skill, to refine this number 20 spiritual secret steel into his bones and further strengthen his bones, he would truly have an indestructible skeleton that could run rampant in the foundation building period. But when Zhang Yu finally picked up a little, he found that it was difficult for him to digest this thing. It might take 10 days or half a month to strengthen a few finger bones. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "What should I do? Try practicing another skill, try drugs that enhance digestion. Zhang Yu thought about it and rejected various options one by one. He finally thought, although the university holy body has given me a strong digestive ability, my gastrointestinal tract is essentially affected by the strength of my own body. To speed up the digestion of number 20 spiritual secret steel, my stomach and intestines must be tougher and stronger. It's like putting a layer of armor on the stomach and intestines. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's eyes flashed, and the information of various materials on the scene emerged in his mind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Superior Civil Engineering Sacred Body. Zhang Yu is a freshman in the Department of Civil Engineering and a master of survival on construction sites. In the past few months, he has been on the road of pursuing wild delicacies on construction sites. In order to eat the freshest, most delicious and most expensive ingredients, he is willing to risk his life. A few days ago, he took a flying boat and traveled thousands of miles to this dangerous post-war ruins. On this land covering more than 1,000 acres, there are residual golden elixir magic power, the power of the formation that is still in operation, and all kinds of polluting materials that hurt people invisibly, all kinds of unimaginable dangers. High temperature, explosion, disease, all threaten his life and try to squeeze out the defense line in his heart. Once Zhang Yu is severely injured by these dangers, he will be sent to the hands of the team doctor, ending his adventure this time. But what he is most wary of is not these deadly threats from the wild, but those predators who are looking for the same target as him. Those senior students in the Department of Civil Engineering who are stronger, older and more experienced than him can easily take away food in front of him. In order to avoid competition with his peers, Zhang Yu could only cross a longer distance to find the precious ingredients that grow in places where few people go. At this moment, he was seen walking cautiously in the ruins, with his three-eye supernatural power running at full capacity, alert to any disturbances around him. The whole person was swept over all kinds of broken building materials, unknown parts, and bursting equipment with a rolling sea of clouds. From time to time, he grabbed some materials with a metallic luster, or some utensils of unknown use, and after identification and discrimination, he threw them on the ground. In this dangerous ruin, food is always hidden in some unknown corners. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's eyes twisted slightly, and he seemed to have discovered something. I saw that the Wuxian Yun gang turned into a series of spiral key, and it had already captured a cylindrical object in front of him. This seems to be a module on the puppet production line. The erosion film contained in it has the properties of acid resistance, high temperature resistance, and impact resistance, which is exactly the delicacy in the factory that Zhang Yu has been pursuing for a long time. Zhang Yu stroked the inner liner of the cylinder, using the knowledge and experience he had learned in the past few days to identify it. Soon, a smile appeared on his face, and he began to carefully handle this gift from nature. He flicked his index finger lightly, and a green silk flying sword on his finger was activated, sweeping across the cylinder with a sword light, cutting it into dozens of pieces. After the sword cut, the green silk was wrapped around Zhang Yu's index finger again, but it was no longer magical, and it needed to gather its spirit for a day and a night to recover. Picking up the fragments on the ground, Zhang Yu thought to himself, fortunately, I have the green silk flying sword that Zhang gave me, otherwise even if I find these materials, I have to hide or swallow them, and it will take me a lot of time to process them myself. Zhang Yu opened his mouth and swallowed the fragments of the erosion membrane into his stomach. Although he was hungry, Zhang Yu did not rush to switch to the university holy body and operate the earth-eating magic to digest the food in his stomach. Because he knew that in this dangerous wilderness, he would be extremely weak if he tried his best to digest it. So Zhang Yu just hid the erosion film in his stomach temporarily, and waited until after get off work to deal with the harvest of the day. A moment later, Zhang Yu picked up another piece of pipe and used 3 Kingxi flying swords to cut it open. Number 15 Spiritual Secret Steel is a weakened version of number 20 Secret Steel, but it also takes 3 swords to cut it open. Sure enough, I am still a long way from digesting number 20 Secret Steel now. Zhang Yu swallowed the fragments of number 15 Secret Steel and thought to himself, just like number 20 Secret Steel, I will save it first. After I use the erosion film to strengthen my stomach and intestines, I will use this number 15 secret steel to strengthen my stomach and intestines, and then I can try to digest number 20 secret steel. Just like cleaning up the ruins, collecting and processing food, Zhang Yu soon ushered in the time to get off work. Taking advantage of the opportunity when other students went to massage, he buried the collected food in a prepared pit. Then he took out a part of the Abyss Eclipse film, switched to the University Holy Body, and operated the earth-eating divine art, and began to digest this rare food with all his strength. It's a pity that there are vegetables but no medicine, but Zhang Yu also knew that he couldn't be too particular at the field construction site, so he shook his head and operated his magic power to try to digest the food in his stomach. The strands of the Abyss Eclipse film were refined into his stomach, bit by bit enhancing the toughness and resistance of his stomach, as if he was gradually putting a layer of armor on his stomach. And with the refinement of each strand of the Abyss Eclipse film, his digestive ability became stronger, and gradually, like a huge millstone, it was grinding away the food that broke into his stomach. In the following days, Zhang Yu devoted himself to collecting ingredients, refining ingredients, and cleaning up the ruins. In just over a week, relying on the peak digestive power brought by the University Holy Body and the 20th level earth-eating divine art, he refined the Abyss Eclipse film worth more than 10 spirit coins into his esophagus, stomach, and intestines, and cultivated the three like a copper wall and iron wall. So a few days before the ruins were about to be cleared, he finally began to try to digest the number 15 secret steel. First, he consumed 7 Kingxi flying swords and cut more than a dozen metal blocks into hundreds of tiny fragments. Then Zhang Yu swallowed the fragments into his stomach, and the gluttonous mana condensed by the earth-eating divine art burst out. With a digestive power at the peak of the foundation building peak, he tried to continuously decompose the number 15 secret steel. But feeling the difficulty of digesting the number 15 secret steel and shrinking it bit by bit, Zhang Yu started to use the War Demon Meteorite Life Art again, temporarily increasing his physical strength level by a full 1.0 level. The internal organs in his body instantly erupted like a volcano, bursting out extremely violent power, like a huge millstone, under the blessing of the gluttonous mana, constantly twisting towards the number 15 secret steel. Then Zhang Yu started to use the 20th level Bai Zhenzhen, further accelerating his digestion process through high-frequency vibrations. Feeling the strands of number 15 secret steel being digested by the stomach, and strengthening the stomach together with a corrosion abyss film, Zhang Yu felt a little satisfied. It took me all my strength to finally digest this number 15 secret steel. What strength will it reach when I refine number 20 secret steel into my bones? A few days later, as the ruins were cleared, the construction site entered the second phase and began to build the factory building of the Law Corps factory. Since the construction of the factory building, teachers and students from the Refining College and the Department of Architecture have also appeared one after another. However, unlike the Civil Engineering Department, which is for the purpose of training students, this outdoor Law Corps factory project is just a money-making project for the Refining College and the Department of Architecture. In addition, they are mainly engaged in design, supervision and quality inspection, so not many people come. Without the dangerous ruins, Zhang Yu drives the University Holy Body every day, and while working hard, he strives to practice the skills of the Civil Engineering Holy Body. Previously, because he had to practice the Civil Engineering Sacred Body technique all day to ensure safety, his practice of the Mountain True Form chapter slowed down, but now his practice progress has made great progress again. Under the operation of the Mountain True Form chapter, Zhang Yu's body expanded once, and then he slammed down with one palm after another, fixing the steel bars in front of him one by one. Looking at the seniors who left around him, Zhang Yu's eyes showed the size data and reminded them, 1.3 mm is not enough here, and it must not exceed 1 mm that day. He also pushed the Mountain True Form chapter to level 10. After the technique entered level 10, Zhang Yu felt the expansion of his body, which was no longer just whole body, but could expand muscles locally. After level 10, can the body expand and expand local muscles? After Zhang Yu sensed the new power of the technique, he looked at the message in the group and urged helplessly, has the drawings of the Department of Architecture not arrived yet? Can you hurry up? We have been waiting for almost an hour. After a busy day and night, it was finally time to get off work. Zhang Yu usually doesn't want to use the spiritual world network, nor the network of the equally expensive sky flying sword. But at this moment, Zhang Yu held the Zhuanzhao relic, absorbing and exhaling the high-quality mana in it. At the same time, he connected to the spiritual world network in the construction site, reported his safety to Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Pianpian, asked Yu Xinghan to get the class video, and said hello to Lim Wulan. Zhen, my seniors went for massage again. Of course I didn't go, so there were 6 technicians, working overtime every day, and they didn't even have time to take a shower. I think it's dirty. Life on the construction site is so fulfilling that Zhang Yu feels like a piece of repeatedly forged steel, constantly being tempered in high temperature and high pressure, and advancing on the road to immortality every second. After half a month, not only did his cultivation improve greatly, but he also became more and more familiar with the construction site and had more and more construction experience. Looking at the size of the steel bar in front of him, Zhang Yu said to Che Yufei beside him, "It's only 2 millimeters short. I think it's enough. It's not like making a fairy weapon." Che Yufei frowned and was about to say something, looking at the piece of number 20 secret steel that the other party stuffed over, raised his eyebrows slightly, and stuffed it into his sleeve calmly. "Forget it this time. Don't do it again next time." After sending Che Yufei away, Shi Yangxiang beside him said, "Teacher 2 said in the group that the drawings have been sent." Zhang Yu said, "What drawings are you waiting for? I have already installed that layer. How can those designers know the situation as well as us on-site construction? It's time to get off work. I'm leaving first." Shi Yangxiang returned to the room, but found that Che Yufei and others were all here. He wondered, "Didn't you go for a massage?" Che Yufei said helplessly, "Those technicians haven't taken a shower for a long time. We all think it's dirty." So Zhang Yu went, accompanied by a light bang. Zhang Yu dug up the earth pit where he buried himself and took out a piece of number 20 secret steel from it. As Che Yufei and others stopped massaging these days, Zhang Yu simply used massage as an excuse to stroll out for his daily meal. The technician will take a shower tomorrow, and Che Yufei and others should continue to massage and relax. Zhang Yu looked at the number 20 secret steel in his hand. After he strengthened his stomach and intestines with number 15 secret steel, it was finally time to digest this number 20 secret steel. This precious material used to protect the core of the puppet is as strong as some parts of the body of a peak foundation building body refining master. It is not only explosion-proof and impact-proof, but also can evenly absorb martial arts power. Zhang Yu used the Kingxi flying sword to cut it before, consuming the power of 7 Kingxi strands a day, and could only barely cut off a palm-sized piece. At this moment, Zhang Yu's mouth, stomach, and chest suddenly swelled. It was after he pushed the Mountain True Form chapter to level 20 that he had the ability to temporarily expand the esophagus, stomach and other internal organs when the technique was running. After practicing the Mountain True Form chapter to level 20 a few days ago, his Earth and Wood Holy Body finally reached the 2nd level. Advanced, Civil and Wood Holy Body, 8/8, the consumption of lifespan by practicing Kigen, eating and taking medicine in the foundation building period is greatly reduced. The Civil and Wood Holy Body allows you to live and work until old age, and always be on the road to work. What a good holy body. With the Civil and Wood Holy Body, I can practice some Kigen and take some medicine that shortens my life more recklessly. It's also a good thing that I have spent at most 1 year of my life during this period, and I still have a lot of life left to burn. Chapter 312 Zhang Yu, I'm scared of you. Looking at the 2nd level of the effect of the Earth and Wood Holy Body, Zhang Yu smiled in his heart and swallowed the number 20 secret steel in his hand. Then he first operated the earth-eating magic skill, and the gluttonous mana condensed in the Danshan had risen up and bombarded the number 20 secret steel in his abdomen. Then his muscles suddenly tightened, his heart began to beat violently, and blood flowed out of his heart like a raging flood. The burst of blood also made Zhang Yu's skin red, as if it was about to drip blood. It was the 20th level of the War Demon Meteorite life skill that was launched, and it was not an ordinary burst, but a double burst. This was the form that Zhang Yu had never fully exploded since he had completed the War Demon Meteorite life skill to 20, just because he knew at that time that this form was too cruel. But at this moment, with the 2nd level of the Earth and Wood Holy Body, the life loss of the foundation building period skills was greatly reduced, and Zhang Yu made up his mind to use the 2nd level of the War Demon Meteorite life skill. Veins popped up all over his body, and the potential in his body was forcibly exploded as if by explosives, and his physical strength temporarily soared by 2.0 levels. The surging power exploded in his internal organs, making his stomach, which had been repeatedly strengthened, seem to have turned into a millstone of heaven and earth, pressing hard on the number 20 secret steel in his stomach. At the same time, The 20th level Bai Zhenzhen also started, and the overclocking vibration brought by the 20th level effect was activated. But all this is still not over. Zhang Yu's palms came out together and slapped himself hard. Wu Xiang Yonggang cooperated with a former military-level martial arts Jixiao Yongquangjin to hide it. In the crackling explosion, Jixiao Yongquangjin used the empty cavity in the Genki to frantically absorb the overclocking vibrations burst out by Bai Zhenzhen, and then released it to form further resonance. At this moment, Zhang Yu can be said to have concentrated all his cultivation on the number 20 secret steel in his stomach. 10 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. After 3 minutes of full strength burst, the number 20 secret steel, which was originally extremely solid and had no damage, gradually cracked, began to vibrate, and began to shatter. Zhang Yu looked at this scene with a grim face, and with a low roar, he continued to work hard to refine the number 20 secret steel. Suddenly, he felt a burst of exhaustion in his internal organs, knowing that his physical strength was seriously depleted and he needed to rest. So he temporarily stopped the operation of the exercises, switched the civil and wood holy body to the university holy body, and began to rest while continuing to refine the secret steel with the digestive power of the peak of foundation building. Just like this, constantly switching the holy body, bursting for a while, and resting for a while, Zhang Yu finally completely refined the number 20 secret steel in his stomach, and refined it all into the bones of his right hand, fusing the secret steel with his own hand bones, and no longer distinguishing one from the other. Feeling the sudden weight of the hand bones, and the trace of extremely solid and indestructible feeling in the hand bones, Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction in his heart. How difficult it is to refine this. No. 20 secret steel also represents how much his bone strength will increase after the successful refining. Very good. In this way, before the end of this field construction site, the remaining 2 months will be enough for me to use number 20 secret steel to strengthen all the bones in my body. So in the following days, in addition to working on the construction side and practicing, Zhang Yu spent all his energy and strength on refining number 20 secret steel. In order to replenish his consumption and further speed up the progress of cultivation, Zhang Yu, under the second layer of the civil and wood holy body, also began to take many more powerful, fiercer, and life-shortening drugs. In the room, as Zhang Yu selected his meal, a 10-piece set meal was delivered directly to him. The white-haired Che Yufei on the side watched Zhang Yu eat the split yuan exploding blood pill, the life-eating heaven-snatching powder, the 100 tribulations heart-eating goo, the life-snatching heaven-snatching powder, one by one, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. Are the new students nowadays so desperate? Fuji, who was also watching this scene, couldn't help but say, no. Zhang Yu, aren't you a little too desperate? Zhang Yu said in his heart. Fuji, you also know that the sect may not recruit people at any time, right? In order to survive, to defeat this damn ritual in the future, and gain true freedom, I only seize the day. After saying that, Zhang Yu swallowed all the remaining medicine into his stomach. 5 days later, after watching Zhang Yu double the dosage, Che Yufei couldn't help but say, brother, are you okay? Zhang Yu grinned and said, no, what can happen? Feeling the surging mana in his body, the roaring blood, the heart that seemed to fall apart at any time, and the brain that began to boil, Zhang Yu said excitedly, I have never felt so good, and Zhang Yu's drug evaluation data also soared all the way. Sudden death rate 32%. The long row of various symptoms behind it were more like lines of scarlet death notices, warning him to reduce his medication. Fuji couldn't help but say, Zhang Yu, let's not eat like this, okay? I'm scared. Fuji didn't know about the existence of the civil and wood holy body and the university holy body, and Zhang Yu didn't explain, but just said in his heart, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fuji cursed in her heart, what do you mean by knowing what I'm doing? I'm afraid you'll eat yourself to death. Then won't all my investment go down the drain? Zhang Yu didn't care about the warnings of those numbers. Use the civil and wood holy body to resist the first wave of drug side effects, and then switch to the university holy body from time to time to digest the drug power, cooperate with the spring and autumn endless zen to metabolize the drug poison, and then keep the body active with the 20th level of the Kenyushi mind and body art to accelerate the self-healing of the whole body. Zhang Yu understood that those numbers of sudden death and illness were completely inaccurate for him. As for exposing his special physique, after consulting Zhang Pianpian, he understood that there was no big problem. After all, compared to the shocking talent of pushing a skill to level 20 in half a month. In comparison, The special physique that can take medicine and fight hard is not incredible. In the history of the top 10 universities, there is no shortage of people with such strong physique. Just like when Zhang Yu discovered his physique with particularly strong self-healing ability, he was surprised, and did not find it incredible or unreasonable. Although Zhang Pianpian did not recommend him to show himself in this way, Zhang Yu knew that he had limited time and could only seize all time, opportunities and resources to become stronger while protecting himself as much as possible. In the wild, Zhang Yu's arm bones were refined into number 20 secret steel. The arms, which were already heavier, were doubled by 21 times the gravity under the effect of the 9 prisons Zhang Yu belt, and they seemed to be heavier. Zhang Yu tried to adapt to his body that was getting heavier day by day, and let his body adapt continuously. Although the gravity blessing of his 9 prisons Zhang Yu belt did not increase, Zhang Yu could feel that with the operation of the body refining method and the fierce infusion of various drugs, in order to adapt to the new weight, and because of this stronger bone as a carrier, his muscles throughout his body were constantly squeezed out stronger power. In Zhang Yu's room, Tu Lishan smiled and said, "Zhang Yu, are you in a bad mood recently? Did something unhappy happen? You're not gambling, are you?" Because Zhang Yu's medicine dosage was getting bigger and bigger, it attracted the attention of the teacher, and Tu Lishan even suspected that this kid was in debt and didn't want to live anymore. Facing the teacher's doubts, Zhang Yu knew that the more he covered up, the more he seemed to be hiding something. So he had to do the opposite, eat and drink openly and honestly. Zhang Yu said, "Teacher, I have a special physique. I was like this in high school, and the dosage of medicine was particularly large. Teacher, don't worry, I can feel my condition. If there is something wrong with my body, I won't continue to take it." Tu Lishan looked at Zhang Yu doubtfully and said, "Go and draw some blood, let the doctor on the team see if there is any problem with your physical condition." The roof of the newly built factory building. Disliking the smell in the room, Zhang Yu came here alone, holding a mysterious relic and absorbing the magic power in it. In addition to improving other aspects, he has never given up on improving the quality of his mana. He is just waiting to help Li Mulong improve the quality of her mana after returning. In the medical room, the doctor looked at the thing in his hand, smelled the strong medicinal fragrance, and asked, "Is this a new medicine? Do you want to test the ingredients?" Tu Lishan said, "This is blood drawn from a student." The doctor was surprised and said, "Is this blood?" Tu Lishan said, "Check it out. This student said that he has a special physique and the dosage is relatively large. See what's going on." The result of the test, of course, was that nothing abnormal was detected, and Zhang Yu's body was healthy. Tu Lishan was not surprised by this. After all, Kung Fu is so large, the history of immortals is long, and various special physiques emerge in an endless stream. Many of the mysteries among them have not been fully explained by the 10 major sects so far. When Tu Lishan reported the situation to Director Gao, the 800-year-old Bai Zhenzhen said calmly, "After all, the calculation data for drug recommendations is calculated according to a universal template. It is normal for individuals to have differences, which also shows that his physique is indeed different from others. It's a good thing that the student has a strong physique." Zhang Yu's physique is also very suitable for the civil engineering department, although the upper limit may be a little low, it is just right for construction. Not only can he grow faster than others, but he can also help us work for a few more years, Director Gao casually said. "If he wants to eat, let him eat whatever he wants. By the way, ask him if he is willing to sell some samples to people in the Department of Biology and the Department of Medicine. People there may be a little interested." After that, the Yuanying Zhenjin looked at the learning progress of Gongshujin, Mo Enjin and others. Compared with Zhang Yu, he is more concerned about the situation of the rich students. After all, in his eyes, these students are the face of the civil engineering department in the next few years. After hanging up the call, Tu Lishan thought to himself, sell some samples to other colleges? Yes, there are not a few resources invested in Zhang Yu, and any profit is a good one, but, as expected, the director is still more concerned about Gong Shujin and others. After all, Zhang Yu's special physique means taking more medicine, and having money. In addition to taking more medicine, you can do so many things. There are still 2 months left before the project here ends, and it will be the end of the last semester when I go back. I don't know if Gong Shujin can catch up with Ji Yuanshu. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. And it has been 2 months since Zhang Yu first came to this construction site. In the room, Che Yufei and Shi Yongxiang looked at Zhang Yu's appearance of taking medicine, his strong physique, and his not-so-old face, and their eyes were full of shock and envy. Ah, so full. Zhang Yu touched his stomach and left the room. I'll go to digest the food. When he came to the construction site, he continued to practice civil engineering skills. Today is the day when he will push the 10th civil engineering sacred body skill to level 20 and completely complete the civil engineering sacred body. Chapter 313 The Ultimate Civil Engineering Sacred Body. Zhang Yu's eyes swept over the factory buildings, and he felt a little emotional. With the strong strength and professional skills of the foundation building students in the civil engineering department, in just over 2 months, a large number of roads were repaired, underground transportation channels were opened, and buildings were built. There were also large and small factory protection arrays and feng shui arrays arranged inside and outside. The entire project has been completed for the most part, and there is still a month before leaving, which is also the time for the end of this semester. Compared with the ruins 2 months ago, the factory area at this moment is no longer the same. From a distance, it looks like a small city. The lights are still on at night, and the sound of overtime can be heard everywhere. Suddenly, Zhang Yu stopped, just because the area in front was blocked. He thought to himself, is it someone from the refining department? Because the newly built factory area is a factory dedicated to the production of Dharma corpses, it is natural to arrange a Dharma corpse production line. As for the specific construction of the production line, especially some key facilities, the cultivators of the refining department are responsible, and in most cases, the students of the civil engineering department will not touch it. The core technology is classified as confidential. Except for the people in the refining department, no one else is allowed to enter and watch. Zhang Yu walked around the blockade area. There were gradually waves of fishy smells in the air, which made him frown slightly. Since the people in the refining department began to arrange the production line, there have been some strange smells in the air from time to time. According to the senior students, this is due to the pollutants discharged after the operation of the law corpse production line. In the process of manufacturing products, various factories will inevitably produce some wastewater, waste gas and other things. After these products were summarized one by one, they were classified into 72 categories, collectively known as the 72 Earthly Evil Key. When the 72 Earthly Evil Key first appeared, because of the residual spiritual power and immortal power in it, it was used by people to practice immortality. There are even companies that have teamed up with universities to develop a special method for breathing in the 72 Earthly Evil Key, and promoted it with slogans such as strengthening the body, prolonging life, and quickly refining the body, and sold a large amount of Earthly Evil Key and related methods to the cultivators at that time. Zhang Yu's mind flashed back to the old news that his seniors had told him. But later, more and more monks who practiced this kind of practice got strange diseases, and even died suddenly. The company also broke out a scandal, and the laboratory concealed the test report of related side effects. Then the company's leaders bowed collectively to apologize, and the compensation lawsuit has been going on for almost 80 years, and there is still no result. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Judging from the lifespan of those company leaders, this lawsuit will probably be able to go on for hundreds of years. Fuji laughed and said, this is a common routine for compensation from companies like Kungsu. At first, they don't admit that anything happened. Then they apologize and say that they need to investigate. After the investigation is completed and the process is completed, when they finally say they want to compensate, they regrettably find that the plaintiff has died. Then a few years later, they claim that nothing happened. Zhang Yu said, you are very familiar with it? Fuji said, it's not like I haven't accepted company employees as believers before. I've seen this a lot. It's harder to get the company to pay money than to blow up the company's building directly. As he spoke, Zhang Yu had already arrived at a forest outside the factory. With the blood flowing and the mana running, Zhang Yu has started to practice physical training. With each punch and kick, the ki rises, the muscles swell, and the mana and physical strength mix together, bursting out at the same time in every move and every style. This is because as Zhang Yu's physical strength in the foundation building period continues to increase, the mana and the body become more and more fused into one furnace when he makes a move, and they are indistinguishable from each other. About an hour later, with the muscles expanding and contracting, Zhang Yu, who was emitting white steam all over his body, smiled. The 10th skill of the Civil Sacred Body has finally been pushed to level 20. Ultimate, Civil Sacred Body, 10/10, the more serious the injury and the closer to death, the stronger the primary and advanced effects of the Civil Sacred Body. Work every day as if it were the last day of your life? Looking at the effect of the last layer of the civil and wood holy body, Zhang Yu's eyes condensed slightly, and he summarized it with his own understanding in his heart. That is to say, the more blood is left, the stronger the effect of the first two layers of the civil and wood holy body. What are the effects of the first two layers of the civil and wood holy body? Zhang Yu's eyes swept across the chain diagram. Primary: earthquake resistance, dust resistance, poison resistance, noise resistance, pressure resistance, cancer resistance, radiation resistance, pollution resistance, high temperature resistance, low temperature resistance, impact resistance, slashing resistance, puncture resistance, and hunger resistance have increased significantly. Advanced: the consumption of lifespan during the foundation building period is greatly reduced by practicing, eating, and taking medicine. Zhang Yu thought to himself, in other words, the more blood I have, the stronger my resistance is, and the lower the consumption of lifespan is. Doesn't this mean, the more blood I have, the closer I am to death, the stronger my defense is, the lower the consumption of lifespan is, and the less likely I am to die? The sooner I die, the less I will die? Zhang Yu thought about the impact of the last layer of the civil and wood holy body, especially the help this effect would bring to him, and gradually had an idea in his mind. He controlled the activation of his body brought by the Kanyushi body and mind art and stopped it. Then he strode towards the construction site and continued to work. However, this time, when Zhang Yu used the war demon meteorite life skill in Bai Zhenzhen and other skills during work, he did not heal himself. Not only when he was working, but also when he took medicine at every meal, Zhang Yu also forcibly suppressed the urge to heal himself. So it was visible to the naked eye that he looked more and more tired, his muscles, blood, and physical strength began to become weak, and even a few days later, a few strands of white hair appeared on his temples. But correspondingly, Zhang Yu could feel that under the blessing of the civil saint body, his seemingly weak body was becoming more and more resistant to the external environment. And in the process of running the skills, eating, and taking medicine, the lifespan reduced became less and less. On this day, Zhang Yu grabbed a handful of the life-damaging Xianji powder, mixed it with a split yuan exploding blood pill, stirred it, and finally swallowed it in one breath. Through these days of eating and drinking, coupled with the effects of the civil saint body, Zhang Yu gradually accumulated experience and could even vaguely feel the impact of the medicine on his body's lifespan. For example, after taking the medicine, under the strong stimulation of the medicine, the blood and mana in his body kept surging wildly, accelerating the efficiency of breathing and body refining. In this process, Zhang Yu could feel that something was being consumed in the subtle parts of his body, which seemed to be the vitality in his body, representing his lifespan. After several days, Zhang Yu's forehead was now black, and his body was full of holes under the destruction of drugs and various exercises. But in this state, when Zhang Yu took the life-shortening drugs again, he found that the consumption of his life by these drugs was almost negligible. And the civil arts such as the war demon meteoric life guang and the Bai Zhenzhen were becoming more and more difficult to hurt himself. At this moment, Zhang Yu found that in his body, as his body was constantly destroyed, the resistance brought by the civil body became higher and higher, and finally this destruction and resistance reached a wonderful balance. Feeling this balance, Zhang Yu's dosage of medicine became more and more every day. He wanted to seize this opportunity to eat and drink for free and improve himself crazily. If he could consume less lifespan and afford a lot of life-shortening drugs by relying on the ability of the university saint body to take drugs, coupled with the activation of his body, then now with the blessing of the civil saint body, Zhang Yu can take a large amount of life-shortening drugs with a negligible consumption. But in the eyes of other people around him, Zhang Yu's weak state obviously means that his situation is getting worse and worse. Fuji advised, "No, Zhang Yu. You can't take it anymore. If you keep taking it like this, you will be promoted to junior college student. Go to Fengdu Junior College and be a classmate with Zhao Xiangxing, and practice soul cultivation together." Seeing Zhang Yu continue to take drugs like crazy, Fuji was angry and anxious. What technology have these pharmaceutical companies developed? What exactly did they add to these drugs? In the room, Che Yufei looked at Zhang Yu, who was pale, and finally couldn't help asking, "How much do you get paid every day?" Zhang Yu casually said, "About 0.13 or more." Che Yufei frowned when he heard that. "No, 0.13 spirit coins a day. Do you need to work so hard?" Now he would look at Zhang Yu every day when he came back, thinking if he would see him again one day. He would be refreshed from a colleague to wild material. Zhang Yu said lightly. I'm not doing it for money, I just want to take advantage of the rare self-help opportunity to reward myself. Che Yufei was shocked when he heard that. Although he had seen countless mathematical demons since he was in high school, and had seen one after another people who became crazy on the road to immortality, the degree of Zhang Yu's crazy at this moment was still enough to leave a deep impression in his heart. Touching his white hair, Che Yufei finally couldn't help but said, lifespan is not realized in this way. What you are doing is called suicide. Look, your body hasn't even started to age yet, and you're so weak. Look at me again. Che Yufei touched his white hair and beard and said, the doctor said I can live at least 10 years, which means I can finish college, and among the 6th-year students in the civil engineering department, my aging level is the highest. Do you know what this shows? This shows that I have made the highest utilization rate of my lifespan, allowing me to live to graduation and also push my potential to the limit. It can be said that I have a good way to maintain my health. Then do you know what my secret to health is? 2 points, moderation and persistence. Get a massage once a day, take no more than 1 dose of life-damaging medicine a day, and work overtime for no more than 24 hours at a time. As long as you stick to these 3 points, you can also be like me, and while realizing your lifespan, you can still finish college alive. Then just work hard and make money to buy lifespan. Che Yufei really didn't want Zhang Yu to die suddenly. After all, there weren't many such capable foundation-building students in the Department of Civil Engineering. If one was missing, then the workload for senior students like them would increase. Zhang Yu thanked Che Yufei for his kind reminder, and then ordered 2 more doses of medicine. Seeing this, Che Yufei shook his head repeatedly, thinking to himself, this guy must have owed a lot of money. Chapter 314 Final Exam. In the office, Tu Lishan looked at Zhang Yu, whose hair was already white, and couldn't help but frowned. Are you sure you're okay? If you die suddenly during work and delay the construction period, you will have to pay compensation. Zhang Yu's hair turned white because of excessive fatigue and weakness. Hearing Tu Lishan's reminder, he said lightly, it's okay, teacher Tu, I know my physical condition very well, and for a first-level student like me, it's a rare opportunity. We must seize it with all our strength and fight hard. Otherwise, how can we get ahead? I have a strong ability to recover. I believe my physical condition can make it through. Feeling the determination in Zhang Yu's eyes, Tu Lishan sighed slightly in his heart. He has been coaching for many years and has seen too many people who dare to fight and fight, but Zhang Yu's attitude made him feel a kind of idea of putting life and death aside. At this moment, he made a judgment about Zhang Yu in front of him. This boy's determination to pursue the Tao is rare in my life. If it were in ancient times hundreds of years ago, he would have died long ago. Even if it is now that the immortal way is prosperous, in the future, he will either lose everything and never be reborn, or he will be promoted step by step, take the postgraduate entrance examination and get a doctorate, and climb up step by step. With this boy's character, there are only these 2 results, and there is absolutely no third possibility. But Tu Lishan understood that the latter result was too slim, and the former result was the possibility with a greater probability, which would also make it difficult for the civil engineering department to recover the investment in Zhang Yu. At this time, Director Gao's information appeared in Tu Lishan's eyes. Director Gao, don't stop him, but set a limit for him, and take no more than 10 servings a day. Tu Lishan understood that these medicines are to squeeze the practitioners, not to enhance the foundation out of nothing. If more than 10 servings a day are taken, it will only reduce the lifespan, and there will be no other medicinal effects, and the spirit coins will be wasted. Tu Lishan, but what if Zhang Yu dies? Director Gao, we are the civil engineering department of Wanfa University, not those ordinary universities and colleges that only want to protect their capital. Since he is so confident, what if I give him a chance to fight for his life? I never hesitate to give students a chance to fight for their lives. Seeing Director Gao's words, Tu Lishan sighed in his heart. The director is still generous, willing to risk losing money to let students fight for their lives. Tu Lishan looked at Zhang Yu and said, then you just need to know your limits. Remember, once you feel something is wrong, stop immediately. So in the last half month at the construction site, Zhang Yu began to work overtime, take medicine, and practice frantically every day. Switch to the civil engineering holy body before and after taking medicine, switch to the university holy body when practicing, and choose which chain diagram set when the workload is heavy. Especially with the blessing of the civil engineering holy body, the weaker the body, the more he can swallow medicine and operate the civil engineering system's exercises unscrupulously, and his growth rate is far faster than before. In addition, of course, he had to continue refining No. 20 secret steel every day. In the eyes of many students and teachers, Zhang Yu was working too hard, working almost to the limit, and was about to collapse. Che Yufei was shocked. This guy, every time he felt that he was about to collapse, he would continue to fight, and every time he felt that he was about to die, he would survive another day. But if he continues like this, he will eventually collapse. How much money does he owe? Lushan thought to himself, with such a firm heart for cultivation, if he were a rich man, his future would be limitless. What a pity, even if he passes this level, his future life will be shortened too much? Not to mention that he is so weak now, and I don't know how many points he can get in this final exam. Gong Shujin also heard more or less news about Zhang Yu, and witnessed Zhang Yu's weak appearance several times. He also sighed in his heart, it seems. I was wrong before? Zhang Yu is just an ordinary poor man of the first level, but how can he be an ordinary poor man if he could deal with Wang Yin before? Is it because of the pressure of the Nether University that Zhang Yu was abandoned, so he has become a poor man now? Shaking his head, Gong Shujin understood the twists and turns in the middle. How could he, an outsider, guess it? Just seeing Zhang Yu risking his life like this, Gong Shujin once again felt the helplessness of the poor. Poor? It's terrible, risking his life in such a low-value place, but still can't catch up with us, Gong Shujin thought to himself. Fortunately, I am a rich man. Zhang Yu's affairs only flashed through Gong Shujin's mind, and his real goal was to surpass Ji Yuanshu in the final exam. The end of February. Unknowingly, time came to the day when the project was completed, and it was also the end of Zhang Yu's first semester at university. Everyone packed their luggage, boarded the flying boat, and set off on the way back. Including the 3 months at the field construction site, I have been on the second floor for 8 months. Zhang Yu, with white hair, stood at the bow, looking at the fat hay factory below, which was getting smaller and smaller, and was impressed by the achievements he had made here in the past 3 months. Not only did the civil body reach its ultimate form, but the Kahei spiritual root and the Danshan also reached a 100% spiritual root fusion degree under the feedback of the bilingual worm, which once again improved his mana operation, mobilization, and collection of spiritual energy. With the daily swallowing of various fierce drugs, the breathing of spiritual stones, and the digestion of high-quality mana in the Zuanzao relics, Zhang Yu also made great progress in mana. Now his mana has reached 546.8, and the quality of mana has reached 157%. As for Daoxin, because the internet fee on the construction site was too expensive in the past 3 months, the lack of spiritual services led to slower growth, and now it has reached level 13, 70.8%. As Zhang Yu practiced the body refining techniques and took advantage of the violent medicine, his physical strength was pushed to level 14.39. With the growth of these basic data alone, Zhang Yu's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and his savings have increased to 22 spirit coins through the 3 months of work. But these are not his biggest gains. At this moment, all 206 bones in his body have been refined into number 20 spiritual secret steel, which can be said to have an indestructible and incredibly strong skeleton in the foundation building period. Sitting back in the cabin of the flying boat, Zhang Yu knew that there would probably be no such good buffet opportunity in the short term. Even if there is such a good opportunity again, there is no need to eat like this. Zhang Yu could feel that the medicine was a bit numb, and the effect was getting worse and worse as the days went by. His body was like a sugar cane that had been squeezed repeatedly by the power of the medicine. It was really impossible to squeeze out any juice. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the next medicine I will take should be a medicine that needs a lot of nutrition, vitality, and to strengthen my foundation. He switched to the martial arts Saint Embryo to enhance his self-healing power, and at the same time began to heal his injuries by activating his body. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the bonus of the martial arts Saint Embryo has weakened a bit, while treating his injuries. Zhang Yu thought to himself, after returning, the next goal of practicing the exercises should be to collect the chain method diagram set of Qi Mai Chang Liu. Because he had been working on the construction site during this period, he lacked the time and environment to focus on practicing the breathing exercises. After practicing the civil engineering saint body, Zhang Yu had no chance to promote the Qi Mai Chang Liu. In addition to the long-flowing Qi veins, Yu Xinghong's Dao seed needs to be upgraded, and Li Mulan's deep cold Dharma veins, sisters taking talisman, Various future cultivation plans flashed through his mind, and Zhang Yu's eyes finally flashed. But before that, I still have to complete the final exams. Zhang Yu clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body and the unbreakable bones. He thought to himself, I don't know what level I can reach now. Wanfa University City, in the dormitory on the 125th floor. Zhang Yu looked at the empty room and knew that everyone was busy with their own things and had not returned yet. After sending a message to everyone that he had returned home safely, Zhang Yu first rushed to return the rented Zuanzhao relics and bilingual worms one by one. Then on the way back, he looked at the arrangements for the final exams. Unlike the final exams in high school, the final exams of Wanfa University only need to be applied for by yourself, and then completed at the specified time and venue. Everyone in the foundation building class had already finished their final exams, except Gong Shujin and Zhang Yu, who had not yet finished their final exams because they were going to the field construction site. Zhang Yu looked at the class ranking and found that he had fallen to the 28th place at the very end because he did not have the score bonus for the final exam. It's too embarrassing to go out with the 28th place in the foundation building class. I'd better apply for the final exam as soon as possible. The process of applying for the exam emerged in Zhang Yu's eyes, and he applied for the exam room a week later. In the next week, in addition to studying and practicing, Zhang Yu healed his body and replenished his nutrition and vitality every day. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Zhang Yu, whose body had returned to its peak state, strode towards the agreed exam room. Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin were not the only ones who were paying attention to the final exams. Many students in the foundation building class were also paying attention to Gong Shujin's results. Yingxin refreshed the class rankings and thought to herself, I wonder how much Gong Shujin will improve after returning this time? Can he challenge Ji Yuanshu? On the other side, Tulushan, as a teacher, was observing Gong Shujin's exam results through the spiritual world network. First, there were several consecutive professional exams. With the professional skills he had honed on the construction site over the past 3 months, Gong Shujin completed all the exams almost perfectly. Then came the Dao Heart exam. Although he was on a field construction site, Gong Shujin could enjoy the services of the spiritual world every day to hone his Dao Heart by spending money every day. Suddenly, Tulushan discovered that Zhang Yu was also taking the final exam with his teacher's authority. He curiously checked Zhang Yu's exam results. Oh? His professional courses are similar to Gong Shujin's, and he got almost full marks in both. It seems that the past 3 months have not been in vain. His Taoism is still a little lacking. After all, he hasn't used the services of the spiritual world much, so it's normal that he can't compare to Gong Shujin. His magic power is not much worse than Gong Shujin. Tulushan nodded slightly and said, it seems that a lot of potential has been squeezed out. The next step is the physical training exam, right? Are the two of you assigned to the same examination room? Thinking of Zhang Yu's weak state when he left the construction site, Tulushan shook his head slightly. Although his potential has been stimulated time and time again, and he didn't die on the construction site, the damage to his body is too great. Not to mention how much life has been lost, the current weakness will probably require a lot of time and spirit coins to recover. Although Zhang Yu's physique is somewhat special, it is not as powerful as he says. He is still a long way from defeating a rich man like Gong Shujin just by relying on this. Looking at the physical training exam that was about to begin, Tulushan said to himself, I'm afraid the physical training results of both sides will be the one with the biggest gap. Chapter 315 Zhang Yu vs Gong Shujin. Wanfa University City, 450th floor. When Zhang Yu walked out of the Yuanxi channel, what caught his eye was a floor that was 50 meters high, and on this floor, the buildings that were more than 10 stories high, the crooked low houses, the messy narrow alleys, and the collapsed ruins. It looks like a battlefield. The scene in front of him made Zhang Yu feel a little familiar. And suddenly he realized that it was a bit like the ruins of the field factory he had visited before. At the same time, the introduction of the examination room appeared in Zhang Yu's eyes. It is indeed a complex terrain that simulates the urban battlefield, used for various training. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this should be used more by the security department, the departments that are more concerned about the battle, right, but our civil engineering department also comes here to take the exam. Is it because of the influence of the university war? Following the guidance in the eyes, Zhang Yu walked towards the target location, and his eyes swept over the surrounding buildings and ruins. With his current engineering experience, he could see that the quality of the buildings simulating the battlefield was quite poor. The construction company of this examination room must have made a lot of money. At this moment, a message flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. Using Hen, we are going to make medicine. Do you want it? Zhang Yu, yes, but is there anything stronger? After eating and drinking well on the field construction site for more than 3 months, Zhang Yu found that he couldn't get used to the medicine after returning. He never thought that those simple nutrients, physical recovery agents, mana recovery agents, were so bland. Using Hen, want to add ingredients? Fantasy mushroom powder? Neurotransmitters? Or mood modulators? Anyway, you can pay for whatever flavor you want. Looking at the flavor options provided by Kungsa Pharmacy, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, but felt that it seemed reasonable to pay more. Zhang Yu, forget it, I still want the original flavor. After ordering a meal of medicine after the exam, Zhang Yu followed the arrow in his eyes to a crossroads. Then he found Gong Shujin was already standing there. After seeing Zhang Yu, Gong Shujin nodded slightly and said nothing more. Instead, he immersed himself in his own world, sensing the power in his body and constantly adjusting his state to the peak. Gong Shujin thought to himself, the first place in the class in the first semester will be me. At the same time, through the monitoring of the examination room, Tulishan was also observing this exam. Tulishan thought to himself, unlike the pure physical body in the key refining period, after entering the foundation establishment period, the physical body and the magic power gradually melt into one furnace, possessing various immortal characteristics, and physical training is basically inseparable from the support of magic power. At this time, in the physical training exam, it is becoming less and less meaningful to test pure physical strength. On the contrary, the physical body can burst out with a blessing of magic power, and after being enhanced by the skills, how strong the data is, this is the key. As long as you don't use magic power to make a Taoist technique for yourself, other various skills that enhance the physical body and burst physical strength can be used at will. As for the magic body, it is even more a part of the human body. Thinking of this, Tulishan felt that the gap between Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin in the next exam might be even greater. At this time, with the arrival of Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin, lines of words appeared in their eye shells, describing the rules of the next exam. As a teacher, Tulishan could naturally see the content. The physical training test is divided into 2 levels, speed and strength, which test a candidate's physical training level from 2 dimensions. The first level is the speed level. You will move at high speed in the simulated examination room on this level. While crossing various complex terrains, you must avoid high temperatures, explosions, and special magic attacks. Tulishan thought to himself, this is to test the comprehensive level of the candidate's speed, reaction, and agility in complex terrains. At this time, Tulishan saw the message from Director Gao in his eyes. Lishan, are you also here to watch Gong Shujin's test? Tulishan immediately replied, yes, Director, I am also curious whether Gong Shujin can surpass Ji Yuanshu after 3 months of training. While Tulishan and Director Gao were communicating, the first level of the test officially began. With the emergence of the countdown, Zhang Yu took out a few regular pills and swallowed them. Gong Shujin took out 3 needles and stabbed them into his neck, feeling his internal organs beating violently. His blood was as thick as jam, his heart expanded to twice its size, and his meridians were slightly shaken by the whistling magic power. Feeling all this, Gong Shujin smiled slightly. Very good, I have reached the peak state. If it was the young and ignorant Zhang Yu in the past, seeing this scene, he would only curse the other party for unnatural body training. But now Zhang Yu looked at the needles thrown on the ground by the other party, and the potion left in the needles, and thought about whether he could pick them up and give them a second-hand injection. Fuji reminded, have you forgotten the rules of the university exam? You are not allowed to borrow other people's things during the exam, otherwise it will be considered stealing other people's immortal potential, which is cheating. Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, damn Kung Su, each level is more abnormal than the last. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, with a light bang, Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin disappeared almost at the same time. Sharp roars of air continued to sound. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, brought up waves of energy and shot out along the route marked in their eye shells. They turned around at high speed again and again in the complex alleys and streets in front of them, and sprinted at high speed. Mana was surging in the meridians, and blood was roaring in the muscles. As the 2 continued to release the power in their bodies, Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin's speed became faster and faster, and their figures became more and more blurred. In Gong Shujin's eye shell, the conditions of various parts of his body emerged, showing his current state in detail. Body temperature 115, mana mobilization 30%, muscle strength mobilization scale reached 80%. Currently running the whale swallowing dark breath method 15th level, the boiling blood burning body art 14th level, and the 12th level of the Wanli flying sword step. Currently running the heart method, blue dragon leaping to the sky heart art 15th level. Looking at his own lines of data. Feeling the dispersion of the medicine in his body, Gong Shujin felt that his current state could not be better. 115 degrees is just the right temperature. It is the best balance point between the mixing of mana and blood. After I practiced the boiling blood, burning body technique, the heat dissipation and the exertion of body functions. It is also the best operating temperature for the medicine, but Gong Shujin glanced and could see that Zhang Yu was chasing him. You are really trying hard, but I am not using my full strength at the moment. The next moment, as Gong Shujin's mind moved, his spine vibrated one by one, making a roaring sound. The spine skeleton made by King Kong Zhuan can assist the user to perform the exercises through external nerves and meridians. However, in the same time period, only one exercise can be stored and called in this spine skeleton. In order to achieve the first level of the speed test and to burst out at a higher speed, he deliberately adjusted the exercises stored in the spine skeleton, changing from the original 20-level body refining exercise to a special exercise used to increase the body's displacement ability. Wanli flying sword step 20-level push. The mobilization of physical and mana increases again. The next moment. Boom. With a loud bang, Gong Shujin's figure disappeared in an instant. If someone looked up after hearing the bursts of air explosions at this moment, he would no longer be seen at the location where the air waves exploded. It was because he had surpassed the speed of sound under continuous acceleration and rushed ahead of the exploding air waves. At such a terrifying speed, Gong Shujin was like a flash of lightning, flashing at high speed in the city simulation examination room, and quickly distanced himself from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, who was practicing the sports car leg and the war demon meteorite life skill, looked at this scene and felt helpless. Tisk. These are all cultivations piled up with money. How can they be as solid as my cultivation that I have practiced with my own blood and sweat? Although he said this in his heart, Zhang Yu also knew that it would be difficult for him to surpass Gong Shujin at this level. Since he came to the second level, he has seized every opportunity to practice the skills. First, it was to promote the university holy body, and then for the civil engineering holy body. In this extremely tight practice time, he never had the opportunity to practice a foundation building period skill that would speed up his speed. The practice of speed-related skills can be said to be his weak point. If it is a physical examination in the key refining period, it doesn't matter if it is driven by pure physical strength. But after reaching the foundation establishment period, with the improvement of physical strength, the fusion of physical and magical power is the trend. The blessing effect of magical power on the physical body, the immortal characteristics contained in the physical body, are all important assessment items for physical training results, and speed-related skills are very important. In addition, he has a huge disadvantage in this regard, that is, the heavy bones in his body after being strengthened. Such an increase in weight will inevitably drag down his speed. Fortunately, the complex terrain of the examination room makes it impossible to fully demonstrate the advantage of pure speed. The devices that are detonated from time to time, the attacks of special magical powers such as sword energy and sword energy, are also hindering Gong Shujin's speed. On the other hand, Zhang Yu, relying on the effects of the 3i supernatural power and the time-residing magic pupil, can calmly dodge various attacks. If he can't dodge, he will rush through with his strong physique. Boom. With a loud bang, Gong Shujin had already landed at the finish line. He let out a long breath, and the rolling heat waves dispersed in all directions. Then the mana in his body was transformed into a special mana with ice attributes, and began to cool himself down continuously. But not long after Gong Shujin arrived at the finish line, with a bang, Zhang Yu also rushed across the finish line in his eye. Gong Shujin turned his head and looked at him in surprise. Therefore, Gong Shujin took a good look at Zhang Yu's condition, and was surprised to find that although the other party still had white hair, his cheeks were rosy and shiny, and his eyes were firm and bright, which was completely different from the weak appearance a week ago. This guy's speed is not bad. After making a judgment in his mind, Gong Shujin rushed to the last examination room. My performance in the speed test is not bad. As long as I can perform well in the strength test next, I will definitely surpass Ji Yuanshu. Looking at the performance of the two in the examination room, Gong Shujin's excellence did not exceed Tulishan's expectations. Especially Gong Shujin's advantage in spirit coins, Tulishan had to decide that the other party was indeed gifted, and his potential in the immortal way was simply flowing out in an endless stream. Zhang Yu's condition made him feel moved, and he thought to himself, Zhang Yu's physical functions have recovered very well. It seems that, as he said, his physique is special and his recovery ability is also very good, but it is also related to this venue. This venue magnifies the importance of reaction, sensitivity, insight, speed change, etc., and reduces the advantage of pure displacement speed. Thinking of this, Tulishan couldn't help asking, Director, the final exam of the civil engineering department is placed here, which is also to adapt to the future situation, right? Is it really so serious? Director Gao said lightly. The scale of the university war has been intensifying. Even our top 10 will eventually join the war. It's just that some foolish people in the school still delusionally hope that the times will never change, and they can always make money like before. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's see how Gong Shujin performs in the last game. Chapter 316, Let the Prodigies Fight the Prodigies. In the surveillance video, Gong Shujin and Zhang Yu have arrived at the 463rd floor of Wanfa University City. The two entered the gravity simulation room and prepared to start the strength test. Like the speed test just now, this test also tests the student's physical performance after practicing the exercises. The content of the test is also very simple, that is, to persist in the increasing gravity multiples in the simulation room. Although the content is not complicated, Tulishan knows that this continuous increase in gravity multiples can comprehensively test the student's physical functions. Because it is passively endured, it can test the body functions of the whole body to a relatively extreme extent. Gong Shujin now has 3 law bones on him, so he should have an advantage in this level. In the simulation room, with a disturbance of the Earth's evil gravity, Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin can feel that the formation in the simulation room has been activated. The next moment, with a misty mountain shadow emerging in the air, the words 2 times gravity have been seen in the eyes of the two. Looking at the shadow of the mountain, Zhang Yu felt as if the mountain was pressing down on him, making him feel a little heavy all over. However, he had long been accustomed to the gravity training of the Jiuyu's Henyu belt. Now that he had temporarily turned off the belt for the exam, the mere 2 times gravity was not taken seriously by Zhang Yu. Every 10 seconds, Zhang Yu could feel the gravity continue to double. As long as the students did not give up and their lives were not in danger, the formation would not stop the blessing of gravity. After 100 seconds, the gravity on Zhang Yu had increased to 12 times. Although he felt his internal organs falling and his muscles and bones were under pressure, Zhang Yu did not rush to operate the skills, but just controlled his breathing and tried to save his physical strength and mana. Gong Shujin, who was standing next to him, also stood there calmly, feeling the pressure of 12 times the gravity on his body. Just on the way to the simulation room, he had adjusted the Fathe by the way, and replaced the skills stored in it with the 20th level body protection skills, Armored Golden Body. Another 120 seconds passed, and at this moment, the gravity on Zhang Yu's body had reached 24 times. As his mana was running, his muscles were undulating. Zhang Yu had already used the Battle Demon Meteoric Life Art, and his physical strength temporarily soared by 0.5 levels, continuing to fight against the increasingly heavy gravity. Anyway, with the relief of the Earth and Wood Saint body, plus the self-healing of the activated body, for Zhang Yu, this level of Battle Demon Meteoric Life Art was almost no burden. At the same time, a trace of martial arts energy also burst out from his body. At the foundation building stage, as the physical strength increased, the mana and martial arts energy were more and more integrated with the physical body, and could better bless the physical performance, just like the martial arts energy that Zhang Yu stimulated at this moment, supporting his body like a layer of armor. On the other side, Gong Shujin first operated his own boiling blood-burning body art, and as the mana was infused into the blood flow, his blood and ki were boiling, and his body functions increased greatly. Then he called on the 20th level body protection technique Armored Golden Body in the spine law skeleton. As the magic power flowed through his body, a trace of dark golden traces appeared on Gong Shujin's body. He was like wearing a layer of golden armor, and his physical strength was greatly improved. Then, the martial arts energy was also stimulated. As for the spinal skeleton itself, it gave Gong Shujin strong support. Feeling that his body was still as stable as a mountain under the pressure of 24 times the gravity, Gong Shujin glanced at Zhang Yu, who was beside him with a red face, and thought to himself, is he going to use the war demon meteoric life art to fight for his life under 24 times the gravity? It seems that he has reached his limit. The thought turned around casually, and Guang Shujin continued to resist the increase in gravity. As for Zhang Yu, as the gravity continued to increase by 1 times, he began to allow his flesh, internal organs, blood vessels, and nerves to be squeezed and dragged by the terrifying gravity, allowing various minor injuries to begin to appear in his body, and no longer used physical activation to heal. At the same time, the War Demon Meteoric Life Art also gradually increased from 0.5 level physical strength to 1.2 level physical strength. This caused his body to suffer more damage, but also made his civil sacred body more and more effective. Not only the second layer of the civil sacred body could resist life reduction, but also the first layer's resistance increased, allowing him to better resist the increasingly terrifying gravity. Since strengthening himself with a number 20 spiritual secret steel, Zhang Yu has felt the benefits of strengthening his bones. Stronger bones not only bring stronger resistance to blows, but also mean that his body can withstand stronger forces. Bones are like levers in his body. The stronger and stronger they are, the more they can support and amplify his strength. This is true for his own explosive power, but it is also true if he is under pressure from the outside world. Just like at this moment, when dozens of times the gravity descended, Zhang Yu's skeleton became heavier, but it was not damaged at all, just like the steel bars in the building, supporting his body to stand firm. The flesh and blood strengthened by the civil sacred body, the War Demon Meteoric Life Art, and the martial arts energy are like layers of cement, both attached to his skeleton and supporting his skeleton. Under the pressure of dozens of times the gravity, Zhang Yu's injuries became more and more serious, but he could feel that his body's ability to withstand pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and the limit was getting longer and longer. During this whole process, judging from Zhang Yu's external performance, it was actually very strenuous. His face was getting redder and redder, and every inch of his skin was red as if it was dripping blood. Blood began to appear in the corners of his eyes, and it was obvious that he had internal bleeding under the pressure of gravity. The capillaries all over his body also ruptured in many places, and a large number of subcutaneous hemorrhages with different patterns appeared on the surface of his body. Guang Shujin, who was watching this scene, was initially just sighing at Zhang Yu's desperate efforts. He's dying, right? Is the medical expenses really enough? When he saw Zhang Yu bleeding from all 7 orifices, he already felt that the other party was a little confused. The immortal path is not about fighting desperately. If fighting desperately can win, then why do we make so much money? With the support of the Dharma skeleton of King Kong Xuanzhao, the blessing of the 20th level skills, the effect of expensive drugs, and the strong physique created by a large number of spirit coins. Guang Shujin looked down at Zhang Yu's desperate efforts with a condescending attitude, as if looking at a clown. However, when Zhang Yu was covered in blood and supported 30 times gravity, 40 times gravity, and 50 times gravity, the changes in his emotions were like a roller coaster, from sighing, laughing, and astonishment, and finally turned into a trace of confusion. What's going on? How can he hold on until now? Is he crazy? Why hasn't he fallen down yet? Until Guang Shujin smelled blood in his mouth and nose, until he felt the internal bleeding surging in his internal organs, and felt the creaking sound of his bones being overwhelmed. Until he fell to the ground, ended the exam, and the blessed gravity disappeared from him. Until Guang Shujin raised his head and looked up at Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood. He was like a red giant standing tall, continuing to fight against a terrifying 55 times gravity. Guang Shujin's incredible and incomprehensible feelings had reached their limit. He held the spirit coins in his hand, with great confidence and absolute strength, to take part in today's exam, with a goal of surpassing Ji Yuanshu. But in this last exam, he was so inexplicably. He was left far behind by a poor person on the first level 60 times gravity. Guang Shujin was shocked and said in his heart, how is it possible? Incredible. To listen watch the video of the last exam again and again, still feeling incredible. The final result, 64 times gravity. Zhang Yu can actually hold on to this point. This is not something that can be achieved simply by working hard. This shows that the limit of his body functions has far exceeded Guang Shujin. He has achieved this level of physical training results in a short period of time. Is it because of the field training in the past 3 months? To Lishan side, it seems that it is indeed as he said. His physique is very extraordinary and has a strong recovery ability. This is why he can recover from the ravages of drugs again and again and force out the potential in his body, Director Gao nodded slightly with a smile on his face. This Zhang Yu is a genius, a desperate genius, and he is worth cultivating, but as the saying goes, teach students in accordance with their aptitude. His training methods are also different from Guang Shujin's. Guang Shujin has a lot of money and high potential in the immortal way. He charges for training. The more he trains, the more he earns. When he grows up in the future, he will be able to stand on his own. Although Zhang Yu needs to invest money, he mainly relies on his own hard work. The investment is small, the growth is fast, and the return is high. Tulishan on the other side nodded slightly and thought to himself, the only shortcoming of Zhang Yu is that his lifespan is shorter, and his future working years will also be shorter. Director Gao laughed heartily. As expected, the times are changing rapidly, and there will always be dragons and snakes emerging. A genius who works hard and a genius who spends money are both good geniuses in my civil engineering department. Let the geniuses fight the geniuses, and the geniuses inspire the geniuses. They will compete with each other and will surely shine in the future. After that, Director Gao waved his hand and said, let the backstage calculate the results quickly. I want to see what the latest ranking is. By the way, ask again. Forget it, you ask Zhang Yu to buy some of his body samples. Director Gao planned to ask the professor of the breeding department of Xianyao University whether there is any possibility of mass breeding in Zhang Yu's case. Outside the examination room, Zhang Yu checked the results through the Fathe and found that the results were not out yet. As for the ranking, it was not yet the update time every morning. Alice, I can only continue to hold on to this 28th ranking for the time being. After casually wiping the blood off his body, just when Zhang Yu was about to leave, he suddenly heard Gong Shujin's voice coming from behind. Zhang Yu. Gong Shujin looked at Zhang Yu and said, in just 3 months, you actually surpassed me. What did you do in these 3 months? Won the lottery, or won the money in gambling? Seeing Gong Shujin's bloodshot eyes, Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, eat as much as you can every day, take life-shortening medicine every day, and work overtime for no more than 24 hours a day, persist for 3 months, that's it. Seeing Zhang Yu was about to turn around and leave, Gong Shujin shouted, I haven't finished talking to you yet. Where are you going? Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, the exam is over, I plan to work overtime at the construction site, earn some bonus money, and reward myself. Besides, what else can we do in the civil engineering department if we don't work overtime at the construction site? Chapter 317 Ranking Update. Listening to what Zhang Yu said, Gong Shujin's eyes were full of disbelief. If you can become so strong by taking more life-shortening medicine and working overtime, how can you work overtime? You won't even be paid by then. But Gong Shujin also understood that even if Zhang Yu really had some learning secrets, immortal experience, or hidden immortal potential in his head, he would naturally not tell him easily. At the same time, Zhang Yu looked at Gong Shujin and said, I'm going to work overtime, but if you are willing to pay me more spirit coins, I can stay and continue the conversation with you. Listening to what Zhang Yu said, Gong Shujin finally didn't give the spirit coins. Of course, it was not because he couldn't afford it, but because he felt it was unnecessary. Because after calming down, Gong Shujin soon realized that Zhang Yu's desperate ability was useless to him. His life was far more valuable than the other parties. How could he just fight like that? Even if I have money to buy longevity pills, the more you take this thing, the greater the dosage, the worse the effect. In Gong Shujin's eyes, the longer the life is extended, the higher the cost of the next life extension. When the cost of extending life begins to exceed the income of a cultivator, a person's lifespan will gradually begin to come to an end. Natural lifespan has never been the maximum lifespan of cultivators at all levels. A person's true maximum lifespan should be the maximum lifespan that can be afforded by his own income. Even if Zhang Yu can extend his lifespan in the future, the lifespan consumed by working so hard will eventually be consumed. His upper limit of lifespan, upper limit of income, upper limit of working years, will eventually be reduced. This is not worthwhile for Gong Shujin. After thinking about this clearly, looking at Zhang Yu's leaving back, Gong Shujin's mind was running, and the 15th level Kanglong Yushin Heart Sutra constantly awakened his fighting spirit to climb up, soar into the sky, and climb to a higher level in Kung Fu. I have my own way. I just need to follow the steps and accumulate strength. I don't need to fight with others because of temporary gains and losses. Fighting for money is the immortal way I want to take. Thinking of this, he has sent a message to his master. Master, I lost. The other party, how much money do you want? Seeing the master's answer, Gong Shujin felt that after today's defeat, he not only did not lose heart, but his fighting spirit and immortal potential continued to flow out. Next time, he will be stronger. Zhang Yu was walking on the way to the 666th floor construction site. Feeling the injuries in his body and checking the various bloodstains on his body, he thought to himself, although the ultimate civil engineering holy body is powerful, it is still too troublesome to use. Every time the foreplay is too long, it takes a lot of time just to get injured or even weak. Now, if I get covered in blood again, I have to take a shower and wash clothes. It's even more troublesome. While thinking, Zhang Yu had slowly used the mana in his body and practiced a new breathing method. Xianfu Chang Shaogong Level 13. After completing the Ultimate University Holy Body and the Civil Engineering Holy Body, Zhang Yu began to practice breathing again these days, preparing to promote the set of the chain method diagram, Qi Mai Chang Liu. The Xianfu Chang Shaogong that Zhang Yu was practicing at the moment was one of the breathing methods for the long flow of qi. However, although the Xianfu Chang Shaogong had the word longevity in its name, it did not have the function of prolonging life. It only nourished the flesh and blood with spiritual power and mana while breathing, adding a foundation to the body. Zhang Yu thought to himself, although the 3 months of field construction site practice have improved rapidly, they have also almost drained my body. He felt that his body was like an empty shell at the moment. Although it was very powerful, it lacked the foundation to continue to become stronger. After all, Zhang Yu understood that the cultivation of immortals was never obtained out of thin air. The human body is like a big treasure house. In the past 3 months, under the destructive exploitation of various drugs and exercises, Zhang Yu has made great progress, but the various medicinal power, nutrition, energy, etc. that have been accumulated in the body have also been consumed in large quantities. Next, I have to make up for it and replenish my body's foundation, otherwise the progress of this immortal practice will probably become slower and slower. Whenever he thought of this, Zhang Yu felt that the spirit coins in his account were ready to move, and he couldn't wait to turn them into his immortal foundation and integrate them into his body. At this moment, Zhang Yu saw a message flashing on his eye. It was Tulishan who asked him to buy some body materials. Zhang Yu, is it enough to draw blood? Do you want saliva, seeds, or hair? Tulishan, for now, I just want blood. If there are results, I will ask you to buy other things. Zhang Yu shook his head regretfully. He knew that the other party might not be able to measure any results. After all, my potential is reflected in my own will and feather book, which cannot be displayed by the mere flesh. At this time, Tulishan said again, by the way, Director Gao is very optimistic about you and plans to train you well. Tulishan, he will meet you in a few days. Think about what you need. A moment later, Zhang Yu had arrived at the construction site on the 666th floor. But just as he was about to cross the gate of the construction site, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu turned his head and saw a security guard with aqua blue hair walking over. Just when Zhang Yu felt that the security guard looked familiar, he heard the other party say, "It's really you. Don't you remember me? Shengji, from Xiandu." Zhang Yu's eyes moved when he heard the words, and he remembered the other party's identity in his mind. This guy was one of the 4 students who passed the foundation building qualification certificate in the high school foundation building exam of Zhen and me, but at that time I was a sophomore and he was a junior. He entered university a year earlier than me, but Zhang Yu clearly remembered that the other party was a lackey of Wang Yin of Oasis Group. Why didn't he apply to Netherworld University, but entered Wanfa University instead? As if he understood Zhang Yu's doubts, Shengji smiled and said, "You know, I followed Mr. Wang for a while when I was on the first floor. Although he is indeed good to his subordinates, I can feel that I am not suitable for the atmosphere of Nether University and Oasis Group, so when I signed up, I thought about it and changed to Wanfa University." As a Xiandu person who climbed up from the bottom, Shengji has the awareness of being a dog, but he knows that the first key to being a dog is to choose the right master. In the process of getting along with Mr. Wang on the first floor, he gradually felt that the other party was not a good choice, at least not suitable for him. Listening to what Shengji said, Zhang Yu thought to himself that you are quite smart. He looked at the security uniform on the other party and the 16th class ranking on the other party's head. Zhang Yu casually said, "Are you in the security department?" "Well, I'm rotating around this year and am responsible for security work in the university town." Shengji nodded and said, "You are in the civil engineering department? Then we may have a chance to cooperate in the future." While speaking, Shengji glanced at the class ranking of 28 on Zhang Yu's head, and then looked at the injuries on Zhang Yu's body. He sighed in his heart, Zhang Yu actually ranked like this? And he has all these injuries. It seems that his current situation is not very good, although Shengji and the other party did not have a very good relationship when they were on the first floor. When he saw the other party in Wanfa University City, he naturally felt a sense of fellowship in his heart. Thinking of his own experience as a freshman, Shengji sighed with empathy, looked at Zhang Yu and said, it will be more difficult for us to study here as freshmen. After all, this is Wanfa University, it's not that easy. After chatting for a few words, Shengji returned to his post and heard the security classmate next to him say, is the 28th one your hometown? This ranking is much lower than yours. Shengji smiled awkwardly and said, maybe it's a bit uncomfortable. Another colleague laughed and said, it's good to be able to study on the second floor. After graduation, when you go back to your hometown, it's probably the people below who are above you, right? Facing the teasing of his classmates, Shengji could only continue to smile awkwardly, and he felt a gap again in his heart. No matter me or Zhang Yu, there is a huge gap between us and the students above. It is even more difficult to get into the top of the class. On the other side, Zhang Yu entered the construction site and started working overtime and practicing as usual. At the same time, his Kanyushi mind and body art continued to operate, and the self-healing ability brought by the activation of the body was silently activated, controlling the gradual healing of the physical injuries. While Zhang Yu was quietly working overtime, many students in the foundation building class were waiting for today's ranking update. For example, Yingxin had already refreshed the class ranking several times. Guangshujin said that the exam time he applied for is today, so the results will be updated today, right? Looking at the constantly refreshing rankings, Yingxin seemed to see a fierce battle between Guangshujin and Ji Yuanshu. Although the two did not fight face to face, Yingxin could still imagine the fierce competition between the two sides. She seemed to see hundreds of spirit coins behind both sides being evaporated continuously, turning into terrifying immortal potentials that collided fiercely with each other, just to compete for the first place in the class. At this moment, Yingxin's eyes moved. It was a teacher in the foundation building class who sent a message. Master Jiaolei, everyone's grades for the first semester have been updated. Everyone can take a look at the rankings and summarize what they have gained this semester. Master Jiaolei, add everyone. Master Jiaolei, here I want to specially praise a classmate whose grades in this semester can be said to have made a qualitative leap. Looking at the class rankings sent by the head teacher Master Jiaolei, Yingxin immediately clicked in. First place, Ji Yuanshu, comprehensive score 1228. Second place, Zhang Yu, comprehensive score 1201. Third place, Guangshujin, comprehensive score 1183. Yingxin looked at the ranking in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. Zhang Yu, how could he get to the second place? He even surpassed Guangshujin, and his comprehensive score is not much different from Ji Yuanshu, but the next moment, Yingxin seemed to have thought of something, her eyes flashed slightly. After all, because of that, it's understandable that Ji Yuanshu is not much higher than Zhang Yu, but the thought that Zhang Yu defeated Guangshujin and got second place in the class still made Yingxin very puzzled. How much did he earn from the project in the past 3 months? Thinking of missing this project, Yingxin felt heartbroken, as if her heart was about to burst. As Master Jiaolei added everyone in the class group, Zhang Yu, who was working overtime at the construction site, naturally received the message. However, he was busy pouring concrete and had no time to read it, and then he found that many people had sent him messages. Zhang Yu's mind moved, and he clicked on one at random. Li Xiao, brother Yu, congratulations, fireworks, Zhang Yu? Li Xiao, haven't you seen the ranking yet? You are second in the class. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Rankings taught us to respect each other. Seeing Zhang Yu still not knowing his ranking, Li Xiao sighed in his heart. Is this what it means to be calm when faced with a big event? On the night after the exam, he didn't even refresh the ranking immediately, to check, steady, too steady. After the exam, he knew that his strength had improved amazingly and his grades would soar, but he didn't even look at it. This spirit of not being disturbed by the outside world is really amazing. Li Xiao put himself in his shoes. He was sure that he would never be able to do this. Knowing that his grades would be good, he would probably start refreshing the rankings when the time came. At the same time, in the group of the foundation building class, the head teacher Jiao Lei was still speaking. Master Jiao Lei, I want to especially praise Zhang Yu. Jiao Lei, I still remember that soon after the class started in June, Zhang Yu gradually dropped to the middle and lower levels Jiao Lei, but in just 8 months, he climbed up to the second level in the class step by step, and made a complete improvement. This is worth learning for all the students in the class Jiao Lei. Of course, in addition to him, the top 3 students in the class are all excellent. I have applied for scholarships and loans for them this semester. In the construction site, Zhang Yu's hands slowed down unconsciously while hitting concrete. University teachers are indeed unique, and their evaluation of students is very insightful. First, save the class ranking and the screenshots of the teacher's speech, and then Zhang Yu looked at the messages from others. As a colleague who has been together for 3 months, Che Yufei is actually quite curious about Zhang Yu's final grades. After all, in his opinion, Zhang Yu, who looks like he will die at any time, insists on taking medicine. He has completely gone crazy in college. If I continue to take the final exam in this state, my results will be very bleak, right? Out of curiosity, after he came back, every day when the ranking list was updated, when he refreshed his own ranking, he would also check Zhang Yu's ranking. And today, when he saw it, he stared and said in surprise, second, higher than that rich man Guangshu Jin in the 4th floor who is in the same class with him, this guy. If he can survive and graduate from college, I dare not imagine how high his salary will be. At this moment, Che Yufei felt as if he saw a rising star in the civil engineering department. After taking a screenshot of the ranking list, Che Yufei sent it to Shi Yangxiang. Shi Yang, look at Zhang Yu's ranking. Then Che Yufei thought about it and sent another message to Zhang Yu. Awesome, he rushed to 2nd place in the class. In the spirit world. As a sole cultivator of Fengdu Information Vocational and Technical College, Zhao Xiangxing's eyes swept through the messages on the platform in front of him. Fuck. Rubbish review. You're just collecting money to clean up a mess. I wish you go bankrupt tomorrow and become a sole cultivator for life. Zhao Xiangxing's eyes moved, and he chose to delete the message because it was insulting and abusive, and then ban the other party for a month. God of Transformation strongly recommends courses, the latest cultivation resources, and the personal training service of Huan monks. Click on my avatar. Zhao Xiangxing silently chose to delete it because it was illegal marketing, and then ban the other party permanently. Just as a large number of platform messages swept across his eyes like a waterfall, Zhao Xiangxing was constantly dealing with them. Suddenly, a prompt sound came. Zhao Xiangxing's heart moved slightly, and he immediately looked over. Since entering the 2nd floor, as the soul cultivator's various skills have continued to improve, Zhao Xiangxing has gradually integrated them into his daily life. For example, the prompt sound at this moment is some automated operations he said himself. There are many specific prompt conditions, such as reminders of coupons that are about to expire, reminders of spirit world services that are about to renew, reminders of many platforms whirlpooling reminders, and reminders of changes in some classmates. Another example is the reminder of changes in the ranking displayed by friends. Zhang Yu is 2nd in the class, so strong, he is still so strong when he reaches the 2nd floor. Zhao Xiangxing was about to send a message, but after thinking for a moment, he opened the document and started writing. After looking at the versions he wrote, he was entangled again, and finally chose the one he felt most natural and sent it. Zhao Xiangxing, awesome. Just when Zhao Xiangxing wanted to send the 2nd sentence, the next moment, a warning message appeared in front of him. Warning, during working hours, it is forbidden to use chat functions not related to business. Zhang Yu saw the message sent by Zhao Xiangxing and replied, a little achievement, not worth mentioning. Seeing that the other party did not reply to him again, Zhang Yu did not care. After all, soul cultivators are very busy. Zhang Yu then randomly clicked on the messages sent by other people, basically a few classmates, and some fellow villagers who added him as a friend and noticed a change in ranking. Of course, there are also his good roommates. In the dormitory group, Yuzheng said, brother, don't you want to send a red envelope? Zhang Yu replied, you are 9th, you are in the top 10, but you didn't send out red envelopes. Zhang Yu still remembers that when he returned to the dormitory on the first day, Yu Zhenghen insisted on pulling him to let Zhang Yu see what was different about him, and then kept showing his 7th class ranking at that time. Yu Zhenghen also remembered that when he first saw the white-haired Zhang Yu, he was glad that he was not selected for this field project. Zhang Yu has been exhausted like this, wouldn't I be unable to come back if I went there? The people born in the civil engineering department don't treat students as cattle and horses, they are using them as soul cultivators, right? But today, seeing Zhang Yu rush to the 2nd place in one breath, Yu Zhenghen had to admit that he had indeed gained a lot in the past 3 months. But in the past week, watching Zhang Yu recover day by day, Yu Zhenghen realized that he really couldn't learn it. Yu Zhenghen thought to himself, this physique is too abnormal. At the same time, Li Mulan was also bubbling in the dormitory group. What happened? Zhang Yu quickly sent out the class ranking and Jiao Lei's screenshots, but he didn't see Li Mulan's response. Zhang Yu, Li Mulan forwarded the screenshot to his brother Li Jingchen and said, Zhang Yu has made great progress. Can the price of feather juice be raised? Seeing Zhang Yu at himself, Li Mulan quickly replied, Zhang Yu, you are great. When will you come back to the dormitory? Zhang Yu, I am working overtime. Maybe in the morning. At this time, Zhang Pianpian also appeared, but she did not speak in the dormitory group. Instead, she chatted privately, I secretly watched your exam video. You acted very well, but you can give more blood next time. Zhang Pianpian, trying hard is a good cover, and the points are also well controlled. The 2nd place is a good position. After all, it is too high profile to get the 1st place. Zhang Yu looked at his sister's message and thought to himself, no. I really work hard. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. After working for such a night, Zhang Yu's body has recovered by more than half. This Kaniushi mind and body secret is really useful. I don't know where to find the same set of chain method diagrams. On the way out of the construction site, Zhang Yu felt that the ranking on his HUD became more colorful and more eye-catching. Along the way, he could see workers being attracted by the ranking on his HUD from time to time, and then looking at him with respect. The key refining students retreated one after another, fearing that they would accidentally block his way. Even some senior civil engineering students nodded slightly when they made eye contact with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, Fuji, this university ranking is indeed desirable, and it makes people respect each other more. Fuji cursed in her heart when she heard it. You didn't say that before. However, thinking of Zhang Yu's performance in this final exam, Fuji was also secretly shocked in her heart. Zhang Yu, this kid, every time I feel that his talent is already shocking, he can always show something more incredible again. As someone who accompanies Zhang Yu 24 hours a day and even witnessed the process of Zhang Yu rewarding himself, Fuji deeply understands. Zhang Yu definitely did not have the physique to take life-shortening drugs at will before. I always feel that this guy seems to be getting stronger secretly in a place I don't know, but I've been with him all the time. What's going on? Isn't he the reincarnation of an immortal? Impossible. How can an immortal be so poor? How can he be reincarnated to the 1st floor? Just as Zhang Yu was leaving the construction site with emotion, Shengji at the entrance of the construction site saw him and was slightly stunned. Shengji looked at the ranking on Zhang Yu's head and murmured in his heart, 2nd in the foundation building class? Zhang Yu is actually the 2nd in the foundation building class, yesterday. Could it be that he just took the exam yesterday, so the ranking was updated in the middle of the night? Just when Shengji was shocked, he felt Zhang Yu's gaze, and he subconsciously nodded to him and gestured to each other. At this time, the security classmate next to him said, Isn't that your classmate? The other party only said half of his words and suppressed them in his throat. The 2nd ranking of the foundation building class above Zhang Yu's head seemed to carry a kind of pressure like a substance, blocking the throats of the security guards. They understood that anyone who could get the 2nd place in the foundation building class was definitely not an ordinary person. Respectfully watching Zhang Yu leave, the security guards immediately surrounded Shengji and asked curiously, Is he really from your 1st floor? After returning to the dormitory, taking morning medicine, changing clothes, Zhang Yu prepared to go to class as usual. Although the final exams of the 1st semester have just ended, the 2nd semester will be next. From the following March, until the final exams of the 2nd semester in August, the entire freshman year will be completely over. Today, when Zhang Yu walked into the classroom, he could feel many pairs of eyes looking at him. At the same time, Li Zhao waved at him and Yu Zhenghen and said, Brother Yu. There is a seat here, classes, blood draws, practice. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. That night, Zhang Yu opened the communication link with Bai Zhenzhen as usual, and heard the other party say, "Not bad, Yuzi, you're second in the class." Zhang Yu smiled proudly, and then said, "This result is barely worthy of my efforts." Bai Zhenzhen said, "Mom sent you some meat again. You are in poor health now, so you need to eat more. Also, when are you going to get your hair done? White hair is too ugly. I look old and poor, and it's easy for people to look down on me." I know. Zhang Yu looked at the dress on Bai Zhenzhen and asked curiously, "Zhen, are you attending an event?" Bai Zhenzhen nodded, "Yes, the opening ceremony of the Top 10 League. This year's Top 10 League is held at Xianjian University. I came here to take a look." Chapter 319 Immortal Sect Skills. Hearing Bai Zhenzhen's words, Zhang Yu's heart moved slightly. Top 10 League. This is not the first time he has heard these four words, but Zhang Yu, who has been concentrating on his studies and construction sites, still doesn't know much about this league. In his superficial understanding, this seems to be a competition for college students. But looking at the dress Bai Zhenzhen is wearing at the moment, and the opening ceremony she mentioned, Zhang Yu found that he might have underestimated the importance of the Top 10 League before. Bai Zhenzhen seemed to be able to guess Zhang Yu's doubts and curiosity, and explained, "The Top 10 League is a competition that only undergraduate students from the top 10 universities can participate in addition to the professional competitions of various majors. The most valued is the military competition. The military competition evolved from the earliest top 10 competitions, and currently includes military skills competitions and military exercise competitions." Listening to Bai Zhenzhen's explanation, Zhang Yu gradually gained a deeper understanding of the top 10 leagues. In one military competition after another, the players and teams of each university will show the cutting-edge immortal technology of their respective schools and companies. This is not only a promotional exhibition of immortal technology, but also a display of force by various universities. It can be said that the results of the top 10 competitions each year have a significant impact on the development of various technical fields, investment directions, research goals, and even the top 10 enrollment in the next year, the stocks of universities and companies, and the distribution of benefits in various regions. All have a significant impact. Bai Zhenzhen said with emotion, "The top 10 leagues not only have a great impact on various fields, but also on the contestants, performing well in the competition, making a name for yourself, and even getting a ranking. Not only can you get the favor of the company and get a good job, but it is also very important in the future postgraduate and doctoral examinations, and if you can step onto the top, win the first place in all the individual competitions of the military competitions, and get the Grand Slam, then you will be the real top 10 strongest undergraduates." Bai Zhenzhen's eyes lit up when she said this, making Zhang Yu feel like there were stars shining in them. Standing in the top 10 strongest position, you will be granted the right to use a fairy-level skill by the top 10 sects. Of course, after this, you will not be able to participate in the top 10 competitions again. When Zhang Yu heard Bai Zhenzhen's words, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. The skills are divided into 5 levels: basic level, advanced level, expert level, military level, and fairy level. Since high school, Zhang Yu has been using almost all expert level skills. It was only in his 3rd year of high school that he mastered the former military level skill 9 Sky Cloud Power and the nearly military level skill Kanyu Shi Mind and Body skill after a desperate struggle and coincidence. As for the real military level skills in Kung Fu, he has not had the opportunity to come into contact with them. He just saw the senior Mo Engine perform the military level skill Yuan Kunlun Move Mountain Power at a construction site in the field, which left a deep impression on him. There is indeed a huge gap between military-grade techniques and expert-grade techniques. It feels like they are things of different dimensions. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think in his heart, how powerful will the immortal-grade techniques be? Bai Zhenzhen continued, "Yuzi, an immortal-grade technique is not just useful in college or just in the foundation-building stage. As long as you continue to practice this technique, it will have huge advantages in the golden core and nascent soul stages. After all, even for the nascent soul true lord, many do not have the right to use immortal-grade techniques." Bai Zhenzhen said excitedly, "As long as you have the right to use an immortal-grade technique, you can become a superior person in college, standing high above the sky in the envious and jealous eyes of countless students. Become an existence that they can only dream of but cannot reach. Universities will train us more crazily, and companies will line up to invest money in us. There are countless doctoral supervisors for us to choose from. Bai Zhenzhen clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed, and said excitedly, "We will be recommended as doctors with all the glory, trophies and spirit coins. Yuzi, don't you want to be at the top of the university food chain, trample on those rich students who come down from above, insult them wantonly, and eventually become the emperor of undergraduates who are recommended for doctoral studies?" Listening to Bai Zhenzhen's words, Zhang Yu felt as if he had seen himself reaching the top and being admired by thousands of people, and his body was a little hot. "You're making my blood boil." Zhang Yu nodded, clenched his fist, and said slowly, "I want to, of course I want to." Bai Zhenzhen smiled and said, "Then Yuzi, let's make a promise." Bai Zhenzhen stretched out her palm to him. "Let's participate in the top 10 leagues together in the future and see who'll take the strongest throne first." Looking at Bai Zhenzhen's outstretched palm, Zhang Yu seemed to see Bai Zhenzhen, who had once promised him to be admitted to the top 10 together. And this time, facing Bai Zhenzhen's invitation, facing a more difficult and impossible challenge, Zhang Yu also stretched out his palm without hesitation. "Ah Zhen, then we have an appointment. See you at the top 10 league." So across the spiritual network, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen put their palms together. Although there was no flesh and blood contact, at this moment both of them felt as if they could cross the spiritual network, feel the life beating from each other's body, and feel the endless fighting spirit from each other's eyes. After the connection was disconnected, Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Pianpian on the side and asked curiously, "Sister, senior, how do I participate in the top 10 league?" Zhang Pianpian said lightly, "Students in the top 10 who are in the foundation establishment stage can participate through the school selection. Under normal circumstances, only the top 10 students in the department have the opportunity to participate." Just when Zhang Yu thought that this requirement was not particularly difficult, he heard Zhang Pianpian continue, "If you are talking about a military competition in the top 10 league, then there is another requirement, which is to have a military qualification certificate and master the power of military grade exercises." Seeing Zhang Yu's surprised look, Zhang Pianpian smiled slightly and said, "Isn't it normal that military competitions require military grade strength? But it is said that the requirements were not so high before, but as time goes by, the requirements of any competition will always get higher and higher." Zhang Yu thought to himself, military grade exercises? The military grade exercises of the civil engineering department require the first place in the class for 7 years, but I want to transfer to another department, so I can only consider the military grade exercises of the equipment refining department. While Zhang Yu was pondering, Fuji was searching the spiritual world network, thinking to herself, winning all individual events and military competitions, becoming the top 10 strongest. No one has done this for decades, right? The immortal level skills are not that easy to obtain. The water is unfathomable, but participating in the top 10 leagues and getting more places is indeed a good thing. Bai Zhenzhen probably just wants to motivate Zhang Yu. Then Fuji changed her mind and thought to herself, "But speaking of it, I have talked to Bai Zhenzhen so many times, but I can't see what her current ranking is in Xianjian University. Is she deliberately not revealing it?" At the same time, Zhang Pianpian on the other side looked at Zhang Yu, thinking to himself, top 10 leagues. With the growth rate of my younger brother, in a few years, maybe I can really participate in the team competition with him. If I can get a good ranking, I should be able to delay studying for a graduate degree, or even a doctorate, and I don't have to report to the Ministry of God right after graduating from undergraduate school. In the next few days, Zhang Yu continued to study, work overtime, and practice every day. That night, as his spiritual energy surged in his body, it continued to spread into his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh and blood. His Xianfu Chang Shaogong was finally pushed to the 20th level. The 20th level Xianfu Chang Shaogong can fully absorb the spiritual energy to nourish the body without refining mana, greatly increasing the efficiency of this method in nourishing the body. But in Zhang Yu's opinion, this effect is still too slow. He actually has to rely on the accumulated time and effort to consolidate the foundation bit by bit. How can this keep up with Kung Fu in the pace of the top 10, compared to practicing slowly? It turns out that I still need to take more tonics and health products. When he returned to the dormitory from the construction site early in the morning, he saw the package at the door of the dormitory, and he knew that the things he ordered had arrived. He picked up the package, opened the door and walked in, and saw Yu Zhenghan turned around with a bang, holding up his trouser waist with both hands. Yu Zhenghan said angrily, "You, don't you know how to knock on the door? Do you have any respect for your roommate?" Zhang Yu snorted coldly and shouted, "Don't you know how to get out? Can't you go to a deserted place below the 100th floor to solve it? Who is disrespecting this dormitory?" Yu Xinghan said unconvincedly. "You kid, don't think I don't know what you and Li Mulan did in the dormitory." Zhang Yu said awkwardly. "Don't change the subject," Yu Xinghan said. "Huh? You secretly make money without bringing your buddies with you. I was so supportive of you in high school and spent so much money on you." Zhang Yu said, "Didn't I repay you? If I hadn't introduced you to Hongta, you might have sterilized yourself twice. How could you have added to your immortal foundation and achieved the freedom of seeds today?" Like later, outside the dormitory, Li Mulan, who had been interning at the pharmaceutical factory for a night, had just returned. As soon as she opened the door, she heard the conversation between Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan. As she listened to the conversation between the two, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. She originally thought that she and Zhang Yu had done it secretly enough, but she didn't expect that Yu Xinghan still found out. How did he know? Li Mulan couldn't help thinking in her heart, "I definitely didn't leak anything," but soon she suppressed this distracting thought for the time being, and thought of another question in her mind. "It seems that I can only make an appointment with Zhang Yu to do it next time, otherwise it will be very troublesome if I am discovered. Knowing that I let Zhang Yu make extra money alone, it is easy to destroy the relationship between roommates." Li Mulan knew very well that whether it was on the first or second floor, in high school or college, making money without bringing friends could easily become the fuse of conflict. At the same time, Zhuan Jie stood beside Li Mulan, listening to the conversation coming from the room, and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Have they known each other since high school? Have they been relying on this to increase their immortal foundation since high school? Zhuan Jie's eyes could not help but focus. A high school on the first floor, is it so free? And it seems, the relationship between people in things like 4 cultivations is indeed more complicated than double cultivation. Who has cultivated with whom several times? Who has cultivated more with whom? Who has cultivated less with whom? Who has lost and who has gained in a month? All involve the complicated relationship between multiple cultivations. Chapter 320 War and Peace. After noticing Li Mulan's arrival, Zhang Yu was too lazy to argue with Yu Xinghan anymore, so he quickly pulled Li Mulan in, opened the newly bought package and placed it in front of her. "Li Mulan, you came just in time. Can you help me check if there is any problem with this tonic and whether it is genuine? I just need to give you some mana." That person, please close the door and wait outside." Zhuan Jie looked at Zhang Yu's head and said with a smile, "Okay." After closing the dormitory door for him, Zhuan Jie stood outside, thinking that his relationship with him was getting better and better. From the previous "Why are you still here to close the door and wait outside? It depends on when it will come up and help me." Thinking of this, Zhuan Jie, who was waiting outside the door, couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly, feeling that he was getting closer and closer to his goal. "That's it, step by step into this dormitory, we must hurry up." Zhuan Jie understood that although they were still in the key refining class, they would officially transfer to the foundation building class next semester. At that time, Li Mulan's innate icy power will definitely attract the attention of the foundation building students in the same class, and they may line up to ask her to practice dual cultivation. Then they will find Li Mulan's dormitory, and find that here. Zhuan Jie said in his heart, "I will move into this dormitory before I officially transfer to another class next semester. Start my college 5 cultivation life. Get on the fast track of cultivating immortals." At the same time, in the dormitory, Zhang Yu pressed his palm on Li Mulan's vest and slowly transferred his high-quality magic power to her. Looking at the other party's Tao seed, Zhang Yu secretly estimated in his heart, to open and copy Li Mulan's deep cold magic veins, her magic power quality must be increased to more than 150%. Li Mulan's current mana quality is about 105%. With her own practice, plus my daily infusion of mana into her, it should be completed before the end of this semester. Li Mulan on the other side opened the package and checked the tonics that Zhang Yu bought online one by one. She nodded slightly and said, "No problem, they are all genuine. This set of prescriptions should be more suitable for your body. It can help you consolidate your foundation, enhance your physical foundation, and make up for the deficit." Zhang Yu nodded slightly when he heard this, thinking that it was not bad to have a roommate who studied medicine. It saved him a lot of detours in buying and taking medicine. After all, the field of medicine, especially tonic and healthcare medicine, is really complicated. On the other side, Li Mulan thought to herself, eating these can also improve the quality of the feather juice. Right, if the quality of the feather juice is higher, Li Mulan believes that both she and Zhang Yu will be able to earn more. Especially with Zhang Yu's winning the second place in the foundation building class, it has once again attracted the attention of the company. Thinking of this, in order not to attract other people's attention, she used her eye shell to chat with Zhang Yu privately. Zhang Yu saw the message from Li Mulan appear in his eye shell. Li Mulan, when are you free next time? Zhang Yu replied, in 2 days, I will take some medicine to replenish my energy. Li Mulan subconsciously glanced at Yu Xinghan on the side and replied, well, let's go out and do it next time. It's not good for Yu Xinghan to know. Zhang Yu, I'll find a place where no one is, and I'll take you there when the time comes. Li Mulan, do you really want my mana quality to be higher? Li Mulan can feel that Zhang Yu always seizes the time and finds opportunities to infuse her with mana. Zhang Yu, yes. Seeing the other party's affirmative answer, Li Mulan's eyes were thoughtful. Do you dislike my current mana quality is too low? Then I will invest more money in this next time. Just as Zhang Yu and Li Mulan were discussing silently, Yu Xinghan, who is meditating with his eyes closed, snorted in his heart. The three-eyed supernatural power looked at Li Mulan's imperceptible glance, and Yu Xinghan thought to himself, are these two guys secretly talking about something they don't want me to know in front of me? Really? They are playing tricks on me in the same dormitory. Wait until my video goes viral. I will shock you hard. Just as Zhang Yu was busy going back and forth between the classroom, the construction site and the dormitory, Director Gao was watching the report sent by the professor of the breeding department of Xianyao University. Looking at Zhang Yu's blood test results, Director Gao thought to himself, what a pity, physique has nothing to do with genetics, so it can't be reproduced. Alice, he is just a genius. It is difficult to develop into new technology for mass production. In the long history of Kung Fu, geniuses have emerged in endlessly, and various special physiques have also emerged in turn in each era. It's just that some physiques have been studied and the secrets have been applied to the immortal technology. Some physiques have always been unsolved mysteries, and the immortal technology of the top 10 universities has not been able to solve the mystery. In contrast, geniuses that cannot be mass-produced, in Director Gao's eyes, their value is obviously far less than the technology that can mass-produce geniuses. As for studying the secret of Zhang Yu's physique, even if you invest a few thousand spirit coins, you may not be able to get a result. Director Gao understands that the human body, as the foundation of the immortal way, still has too many mysteries that have not been fully studied. If it weren't for the huge investment of resources and the support of the sect, no one could guarantee that their research would produce results. As the deputy director of the civil engineering department, Director Gao is not an expert in physique, so naturally he has no interest in investing in it. At this moment, Tulishan's head portrait lit up in Director Gao's eyes. Tulishan, Director, I asked, Ji Yuanshu did take the professional course exam of the Department of Finance and got full marks. Director Gao snorted, seeing that he only got a passing score in the professional course of the Department of Civil Engineering. I knew that this kid didn't take these things to heart at all. He took the professional courses of the Department of Finance while studying the professional courses here, and put most of his mind there. Looking at the 27-point gap between Ji Yuanshu, the first place in the foundation building class, and Zhang Yu, the second place, Director Gao understood that this was not the real gap between the two. It was only because Ji Yuanshu's professional course grades were too poor that Zhang Yu was so close to him. Tulishan sighed inwardly when he saw this. I originally thought that even if Gong Shujin lost to Ji Yuanshu, he would not be too far behind. I didn't expect it to be like this. It seems that those guys have really invested a lot of resources in Ji Yuanshu, Director Gao said coldly. The peace faction sent their disciples to the finance department. In the final analysis, they still want to go in the direction of finance. Humph, just lying on the construction site to make money is not enough, and they want higher profits. Tulishan didn't say anything, but he understood what Director Gao meant. The civil engineering department of Wanfa University today is not a monolithic entity. Director Gao and his many disciples have determined that the scale of the university war will continue to expand, and they should increase investment in the military direction, actively participate in various military constructions, and make positive changes for future market changes. The master-disciple faction headed by another director believes that the university war has been within the controllable range, and is more willing to continue to invest resources in commercial real estate and build more pharmaceutical factories to serve the upper class. In Tulishan's perception, The competition between the two sides has become more and more intense in the past few years, from the original competition between teachers to the competition between senior students, and even to the competition between junior students now. Tulishan thought to himself, after all, there are different companies behind the two factions, involving competition in the fields of dharma bones, magic weapons, medicines, finance, etc., and the department's annual revenue, the quality of the project, the future talent reserve, will also affect the company's stock price. Even the grades and rankings of students from each grade and faction, as a reflection of the future talent reserve, will have an impact on stock price fluctuations. As far as Tulishan knows, the director of the peace faction has already hooked up with the director of the finance department and plans to invest a lot of resources in it. As a disciple of the other party, Ji Yuanshu agreed to transfer to the finance department in the future, which has extraordinary significance. Tulishan thought to himself, Director Gao should not want the two sides to join hands, but the finance department. Alice, the finance department, as one of the three trump majors of Wanfa University, is the trump card among the three trump cards in Tulishan's view. The Department of Finance focuses on the destiny of humanity and the Great Trend. They use the Great Trend of humanity to improve their cultivation and practice Taoism. Wealth, resources, connections, are also the means by which they guide the Great Trend of humanity. In Tulishan's mind, the guys in the Department of Finance are extremely sensitive to the Great Trend of humanity. They never make a loss-making deal and always stay on top in the ups and downs. Whether it is investing thousands or tens of thousands of spirit coins to easily bring an industry back to life, or a sanction or an agreement to bring a university to the brink of collapse, behind all this is the grasp of the destiny of humanity. It can be said that the Great Trend is in their hands. Don't they think that the university war will not expand this time, and Wanfa will not be defeated? At this time, Director Gao suddenly asked, do you think that in the next 2 years, Gong Shujin and Zhang Yu can beat Ji Yuanshu? Tulishan thought for a while, and then shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid, it's very difficult, it's really difficult, so we should try our best. Director Gao said lightly, let Zhang Yu come over tomorrow, and I will talk to him about the next arrangements. Tulishan nodded. He knew that the competition between the two factions had already started in various places. The competition between Guang Shujin, Zhang Yu and Ji Yuanshu was just one of them. Even if the winning rate was not high, they would not give up easily. The next day, after receiving Tulishan's notice, Zhang Yu followed Tulishan after school and came to the teaching building of the Civil Engineering Department to meet Director Gao. Zhang Yu's eyes swept over the four big characters build the world on Director Gao's Taoist robe, and couldn't help but look at the other's exposed hands and neck. It is said that Director Gao has more than 300 pieces of Dharma bones on his body, but Zhang Yu looked closely and found that he could not see any. Director Gao looked at Zhang Yu and asked directly, what are your plans for the future? Chapter 321, Mansion and Luck. What are my future plans? Hearing Director Gao's question, many thoughts flashed through Zhang Yu's mind, and finally he answered, I want to participate in the top 10 leagues. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, not only Tulishan was stunned, but even Director Gao was slightly stunned. Director Gao had expected many of Zhang Yu's answers, such as wanting to make money directly, or staying there, or playing for Wanfa University. But he never thought that the other party would actually want to participate in the top 10 leagues. At this moment, Director Gao's eyes looking at Zhang Yu became meaningful, and he thought to himself, this kid is more ambitious than I thought, but Director Gao has never been afraid of ambitious and desire students, or the more ambitious and desire students have, the more likely they are to succeed in his opinion. Otherwise, without ambition and desire, what's the point of cultivating immortals? Isn't it enough to be immortal and wait for death for the rest of your life? Originally, in Director Gao's eyes, Zhang Yu was just a first-level student who risked his life for a future, but now that he knew that the other party was actually planning to participate in the top 10 leagues, he looked up to Zhang Yu instead. Looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Director Gao said calmly, to participate in the competition, you must be at the top of the department. You are still far from that level now, Zhang Yu said calmly, I will try my best. Looking at the determination in Zhang Yu's eyes and feeling the other party's unshakable mind under his scrutiny, Director Gao smiled slightly. This Zhang Yu is more interesting and better than he originally expected. Okay, don't say I don't give you a chance, Director Gao said calmly. Next, you have to participate in at least one construction site project every semester. Since you are working for the department, It is also an opportunity for you to hone your skills, but you can freely choose which specific project to participate in. As he spoke, the projects of the civil engineering department appeared in Zhang Yu's eyes through the projection of the spirit world. There is the construction of war fortresses on the battlefield front, the renovation of cemeteries in the wild mountains, the transformation of the spiritual world network data center, the expansion of the Hahun University amusement park, the construction of the flying sword laboratory. Looking at these projects, all kinds of ideas immediately flooded Zhang Yu's mind. Staring at one of the projects, he thought to himself, there's even this? I must go once, but not now. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I have to wait until I make up for the physical deficiency, then I can go to the construction site to eat and drink for free. Director Gao continued, of course, the department will not just let you work. In addition to salary, you will be given drug discounts. In the future, you can directly ask the School of Pharmacy for discounted drugs. There are also some experimental drugs that are not available on the market, which will be open to you one after another. As he spoke, a drug purchase list and the contact information of the School of Pharmacy were turned into files and sent to Zhang Yu's eyes. After saying this, Director Gao paused, as if he was considering something, and finally said, from today on, this student dormitory suite on the 318th floor will be temporarily lent to you. The address, status, and permission key of the dormitory on the 318th floor were sent to Zhang Yu. This is a 15 square meter upper dormitory with 1 living room, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a floor height of 6 meters. It has a large amount of spiritual energy and traffic supply every month. The dormitory floor area also provides laundry, cleaning, practice rooms, laboratories and other paid services. Director Gao continued, I have also opened the permission for the anti-gravity channel for you, and you can use it at will next time. Zhang Yu knew that the central anti-gravity channel was a high-speed up and down channel that runs through the entire Wanfa University city. Through the anti-gravity channel, you can quickly reach any floor of Wanfa University city in a few seconds. Whether it is the dormitory on the 318th floor or the anti-gravity channel, it has obviously greatly increased the convenience of Zhang Yu's life and practice, saving him a lot of time. But this is not over yet. Director Gao looked at Zhang Yu and threw out the last temptation. Director Gao, if you can get the first place in the freshman class at the end of this semester, I will accept you as a registered disciple. Tulishan, who was standing by, was slightly shocked when he heard this. Director Gao didn't say this before? Is it a sudden idea? Being a disciple of Bai Zhenzhen, even if it is just a registered disciple, is an opportunity that countless students dream of. In Tulishan's opinion, Director Gao gave so many benefits in one breath, such a big opportunity. Wouldn't Zhang Yu be stimulated to practice desperately in the future? Not stop until he dies? But the next moment, Tulishan's brain's pie in the sky alarm started beeping, and he immediately reacted, thinking to himself, no, Director Gao should not expect Zhang Yu to really beat Ji Yuanshu and get the first place in the class. He just used this opportunity of being a registered disciple, like a bait, to fish in front of Zhang Yu, so that Zhang Yu will continue to work hard and not stop. But Tulishan also understood that being able to let Director Gao make pie in the sky was enough to show Zhang Yu's excellence. After all, ordinary students would not have this opportunity even if they wanted Director Gao to make pie in the sky. Seeing Zhang Yu's expression changing repeatedly, Director Gao patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Don't get excited, I will definitely do what I promised you, just give it a try. Zhang Yu was worried about one thing in his heart, damn. If I perform too well in the civil engineering department, will they not prevent me from transferring to the equipment refining department in the future? Will they force me to become their apprentice? I don't want to stay on the construction site all my life. Looking at Director Gao's smile, Zhang Yu finally asked, can I live in this dormitory with my current roommate? This was obviously a trivial matter for Director Gao. He casually said, it's the dormitory assigned to you, you can do whatever you want. After leaving the civil engineering building, Zhang Yu suddenly realized that they didn't even have a contract for this agreement. Fuji chuckled and said, for such a big shot, signing a contract with you is a constraint on himself. On the contrary, if you don't sign a contract, he has plenty of ways to make you abide by the agreement, but if he doesn't want to abide by the agreement, you can't do anything about it. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and thought to himself, I still have to continue to become stronger, richer, and continue to climb up. Then he sent the news of the new dormitory back to the dormitory group. Using Hun, a 15 square meter mansion. Li Mulan, this place is much closer to the classroom Zhang Pianpian, This upper dormitory provides a lot of traffic every month at night. Zhang Yu moved to the dormitory on the 318th floor with Yu Xing'an, Li Mulan, and Zhang Pian. Looking at the dormitory that changed from 5 square meters to 15 square meters, Zhang Yu felt that when he stood here, his body finally didn't have to suppress his muscles too much, and his hands and feet could finally stretch out a little. Then Zhang Yu sent a list of discounted medicines to Li Mulan and asked, "Mulan, can you help me see which medicines here are more cost-effective and more suitable for me?" At this moment, someone in the foundation building class group suddenly added him. "Is it Ji Yuanshu? Wanfa University City. In a 100 square meter suite on the 450th floor." Ji Yuanshu's consciousness returned from the depths of the spiritual world and ended the one-on-one finance course. In the past semester, although he was a student of the civil engineering department, he did not pay much attention to the professional courses of the civil engineering department, but focused on the courses of the finance department. After all, according to the plan, he was just a passerby in the civil engineering department, and the finance department would be his real home in the future. And the geniuses in the finance department would also be his real competitors in the future. For Ji Yuanshu, as long as he could ensure that he could get the first place in the class, he should focus more on the courses of the finance department to prepare for the future competition in the finance department. At this moment, a message appeared in his eyes, which was from his master, Deputy Director Lin of the Civil Engineering Department. "Director Lin, what's going on? Why is it that I am only 26 points ahead of the second place in the final ranking this time?" Feeling the blame and disappointment in the master's message, Ji Yuanshu hurriedly explained, "Because I spent more time on the professional courses of the finance department." "Director Lin, do you mean that after studying finance, my grades are not as good as those of civil engineering?" "Director Lin, is this what I mean when I asked you to study finance?" Ji Yuanshu did not answer, but remembered what his master had said to him. "Yuanshu, the civil engineering department, is like picking up leftovers from others in a mud pit. If you only think about doing engineering and not finance when doing civil engineering, you will only eat dirt on the construction site for the rest of your life. Even if you take advantage of the university war to create profits, you will only survive and eat leftovers, only by holding luck in your hands and relying on the trend of humanity." Can you go further? Memories flashed through Ji Yuanshu's mind. At this moment, Director Lin continued to send a message saying, "This year, no matter which grade we are in, we must surpass them and completely knock down their stock prices." Director Lin, make good use of the skills you learned in the finance department. Director Lin, in the final comprehensive score of the freshman year, I want you to be more than 100 points ahead of the second place. Seeing Director Lin's request, Ji Yuanshu did not refuse. Because he knew that in this root dispute in the civil engineering department, his position was just a corner of the struggle, and he had no right to refuse. And, he also felt that he could do it. I have indeed entered the Kian Taoism of the finance department. In this case, let's give it a try. Looking at the current class ranking, Ji Yuanshu tapped his fingertips, and the Kian divination service of the finance department had already emerged in his eyes. Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin's rankings, grades, and even consumption lists, loan lists, working hours, classroom performance, health status, address, income, deposits and other data all emerged. Then the predictions of interests, personality, potential, life expectancy and other contents all emerged one by one. Ji Yuanshu murmured, "According to the final prediction of luck, there is no chance that these two people can beat me." Then the data of all the classmates also emerged one by one, helping Ji Yuanshu to predict the thoughts of each individual. In the eyes of most people, I will definitely win. The people's hearts and the general situation are all in my hands. After confirming the general situation, Ji Yuanshu knew that the next step was to further guide the people's hearts and borrow luck. Chapter 322, I will surpass you this semester. Thinking of guiding people's hearts and borrowing luck, Ji Yuanshu's mind flashed all kinds of showing off, pressure, hype and other methods often used by students in the Department of Finance. He entered the class group and sent a message. Ji Yuanshu, at Zhang Yu at Gong Shujin, I'm sorry, you too. I was busy with many things in the first semester and didn't put too much thought into the studies of the Department of Civil Engineering, which made this class number 1 seem a bit unworthy of its name. Ji Yuanshu, but in the new semester, I will take all professional courses to full marks. I hope you can also try your best and don't let this class number 1 have any water. Ji Yuanshu believes that after seeing his message, his classmates will only be more certain that he will defeat Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin and become the first in the class. And the gathering of people's hearts is a kind of luck. So after sending the message, Ji Yuanshu pinched the Dao formula with his hands, as if silently sensing something. The next moment, Ji Yuanshu felt that in Wanfa University City, there were strands of luck coming from different directions, which were absorbed into a sea of consciousness. That was the confidence of one classmate after another in his victory over Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin. At this moment, he was the favorite of the whole class, and the whale deserved first in everyone's heart. At the same time, a copper coin magic weapon in his sea of consciousness swung gently, suppressing all the traces of luck he had collected in his sea of consciousness. With the blessing of this trace of luck, Ji Yuanshu felt that his magic power was running more smoothly, his heart of Taoism was more flawless, and even his physical blood became more active. With the blessing of luck, his cultivation will improve faster, and even his thinking and memory will be improved to varying degrees. And with his improvement, his classmates will only have more confidence in him, believing that he deserves the first place in the class, and his luck will become stronger, and the blessing of luck on him will be stronger. The way of luck is to follow the general trend, to help the general trend with cultivation, and to feed back cultivation with the general trend. The two will circulate and eventually strengthen each other. Ji Yuanshu understood that this was the strength of the finance department. Everything they did was to gather luck and control the general trend. Not only would their cultivation rise with it, but the wealth and resources they could mobilize would also continue to expand with each success. Unless Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin can finally defeat me, I will suffer the backlash of luck. However, this thought only flashed through Ji Yuanshu's mind, and he let it go. Even if he only relied on his own qualifications and resources, he was absolutely sure to defeat the two, not to mention the blessing of luck. His goal was to surpass the second place by 100 points. Zhang Yu looked at the message sent by Ji Yuanshu in the class group. He was slightly stunned. This guy, is he showing off? Was he stepped on me? Just when Zhang Yu was stunned, he saw Gong Shujin in the group replied, I will accompany you to the end. Fuji reminded, this guy is not just provoking, it should be the luck and Taoist magic of the finance department. Zhang Yu knew nothing about the luck and Taoist magic, and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Fuji said. The so-called luck and Taoist magic is to master the luck and use the luck to enhance one's own cultivation and achieve various goals. Luck is a very complicated thing, involving many factors, and people's hearts are an important one among them. Just like when buying stocks, no matter how much a company's performance is, as long as all shareholders think it will fall, it will fall. This is what people want and what luck belongs to. The guys in the finance department can control luck by manipulating people's hearts through various means. If you use Taoist magic to gather luck and bless yourself, you can improve your cultivation, enhance your Taoist heart, and even perform all kinds of powerful luck-based Taoist magic. Having said that, Fuji reminded, okay, reply quickly, otherwise, your classmates will think you are scared, and people's hearts will no longer be on you, and Ji Yuanshu will be even more blessed by luck. Luck, Zhang Yu frowned slightly. He felt that this opponent who had mastered the Taoist magic of luck was like the opponent in the game damage calculation having an extra independent multiplication area than him. Zhang Yu said, does it mean that he can improve his cultivation by pretending to be cool? Fuji said, pretending to be cool is just a means. The essence is that Ji Yuanshu has more resources than you. After all, just learning and practicing Taoism will cost a lot of spirit coins. The Department of Finance is like this. As long as you have enough resources, you can gather luck by just saying a word. Once you start spending money, it will be even more amazing. You haven't seen the civil war in the Department of Finance. In order to compete for luck, money is spent. Tisk tisk tisk. Zhang Yu thought about it and replied in the group, I look forward to a showdown with you. Without reading more messages in the group, Zhang Yu knew that no matter what he replied, it would only be better than not replying. The classmates in the class would not believe that he could surpass Ji Yuanshu. After all, this is Kung Fu, and only those with money are true geniuses and true pride. But Zhang Yu was not discouraged. On the contrary, under the pressure of Ji Yuanshu, the Kenyushi mind and body art became more and more violent. The white bull in his mind stomped his hooves and roared, and Zhang Yu's eyes also exuded infinite fighting spirit. You have luck, I have feather books, watch me surpass you this semester. So in the following days, Zhang Yu devoted himself more and more to study and practice, and with a new dormitory, anti-gravity channel, and new channels for buying medicine, He could feel that his practice was getting smoother. Wanfa University City, in the dormitory on the 318th floor. 5 Turn Essence Reinforcing Agent, enhances vitality, repairs hidden injuries in the body. Yellow Bud Injection, consolidates cultivation, nourishes blood and flesh. Creation Vitality Element, replenishes body heat, contains a large amount of nutrients. Zhang Yu read the introduction of the medicine while injecting one injection after another into his blood vessels, injecting a large amount of nutrients into his body in the most direct and violent way. Since he had this new channel for buying medicine, Zhang Yu could not only buy discounted medicine for himself, but also buy discounted medicine for using an, Li Milan and Zhang Pian. However, it was okay for the 3 roommates to buy a small amount of medicine, but he would not do the purchasing service for a larger amount, otherwise it would be a big trouble if he was caught. As he continued to take the medicine every day, Zhang Yu felt that his blood was as thick as oil, and his muscles were rapidly expanding as if they were fed, which made him recover a little from his original weight loss. His whole body was eagerly absorbing the power of the medicine, but even so, Zhang Yu still felt that it was a bit slow. Li Milong explained, your physical foundation has been accumulated year after year. Even if you take a large dose of medicine every day, it is impossible to make up for it in a few days. Zhang Yu touched his empty stomach and asked, if I can take medicine and eat a little every day, it will be faster, right? Zhang Yu understood that only by quickly making up for the deficit in his body could he go to the next construction site to eat and drink and further tap his potential in the immortal way. Otherwise, if he went to the construction site in his current state, even if he worked hard every day, he would not be able to stimulate much potential. Li Milong said helplessly, if you want to buy medicine, whether it is various supplements, health products, neurotransmitters, or compounds, you can find them in any supermarket, but buying food is either sky-high or a life-threatening business, so forget it, or you can try the medicinal bath. Zhang Yu kept the medicinal bath in mind and continued to order a large number of tonics. In a blink of an eye, another 0.5 spirit coins were spent on medicine. And taking into account the internet fee, belt rental fee, spirit world services, spirit stone purchases, various miscellaneous expenses, Zhang Yu's spirit coin balance also dropped to 18.03. In the huge tank, Zhang Yu was soaked in the deep purple medicine liquid. He felt every inch of his skin, which was madly absorbing the various substances in the medicine liquid. This is a 100 herbs elixir bath made from the essence of hundreds of herbs, specially tailored for the strong in the foundation building period. Such a strong medicinal bath is like a deadly poison to the key refining cultivators, and it can cause people to explode and die in an instant. But it was just right for Zhang Yu. He felt that every inch of his flesh and blood was like the long dried earth, just like absorbing rainwater, constantly absorbing the surrounding medicinal liquid. As he absorbed it with all his strength, the surrounding medicinal liquid gradually changed from dark purple to light purple, and even colorless. Li Milong stood aside, looked at the woman next to him and said, "Senior sister, can't you make it cheaper?" He has been coming for a long time. The other party pouted and said, "The discount agreed by the civil engineering department has been reduced to 80%. If it is cheaper, I will have to pay for it, especially your classmate. Your body is seriously deficient, and you absorb this medicinal liquid cleanly every time. I can't recover it at all." Although the effect of this medicinal bath is very good in Zhang Yu's opinion, the price is really not cheap, and it consumes 0.37 spirit coins per time. And if you want to pursue the best effect, it will cost a lot to soak every day. But in order to replenish the loss of his body and continue to make rapid progress on the immortal path, Zhang Yu had no choice but to take medicine every day and grit his teeth to soak in this medicinal bath every day. Spirit coin balance. 10.26. In the physical training class, Lang Yaogong pinched Zhang Yu's muscles, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Not bad, not bad. Your physical strength has improved rapidly. In about a month, you should be able to push your physical strength to level 15, Lang Yaogong instructed. In the foundation building period, when the physical strength reaches level 15, the magic power and the body are more integrated, and the martial arts key will be able to better transmit physical strength. At that time, the key conduction rate is very important. You must remember to practice well." Looking at Zhang Yu, who had been instructed by Lang Yaogong for a long time, Yu Xinghen and Li Xiao on the side showed envy. Zhang Yu said, "Teacher, you can help them solve their puzzles." Lang Yaogong glanced at Yu Xinghen and Li Xiao beside him, and nodded with a smile at the two guys who used the same pair of eyes. You two have made good progress recently. Li Zio's body has less wear and tear. Using and skills have also improved rapidly. Teacher, I am very pleased. Come, I will guide you well today. In the blink of an eye, another month passed, and it was the beginning of April. On this day, Zhang Yu suddenly received an invitation in his eyes. Chapter 323 Zhang Yu's Appetite. In the past month, Zhang Yu's progress slowed down due to his physical deficiency, and he also invested more resources in strengthening his body and strengthening his physical foundation. Now, a month has passed. Although the progress has slowed down a lot, he has also reached the level of Dao Heart 13, 98.5%, Mana 573.4, Physical Strength 14.65, and Mana Quality 159%. And Zhang Yu also completed the breathing exercises required for the fourth Qi Mai Chang Liu after Biwokigan, Hunun Taixijing, and Xianfu Chang Xiaogong. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the dormitory practicing the exercises required for the fifth Qi Mai Chang Liu. I saw milky white Genki pouring out of his mouth, surrounding his body like layers of clouds and mist, forming a large circulation outside the body. This exercise called Genki external circulation breathing method is to assist the collection of spiritual inspiration through the external circulation of martial arts Genki. And in this way, while breathing, you can temper your control over martial arts Genki. Zhang Yu chose this breathing method because he thought that after the physical strength reaches level 15, it would be particularly important to use the Genki to transmit physical strength, which would greatly improve work efficiency. He should practice the related Genki control as soon as possible. Zhang Yu estimated in his heart, in another month, my physical deficit will be almost made up, and my physical strength should be able to break through to level 15. Just when Zhang Yu was practicing diligently, he saw a message pop up in his eyes. It turned out that Gong Shujin sent an invitation. Gong Shujin, a senior from the refining department, has newly refined a magic weapon and held a treasure appraisal banquet. He invited Senior Mo Engine. Senior Mo asked us to go and see it. Since the last meeting with Director Gao, Zhang Yu found that he seemed to have been classified into the faction of Director Gao and Tulishan. And Mo Engine, who has already learned the power of moving mountains in Yuan Kunlun, is also a member of this faction. Gong Shujin, who ranked one place lower than him in the class, also joined this faction before Zhang Yu. During this time, the two of them also greeted Zhang Yu from time to time, and told him some of the internal situations of the civil engineering department. At this moment, looking at the invitation sent by Gong Shujin, Zhang Yu's heart moved. Treasure appraisal banquet, he asked, is there food? Gong Shujin, the banquet hosted by the senior brother of the refining department, of course there is food, and it is a buffet. Zhang Yu was surprised when he heard this, and then he was happy again. In this Wanfa University city, food is a standard luxury. The poor take medicine every day to survive, and only the rich have the opportunity to eat. The richer the person, the more they can eat. And the buffet here is obviously something that only the rich among the rich can afford. Yu Xinghan, who was standing by, was also amazed after hearing the news. Buffet? It's actually a buffet. And a buffet, this is a blatant display of wealth. Zhang Yu also nodded with emotion and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He thought to himself, the people in the weapon refining department are really rich. I hope they can successfully refine magic weapons every day and then start the feast. Yu Xinghan looked at Zhang Yu. Brother, can you take me with you? Zhang Yu shook his head and said helplessly, if I could take people with me, I would definitely call everyone in our dormitory, but even I was taken by others. Yu Xinghan sighed in his heart when he heard it. Oh, Li Zio is right. These rich people above, just a little bit of benefits from their fingers are enough for us to eat and drink, but to enter this kind of rich circle, it's useless to rely on kneeling and licking. Only like Zhang Yu, you can get in with your own ability. So in the envious eyes of Yu Xinghan, Zhang Yu continued to practice hard, and finally waited for the treasure appraisal banquet the next day. Wanfa University City, 568th floor. Zhang Yu followed Gong Shujin into a restaurant. This was Zhang Yu's first time in a restaurant in Wanfa University City. He found that the entire restaurant was about the same size as a classroom, but the decoration was exquisite. The air was filled with a strong aroma of food, which made Zhang Yu salivate wildly. In the restaurant, more than 10 people had gathered at this moment. The 3 people in the lead had their rankings on their heads, standing in the center of the crowd like shining light. One of them was Mo Engine from the Department of Civil Engineering, whom Zhang Yu had seen last time. The other woman's skin was shining like the starry sky, Her white hair was shining like gems, and all kinds of brands and models of law skeletons appeared all over her body, which was enough to make most college students tremble with fear and retreat, fearing that they would accidentally bump into each other and lose money and go bankrupt. Zhang Yu looked at the ranking of the 15th place in the refining department above the other person's head and knew that this woman was Yi Zingli from the refining department and the organizer of this buffet. Guang Shujin, who was standing by, looked at Yi Zingli and felt his heartbeat speed up. All these top-grade Dharma bodies are custom-made and limited edition. Compared to her, the things I have are just rags, so beautiful. This woman is so beautiful. If I can practice dual cultivation with her once, I wonder how much money I can get. Gong Shujin, a 4th-level student who has studied hard since childhood and practiced diligently, has never been interested in dual cultivation. After all, he is not one of those art students who are applying to Hadhong University. But seeing Yi Zingli, who is so rich, he couldn't help wanting to be practiced by her once. After all, the other party is so rich. The sense of wealth that comes from the inside out is emitting a fatal attraction that makes him unable to look away. Zhang Yu looked at the last man among the three, Kang Lanyu, who ranked 9th in the talisman department. When Zhang Yu's eyes swept over, he could see that the other party's clothes, face, hands, and even every strand of hair, were all shining with dazzling brilliance. Those lights are projections from the depths of the spirit world. They gather and intertwine in Zhang Yu's eye skeleton, and finally turn into rows of mysterious patterns and words. The Sky Eye Dharma skeleton makes your world clearer. Locals, the first choice of the 2nd-level people in Kung Su, are not locals if they don't wear it. To watch the live broadcast, go to the illusory world of Taeksu and feel the combination of spirit and flesh. Looking at the advertisements on the other party, Zhang Yu quickly glanced to the side and cursed in his heart, "Damn it! Did I make him profit again with these few glances just now?" Gong Shujin on the side looked at Kang Lanyu with envy. The other party had an advertising talisman granted by the righteous God, and his whole body was connected to the depths of the spirit world at all times. As long as he was covered by the spirit world, he could refresh all kinds of advertisements all over his body at any time and anywhere. The longer he stared, the more customized the advertisements of the other party would be, and the more powerful temptation they would exude. As long as you look at him, he is making money. As long as you look at him, he is getting stronger. Gong Shujin thought to himself, this is a man who you dare not look directly at once he becomes an opponent. Just as Zhang Yu and Gong Shujin were observing the people in the field, more than a dozen men and women in the field also noticed them. Yi Zingli, who seemed to have stars flowing under his skin, smiled faintly and said, "You two are late, so I will punish you to eat a bowl of rice each." Looking at the rice that was delivered to him, Zhang Yu felt a strong aroma of rice coming to his face. Just smelling it made him feel salivating, and he even had some strength in his body. Gong Shujin, who was watching this scene, thought to himself, is it a punishment meal? Gong Shujin knew that the rice in front of him was not ordinary. Each grain of rice made from this heavenly refined rice is made of high-density compressed food essence. 1 grain of rice is enough to fill a key refining cultivator's stomach for 3 days and 3 nights. Gong Shujin thought to himself, if you eat too much, it may even cause indigestion, excessive gastrointestinal blood, dizziness. He knew that a foundation-building cultivator with insufficient appetite would have stars in his eyes and a heavy head and light feet due to the huge digestive burden after eating half a bowl of heavenly refined rice. This is called food dizziness. Gong Shujin thought that everyone in the restaurant at this moment was probably looking at them with some sense of humor, waiting to see them dizzy and embarrassed. After all, most students on the 2nd floor cannot afford food, let alone exercise their digestive ability, so their appetite is often small, and it is easy to get food dizzy. In short, Gong Shujin understood that once the appetite is related to economic conditions, the larger the appetite, the more respected you will be, and the smaller the appetite, the more despised you will be. As for the things like offering food as a reward or punishing food, they are all routine operations. Just when Gong Shujin was concentrating on practicing Qigong and preparing to have a good meal, he saw Zhang Yu beside him reaching out to take the rice bowl and opening his mouth to swallow it in one gulp. Don't, Gong Shujin reached out to stop him, thinking, Zhang Yu, this guy. Don't you even know about Shinjing rice? Zhang Yu swallowed half a bowl of rice in one gulp, and felt the fragrance of rice bursting in his mouth, and grains of sweet and soft rice flowed on his tongue, blooming with endless flavor. But soon, he felt that the rice was particularly flexible, and it was difficult to chew it with his teeth after chewing it for more than 10 times. At the same time, a senior student chuckled and said, "Take it easy, this Shinjing rice is not easy to digest. It's eaten in small bites. How can you swallow so much in one bite?" The other students also laughed, as if they had seen Zhang Yu's dizzy look for a while. But in the next moment, Zhang Yu swallowed a Shinjing rice in his mouth without chewing it, and then swallowed the rest of the Shinjing rice in the bowl in another gulp. Under the peak digestive power of the university's holy body, Zhang Yu's digestive ability was already extremely terrifying. In the last field construction site, he also integrated the erosion film and the number 15 spiritual secret steel into his stomach, just like putting a layer of weapons and armor on his stomach, turning his stomach from fighting with bare hands into fighting with weapons. With full strength, he could even digest the number 20 secret steel. At this moment, as his stomach moved slightly, it was like a terrible big millstone, breaking up all the swallowed Shinjing rice and releasing the rich food essence in it. In an instant, Zhang Yu felt a stream of heat gushing out of his stomach and spreading into his limbs, and his body was like a long drought in sweet dew, madly absorbing this stream of heat. After swallowing this big bowl of rice, Zhang Yu felt that his body was like a medicinal bath, and his body's foundation was strengthened a bit, and he felt indescribably comfortable all over. Delicious. Delicious. So delicious, don't you want to eat? Zhang Yu looked at Gong Shujin, who was in a daze, and took the other's bowl of rice. Then I'll eat it for you. Seeing Zhang Yu drinking 2 bowls of Shinjing rice and still feeling unsatisfied, Ye Zhingli's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. What a good appetite. Someone, give this person more rice. Zhang Yu looked at the bowl of rice that was placed in front of him, laughed and said, "It's too boring to have rice but no meat. Isn't that easy?" Ye Zhingli said loudly, "Give him another plate of dragon liver and phoenix gall." After that, she looked at Zhang Yu and asked, "Can you eat it?" Zhang Yu said proudly, 3 more bowls of rice, and 3 plates of dragon liver and phoenix gall. Chapter 324 Project Selection. In the restaurant, the sound of Zhang Yu eating resounded throughout the place. Along with the roaring sounds of his stomach, thunderous noises continued to come from Zhang Yu's stomach. He grabbed the rice bowl, raised his head and opened his mouth to suck, and then he finished a large bowl of rice. In a visible shape, it flowed into his stomach from his bulging throat and chest. Then Zhang Yu opened his mouth and spit out, and a stream of martial arts energy swept out, like a cloud of mist, carrying most of the dragon liver and phoenix gall flying into his mouth. With a sound of bangs, accompanied by Zhang Yu's steel teeth biting, pieces of dragon liver and phoenix gall exploded in his mouth. The strong meaty aroma, mixed with streams of strange oil, trembled on the tip of his tongue, and Zhang Yu's eyebrows couldn't help but fly up. With just a mouthful of rice and a mouthful of meat, Zhang Yu felt the food he ate turned into streams of essence, wandering wildly in his body, and being absorbed crazily by his muscles, internal organs, bones. Gong Shujin, who was standing by, thought to himself, "This guy has such a strong digestive ability," but he asked for 3 more bowls of Shinjing rice and 3 plates of dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder. This is too much? Isn't he afraid of bursting himself? At the same time, the other people in the restaurant also looked at Zhang Yu, who was eating meat and rice with big mouthfuls, with a playful look. In front of them, everyone started chatting privately. Haha, he ordered 3 more bowls of rice and 3 plates of meat? Together with the previous ones, there are a total of 5 bowls of Shinjing rice and 3 plates of dragon liver and phoenix gall. Isn't this too much? I want to see how he ends up. Could it be that he is temporarily storing it in his stomach and wants to spit it out after returning? Shinjing rice is made of high-density food essence compressed into a stomach. If it is not digested in time, it will only aggregate with each other. At that time, it can only be taken out by opening the stomach. At the same time, Ye Zhingli looked at Mo Engine on the side and asked, "Your junior is very interesting. How much do you think he can eat?" Mo Engine felt helpless. He didn't know Zhang Yu at all. He just brought him here as a new member of the faction to meet people. He didn't know that the other party would be so high profile after he came, boasting on the spot and showing off his appetite. However, as a member of the same faction, Mo Engine didn't think of ruining the show. He casually said, "My junior has a special physique, but this is the first time I have seen such a big appetite." Then everyone watched Zhang Yu eat and eat meat like a whirlwind. When Zhang Yu ate 3 bowls of rice and 1 plate of meat, the people around him were slightly surprised. When Zhang Yu ate 4 bowls of rice and 2 plates of meat, even Mo Engine, Ye Zhingli, and King Lan Yu showed surprise in their eyes, and students around him began to record with Fa Hai. When Zhang Yu ate 5 bowls of rice and 3 plates of meat, he felt that his body was like a super pressure cooker, and the extremely strong food essence flowed back and forth in his body. And his flesh and blood were like a field flooded by a flood, and he couldn't even absorb the waves of majestic essence. Zhang Yu could feel that the meal he ate today replenished his body more than the accumulation of the past month. Not only was the body's deficit directly replenished, but there was even a lot of surplus flowing in his body, which he slowly absorbed in the following days. Touching his stomach, Zhang Yu said with satisfaction, "Comfortable. I haven't eaten so full in a long time." At the same time, he was a little surprised in his heart. This dragon liver and phoenix gall, although it tastes delicious, why does it feel like there's nothing special about it? Could it be that it is pretending to be other meat? Fuji said, "The dragon liver and phoenix gall in the buffet must be farmed. They are probably quick-grown meat dragons and phoenixes. They have no wisdom, and no cultivation. Eating them will only replenish ki and blood. What else can be special about them?" At the same time, Gong Shujin on the side stared at the empty plate in front of Zhang Yu with wide eyes. The shock in his heart was even greater than the last time he saw Zhang Yu's performance in the gravity simulation room. "I think the limit for me is to eat 1 bowl of refined rice and dragon liver and phoenix gall." Zhang Yu actually has such a big appetite. Does he eat a lot every day? And practice a method to enhance digestion? Or is it because of his physique? As expected of my friend, Gong Shujin knew about digestion. Although acquired training was important, innate factors also had a great influence. Some people were born with a stronger appetite. At this moment, Gong Shujin also found that he seemed to know too little about Zhang Yu. Yi Zingli on the other side looked at Zhang Yu and said with admiration, "Your appetite is that of a rich person. You have such an appetite as a freshman. Your future ranking will definitely not be bad, and you will definitely become a rich man in the future. Old Mo, your civil engineering department really has a genius." Mo Engine smiled slightly and said, "If it weren't for the opportunity provided by you, Zingli, I wouldn't know that Junior Zhang has such a big appetite." Zhang Yu patted his belly and said, "Senior Mo is right. I don't usually have the opportunity to eat so much. This time I have to thank you, Senior Yi. I just hope that you can succeed in refining treasures every month in the future." Yi Zingli smiled and said, "It's just a little food. Add me as a friend. Next time I will hold a banquet and invite you." Then she sighed, "But refining treasures is not that easy. I'm afraid it will be 1 or 2 years later." Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Sure enough, these rich people could feed a poor person like him with just a little food. In the next few hours, the host and the guest enjoyed the meal and toasted each other. Zhang Yu also became the target of many students present. In addition to Mo Engine, Yi Zingli, and Kang Laniyu, he also added many friends and was pulled into many groups. In the 100 square meter suite on the 450th floor, Ji Yuanchu's eyes moved, and he saw a notification of a luck monitoring popped up in his eyes. Just now, the luck changed, and Zhang Yu's winning rate actually increased a little. Ji Yuanchu checked where the slight change in luck came from, and saw a video of eating uploaded by a student. This video has neither a plot nor a copy, only the process of Zhang Yu eating meat continuously, and the number of views is extremely low. Ji Yuanchu understands that if he hadn't been notified by the luck monitoring, he probably wouldn't have seen it. Is your appetite amazing? But after all, it's just a little more opportunity. On the way back, Zhang Yu felt the energy permeating his body, and felt that he probably wouldn't need to rest for 3 months of taking medicine and working overtime. Then it's time to go to the construction site to practice. Just as Zhang Yu was looking through the current projects that he could choose, he hesitated for a moment. The amusement park of Hehoan University is really good, but the project will start too early. Hehoan Amusement Park is also good, but it's a bit far away, and I will miss the promotion of using Hehoan and Li Mulan. Hehoan University Amusement Park is also a good choice, but I'm afraid that the local consumption is too high. Fuji couldn't help but say after hearing this, "You kid, you just want to go to the amusement park after thinking about it, right? You don't even think about why it is listed as a high-risk project. Is it something you can go to?" Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Alice, it's a pity that I don't have the Hehoan holy body." After hesitating about the choice of the project, Zhang Yu decided to ask his sister. After a while, he saw Zhang Pianpian replied, "Go to the 10th underground floor to repair the tomb." Zhang Pianpian said, "The cemetery is located in the node of the spiritual vein, containing a huge amount of spiritual energy, which is as rich as substance. It is very suitable for you to breathe in spiritual energy, improve the quality of mana, nourish the body, and strengthen the foundation. When Zhang Yu saw the cemetery project, he felt very strange. Wanfa University City is very expensive, and there is still vacant land for tombs. In response to Zhang Yu's question, Zhang Pianpian explained, the cemetery is for the poor. After all, only the poor will lose the ownership of the body after death. Zhang Pianpian, these bodies are sent to the tomb and used as breathing corpses. Zhang Pianpian, a huge amount of low-quality mana is consumed in the university city at all times, and a large part of this mana is produced by the breathing corpse cluster in the cemetery. Zhang Yu heard a flash of understanding in his mind. No wonder when he first went to the mana treasure platform, the selling price of low-quality mana was so cheap. It turns out that every moment, there are a large number of corpses in the underground of the university city breathing in spiritual energy and producing mana under control. Zhang Yu asked again, when a poor person dies, his body is sent to the cemetery and becomes a corpse. So when a rich person dies, will he not be sent to the cemetery? Zhang Pianpian, the rich person has two deaths. Zhang Pianpian, the first death is the death of the body, but as long as he has money, his soul can be transferred to the spirit world, and the body is still his own property, and he will not lose ownership, so it will not be sent to the cemetery. Zhang Pianpian, the second death is the death of the property being exhausted. Zhang Pianpian, the longer the soul lives, the higher the cost of maintaining it in the spirit world. When the money is used up, it will be truly dead. Zhang Yu, there will still be in the cemetery. But the next moment, Zhang Yu reacted. When the rich person's body was sent to the cemetery, the rich person had become a poor person. So there are only the bodies of the poor in the cemetery. Zhang Yu shook his head with emotion, and finally checked the information of the cemetery project, and felt that this project was indeed suitable for him. Especially he also had to practice breathing to complete the Kim H. Changliu suit. And this way I can continue to stay in the university city and continue to incubate the Dao seeds in Yu Xinghan and Li Mulan. Well, there are still 2 weeks before this project officially starts, and the time is quite suitable. He looked at the requirements of the cemetery project again and found that the top 10 students in the foundation building class were eligible to sign up. Zhang Yu thought about calling Yu Xinghan over as well. Feeling the deep foundation in his body, the strong essence and spirit, Zhang Yu began to take life-shortening drugs to practice again in the next 2 weeks. But this time, he took the medicine with his own spirit coins. As Zhang Yu swallowed the blood-blasting pills, the life-eating and heaven-stealing powder, the 100 disasters and heart-eating poison, and the life-shortening Xianji powder, one mouthful at a time, the familiar feeling came to his mind again. Awesome. This is what cultivation is all about, adding other daily expenses and various services. His spirit coins also decreased again, and soon dropped below 7 spirit coins. On this day, with the completion of the 666th floor, Zhang Yu came to the new construction site of the 667th floor of the university city. He was seen sitting cross-legged, with white qi appearing on his body, expanding and contracting with his breathing. While he was practicing the breathing method, he was also releasing waves of formless cloud qi, which spanned several meters and brought up spiral qi, installing the steel mesh in front of him. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the efficiency is a bit slow, but if I work with qi like this, I can focus more on practicing the breathing method, and the next practice will be based on the breathing method after all. Days passed, and as Zhang Yu pushed the qi external circulation breathing method to level 20, the time came to the day when the cemetery was opened. Chapter 325 Cemetery Blind Box. When the time came to mid-April, Zhang Yu, Yu Xinghan, Li Ziao and other students had already come all the way to the 10th underground floor. In addition to the first-year students, more outstanding senior students have signed up to participate in the cemetery renovation project. For example, the one walking at the front of the team at this moment is a 6th-year student named Yan Yang, who is also responsible for leading, supervising and coordinating the work of these students this time. Zhang Yu walked in the wide underground passage. The further he walked, the more he could feel the spiritual energy content in the air becoming more and more concentrated. As far as Zhang Yu knew, the underground spiritual veins of Wanfa University City were not formed naturally, but when the university city was built, by adjusting the terrain and pulling the spiritual veins, a total of 88 spiritual veins were gathered here. And the passage they were walking in at this moment led to one of the spiritual veins. After a while, a huge metal door appeared in front of everyone. Feeling the flow of mana faintly revealed in the door, Zhang Yu could feel the powerful power of the formation surging behind the door. Tian Yang, the leader, said, The cemetery area is ahead. Everyone line up and pass through in turn. Don't crowd together. In Zhang Yu's eyes, a line of handwriting also appeared on the gate. Hulangian Mana Production Company, Limited. Zhang Yu understood that cemetery and underground cemetery were just folk names, and this company name was the official name. The next moment, with the opening of the closed door, a cold airflow hit them. At this moment, the air around them seemed to become sticky all of a sudden. When Zhang Yu walked in step by step, not only did the air become more and more sticky, he could also feel that the humidity around him was getting higher and higher. The spirit began to float in the air like water droplets, forming a colorful fog. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and as the mana in his body flowed, he felt a large amount of spirit coming in, and the mana had a slight increase, and the flesh and blood in his body were also moisturized. Using it on the side, no wonder this project has registration requirements. Working here, just breathing is a benefit. Zhang Yu nodded slightly when he heard this, thinking that it was a good thing that the spiritual energy on the second floor was not so valuable, otherwise they would have to bring oxygen cylinders to work. In addition to the increasingly rich spiritual energy, the temperature in the air was also decreasing. Zhang Yu analyzed that this was probably to reduce the heat of the corpses that were operating mana and breathing spiritual energy day and night. At the same time, a notification and a line of options appeared in Zhang Yu's eyes. Welcome to Hulang Garden. Tour guide worship relatives and friends product display purchase peripherals contact us recruitment information. Zhang Yu randomly selected the tour guide and found that a map of the entire Hulang Garden appeared in front of him, including the festival area, philanthropy area, gratitude area, family area. What is the festival area? Zhang Yu looked over curiously, and then he understood that the so-called festival area was to save space by removing unnecessary parts of some low-value corpses, optimizing and compressing the structure, and then storing them in the corpse cabinet, and connecting them to the breathing cluster with the smallest footprint. At this moment, Li Xiao on the side said, look at the peripheral blind boxes sold here, there are good things in them. Hearing this, Zhang Yu also looked at the peripheral purchases displayed in his eyes, and thought to himself, scrapped body parts, can they be sold as blind boxes after being decomposed? Looking at the various flesh, hands and feet, meridians, tension. Zhang Yu couldn't help but frown. Can all this be sold? Using it on the side said, yeah, the body parts here are running 24 hours a day. What have the organs removed from the scrapped body parts aged into? They are older than me, can they be used? Li Xiao couldn't help but say, if I can draw a golden elixir, or even a Yuanying organ, using Han said indifferently, I say, Xiao Li, why do you always have this speculative mentality? You draw a blind box, but the person who puts up the blind box can't be really blind. How can you get the good things you really picked up? On the road to immortality, the most taboo idea is to take shortcuts. Shortcuts are for rich people. We poor people who want to cultivate immortality must be down to earth, borrow money step by step, and repay the loan step by step. Don't always think about getting rich overnight, and don't you think about how many corpses are scrapped here every year? Can they be dealt with just by selling blind boxes? There must be other channels for processing. Who knows the origins and quality of the large number of corpses and organs coming in and out? Just as Yu Xinghan was talking, a voice suddenly interrupted him. My classmate, our Wanfa University is a regular university, and Hulangian has always been a legally operated cemetery. It is not a place like Yaoming University that sells living people as corpses. Every organ and every corpse here is a regular death, and their origins and destinations are clear. Everyone looked at the young man who was speaking, and the team leader Tian Yang hurriedly said, Manager son, my junior brother doesn't know anything and is just talking nonsense. You don't have to pay attention to him. The man called Manager son had a cold look in his eyes. He glanced at Yu Xinghan and said nothing more. He looked at Tian Yang and said, the cemetery to be repaired this time is quite large. Thank you for your hard work. Manager son left after explaining the tasks, and Tian Yang began to assign tasks. After a while, arrows began to appear in everyone's eyes, as well as their respective task arrangements. Zhang Yu continued to move forward along the arrows and gradually separated from his classmates. He looked at the rows of densely arranged iron cans on both sides, thinking that there should be corpses inside. A moment later, Zhang Yu saw a large area of iron cans that were squeezed on the ground and twisted and deformed. There were also a lot of damaged ground, formation foundation stones, spiritual circuits, nutrient pipelines, spiritual world networks, surveillance cameras and other infrastructure around. Zhang Yu thought to himself, is this the area I am responsible for repairing? Even the network is disconnected. His eyes flashed, and the project files and repair drawings downloaded in advance had emerged one by one. By the way, why is there such serious damage here? Although the official explanation is that the concentration of spiritual energy is too high, causing corpse transformation and the production of zombies. But whether it is the university or the company in Kangsu, I always feel that their superficial explanations cannot be trusted. Zhang Yu shook his head, temporarily suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, and prepared to start work. As for the preparations to be made before work, of course, it is to take medicine. After all, for Zhang Yu, eating and drinking for free is his main purpose of coming to the construction site, and work is just a byproduct. And with the special care of Director Gao, Zhang Yu who enters the construction site can still get no more than 10 doses of life-shortening drugs for free every day. Jiksu powder can temporarily and violently dilate blood vessels and meridians, stimulate the pulsation of Danshan and heart, and violently speed up the circulation of qi, blood and mana throughout the body. Spiritual root stimulant stimulates the spiritual root center, increases the sensitivity and thickness of the spiritual root, and temporarily improves the efficiency and endurance of the spiritual root. Zhang Yu injected a dose of regular tiger and wolf medicine into his body. And this time, because he had to focus on breathing, most of the medicines he chose were related to the operation of mana. He was sitting cross-legged and had already started the 6th set of breathing of Kim A Chang Liu, the upper-grade foundation building mana tactic. The reason why Zhang Yu chose this breathing method, in addition to the Kim A Chang Liu set, was because this breathing method could slightly improve the quality of mana while collecting spiritual energy and breathing mana. As Zhang Yu used the breathing method, the mana that was extremely violent under the stimulation of the medicine ran wildly in his meridians like a dragon, as if making waves of whistling sounds. At the same time, the qi spiritual root, which had reached a 10% degree of integration, became stronger and more powerful under the stimulation of the drug, frantically collecting the spiritual energy around it. The strong spiritual energy that was originally floating in the air, like pieces of colorful clouds, swarmed towards Zhang Yu as if being extracted by a tornado. Too strong. This spiritual energy is too strong. Feeling the spiritual energy that was madly accumulated in the meridians, like jade liquid, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking that he had chosen the right project this time. After practicing the breathing method for a while, the upper-grade foundation building magic power formula also achieved a breakthrough and reached level 3. At the same time, Zhang Yu waved his hand and shot out a series of Genki, driving the Wuxian Yun gang to sweep out, began to clean up the scene, and started to work. Although the efficiency of this work was a bit slow, Zhang Yu didn't care about these in order to practice the breathing method while working, and would rather earn less. So in the next few days, Zhang Yu immersed himself in breathing and work every day, spending most of his time at the construction site, feeling the pleasure of his mana and breathing method constantly improving. During these days at the construction site, Zhang Yu met Che Yufei and Shi Yongxiang again. According to these two old students, compared with outdoor projects, cemetery projects are health-preserving projects. Not only are they much safer, but soaking in rich spiritual energy all day is also very good for the body. On this day, Zhang Yu and Shi Yongxiang walked together and walked towards the area they were responsible for. Just when the two came to a fork in the road, Shi Yongxiang said, "Zhang Yu, can you walk with me for a while? It's not far, just a few steps." Zhang Yu looked at the classmate with a rough face and a lion head in front of him in confusion, and asked, "Are you afraid of the cemetery? What's there to be afraid of in the cemetery? Would you be afraid of the lost or?" Shi Yongxiang shook his head. "I'm afraid of people, don't you feel? Many colleagues are coveting me, Zhang Yu." Shi Yongxiang sighed. "Every year, there are demon descendants who act alone being eaten, or even eaten by several people. The cemetery area is sparsely populated and is still a high incidence area for such cases, so I usually try to avoid acting alone. I can feel that there is no such desire in your eyes when you look at me." Zhang Yu curled his lips. Although he was also very hungry and greedy for meat, he really had no interest in eating intelligent creatures. Zhang Yu asked, "Since you are a demon descendant, why didn't you go to Xianyao University?" Zhang Yu remembered that in Songyang City, almost all the top students in Hongtu were admitted to Xianyao University. Shi Yongxiang shook his head. "Xianyao University assigns majors according to bloodline. I can only enter the Department of Reproduction of Xianyao University. I don't like studying this, so I worked hard to get into Wanfa University." As he spoke, Zhang Yu had already sent Shi Yongxiang to his workplace, and then walked back. But on the way back, when passing by a severely damaged area without network and surveillance, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly condensed. In the all-round perspective provided by his 3-eye magical power, he saw a figure rushing out of the darkness and attacking him like black lightning. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.